Are you guys ready? You guys?
Another back-to-back damage over and over and over. Sleeping getting really low, having to tap to give himself back up, and there he goes down. Another taking so much damage again. Silencing on another, and he goes down. OMG from South Korea. Lift for dip. Has he got quick enough hit points to make the burn on to Sleeping? Off, and here we go. Now he's going to be silenced. Necrotic Strike is stacking up right now as he's trying to fake getting those is death blow. Wanthem still, look at that. So low on life right now. The dance is coming out at CKY to stop as much damage as he can, and Wanthem goes down.
Yeah, even with the spear out, where's the poly? Where's the blanket? Silent grenade.
Oh, that's so low! 2,000! How did they do it? Snaps staying in the game!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Championship Sunday of the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. My name is Aya. Today, I'm your host. Once again, I'm here with Zico, SZYMEK, and Venruki. Now, we started off the weekend with 16 teams. Now, only 4 from each region remain. And by the end of today, we're going to have our European and North American champion. Of course, we had yesterday's games, Ven, in North America. It was a day of really explosive games, really fast series. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think like most of the games I cast, if not all of them, were less than 2 minutes. Some of them being like 45 seconds. So it was really explosive, like you said. Through all that chaos, though, in the upper bracket, we still have the Old Men, which is going to be Chanimal, Snuts, as well as Cubsy. They're going to be playing against Liquid. So some veteran Titan teams still pulling it off in Cataclysm. And then in that lower bracket, we have Void GG, who brought in some different cleave variants. Wealthy been playing the DK as well as the Warlock. So they got that RLS and that DK Rogue. And of course, POGGITIES, that Fire RMP, which had a great performance. We'll be seeing from these guys a little bit later today.
Yeah, that is going to be the second half of the day. Of course, we're starting off the morning in the European region. We saw those games on Friday. Zico, a little bit of a different meta over there. What can we credit to that?
Well, I feel like in general, it's just the playstyle I think is a little bit different maybe over in Europe, but definitely a bit of a surprising result here as well. I think the biggest one, of course, being DXB, one of the kind of runner-ups, one of the top contenders of the tournament this weekend, getting knocked out already on Friday. SZYMEK CLEAVE having a pretty solid run through that lower bracket, already making top 4 for themselves. And in Europe, I feel like it's been more about Feral Druid and more about Frost Mage, whereas in NA, it's been Fire Mages, and it's been a lot more kind of Red DK Cleaves. Been a lot. I feel like the DK has kind of replaced the Feral Druid a little bit in a lot of the NA comps. So it is interesting to see how the meta is kind of different in the two regions. But one thing that's for sure is the games are going to be awesome on both sides.
Games certainly will. They're all competing for their chance at that $50,000 prize pool. So we're starting off the day in EU, like I said, in the upper finals, actually, SZYMEK. So the winner of this one is going to be in the grand finals. No Tears, Just Dreams versus the Workshop.
Okay, so this is a really difficult matchup, I think, for the Workshop, having seen DXB go against them. But they also now know what their strategies are going to be. They're likely expecting a Disciplined Priest, Hunter, Death Knight, so they know that that Massive Spell threat is going to be there. They saw how Laners was playing the matchup. There was one game in particular against DXB and No Tears, that RMP versus PHDK, where they actually survived for a really long time and potentially could have won on mana. So I wonder if the Workshop are going to either focus on just surviving and trying to outlast the PHDK's opener, or if they're just going to match aggression with aggression.
Yeah, certainly a lot of questions. We're going to be getting that series lined up in just a bit, but we've got that lower bracket as well. SZYMEK CLEAVE versus TY. Then what's the competition like down there? Is it tough?
I mean, we saw from Swapsy's team, that's going to be TY. So Swapsy, Scrappy, and Kisnu, they looked phenomenal. I mean, they had some really close series. Actually, all their series, were not close. They're all 3-0 kind of blowouts. So I'm even surprised that they're in that lower bracket, but DXB is the team that eliminated them. Luckily for TY, though, DXB has been eliminated by SZYMEK CLEAVE, so they don't have to worry about them anymore, and it could be the case that they just coast through that lower bracket. However, SZYMEK CLEAVE is obviously really strong, too, bringing in that Feral Warrior composition. I'm really curious to see how this one goes. It's like kind of the classic Warlock versus the Cleaves. How is he going to be able to survive?
Yeah, curious as well. It's going to be a tough and long road if you made it down, especially for some of those other those teams that got dropped down earlier in that lower bracket. We also know that they're on the tournament realm. We can take a look at their gear any time of the day as well. We've been kind of tuning in with them. Zico, has there been any surprises for you for some of these teams and what they've been drumming up in terms of their build on the tournament realm?
So far, I think it's been mostly what I've been expecting, small little differences. One thing that I have noticed is that the gemming of all the mages, they're not opting for like intellect resilience, getting a little bit more tanky. A lot of them are just opting for int crit or int mastery, depending on what specialization they're playing. In general, it's been a lot of PvE gear on the Feral Druids, which I kind of expected because the Feral Druids, they're really tanky once they enter that bear form, so they can kind of afford it. The most surprising thing I would say is probably the Rogues going as much PvE gear as they have been, and also it's been a little bit surprising that they actually have been getting punished for it as well, so I think that's probably the most interesting thing so far.
Yeah, and if you want to check that out yourself, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. But the wait is over. Game number 1 starting off here in the upper finals here for EU. No tears, just dreams versus the Workshop.
Ooh, they got a Paladin this time around. This is what I was wondering. Like, would Rogue Mage be any better with a Paladin, having that Blessing of Protection? Having very powerful cooldowns, and also the instant fear for the Gargoyle from the turn evil. They can control that Gargoyle. They've got more trades for physical damage. This could work wonders for the Workshop, and they really need it to.
Yeah, the Workshop is definitely heating up here, cooking up some new strats in there, with Albrecht also going on the Fire Mage. Going to open up here onto Jamusa. Big Cheap Trick Kidney to get the pain suppression there already being forced. Mirlol did commit the Shadow Dance there, already trading out his evasion as well. Albrecht getting the first Blessing of Protection. Gargoyle is out and pumping though for Lovenum, and Albrecht could be in trouble, but Jamusa still needs to try to make sure that he stays alive here. The combustion has still not been popped for Albrecht. Full blind coming out onto Jamusa here. They want to force out his trinket, maybe with crowd control. Can he get the follow-up CC? They do find the Ring of Frost, actually swapping to Jamusa there as well, forcing out his trinket, and if they can connect here with the combustion, it could just be lights out, Sid.
Yeah, he's got Dragon's Breath off cooldown. He's likely looking for a double here. Scatter shot onto the Rogue. They're trying to peel. There's the double Dragon's Breath. They're letting it sit, waiting for that kidney shot diminishing return because he's got no way to get out, but he gets a double fear. They're both going to immediately break free from that with a nice dispel from Chaz. Paired up with it, grip onto the Mage, trying to pull him away. Now full freezing trap. Chaz has no escape mechanism, but Jamusa's into the full kidney shot. It's a race to the finish. Who is going to fall first? The Garrote connects from Mir, and the Workshop take Jamusa down, trading the ice block at 1% health as Chaz has now finally escaped crowd control. And this composition is looking a lot better than the Rogue Mage Priest that we saw against No Tears Just Dreams earlier on in the tournament. But maybe it's not over. What is going on with Mirlol? He's just dying to sniping around the corner. Disengaging in. Dragon's Breath. He deters the CC.
Does he land the trap? There's no way.
He killed him anyways! He killed him anyways! There's no... Dude, what? Lovenum has cooldowns. He's not trading. He's being super greedy right now. That Icebound.
Dude, Chaz and Albrecht have nothing. If they can connect one more scatter trap, they can actually win this 2v3. Lovenum is back to full HP. They don't have combustion. They don't have a lot of damage offensively. Frostbolt coming out here for Albrecht. He's trying to buy time to kite. The beautiful Icebound Fortitude here, just reducing some of that damage. The Death Pact coming in as well. And if they can just get some, if they can just get a scatter trap right there. Oh no, it breaks. The DK breaks it with the dots, and I don't think they're going to be able to win with that. Sadly, Lovenum, he doesn't have anti-magic shell. He just uses anti-magic zone. Maybe if he lines a bit, but that was really their moment right there. They needed to land that trap, and I think Albrecht is going to connect here onto Lovenum, and he's hard Pyro, and he gets interrupted on it, but I don't think it's going to matter. Lovenum actually has anti-magic shell, but he gets counterspelled. He gets impact on. He gets it back though. Oh my goodness, they messed up here. They disrespected a little bit, and Chaz has his trinket though, so he's going to trinket that.
I think you could Dark Sim a heal from the Paladin, maybe. They're actually going to kill him. Dark Sim the Paladin heal, please. Oh my god, they're both at 1%. No, Ray goes down with Lovenum at 1%. He's trying to line sight the Paladin. Chaz is trying to finish him. Oh my god, Lovenum, you have to. No, it's a 1v1.
What?
Between a Hunter and a Paladin. I don't even know who wins this. I've never seen a 1v1.
Okay, so from my understanding, Hunters suck in 1v1 against healers. They don't have any healing. They just have Chimera Shot
that
heals them for like a little bit. But yeah, it's a 0 CD healer, and this is a Paladin. I don't think they do too much damage. Oh my God! This
Camo.
is the first game, man. This is Championship Sunday. Bro. I haven't even like sat down in my chair, had a glass of water. Yeah, bro. My God, what's going on? We got a 3v3 into a 2v3 into a 2v1 into a 1v1. What's going on here?
I'm gonna say right now, the 1v1 might take a little while. This.
All right.
I mean, if you really think about it, right? Like Sniping could just freezing trap and camo anytime he's about to lose. So I actually think he either can win this or at least tie it. Would be my.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I watched Chaz in a 12-hour Discipline Mage versus Frost Mage 1 versus 1 in TBC. This man, he didn't even go to the bathroom. Like if there is one healer that you don't want in this situation, it's Chaz. Like, if you ask me before the tournament, who's the worst healer that you could have a 1v1 against in the entire tournament, I would probably say it's Chaz. Luckily for him, or luckily for Sniping, Chaz doesn't have a lot of cooldowns here, so maybe he can make it work. His mana isn't that high yet, so maybe. But one thing that is worth noting as well, Sid, is that if this game goes on for 25 minutes, it's a draw, and both teams get a point.
Which is still better for no tiers because they technically lost their priest first. Like even if it's a tie, I think that's a win for them on the Hunter Priest. I almost kind of wonder if they should be able to make an agreement to make this a tie or not, because I don't think this can end. If Chaz doesn't want it to end and Snipin doesn't want it to end, I legitimately don't think this can end for 25 minutes. There's literally no circumstance I think where either person can win. Like maybe, what is Chaz gonna do? He's waiting for his bubble, obviously, and then he's gonna get all his cooldowns and run at the Hunter. I mean, I don't think he's killing him, man. I think Chimera Shot healing is more than enough to heal through the Paladin. Like, that Judgment did nothing. Literally doesn't even scratch the Hunter. It's either Sniping wins or this times out at 25 minutes. I don't think there's any other result.
Yeah, it's very possible. Like I said, we're kind of getting into uncharted territory here. But Chaz mana is just going up and up. And look at him. He's crossing the map on that Frost Trap because he doesn't want to deal with the damage that's going to come out from the Hunter. So I feel like you're right, though. I think Sniping probably wins this, or it's going to draw. I think it's actually Chaz playing for the draw here. I just don't see it because Holy Paladins, it's not like on retail. They don't just pop melee wings and sand you. Like he doesn't do any damage. Like I don't think he has any damage really. Like he has like Judgment and he can hodge him and I guess like auto attack him a bit, but I don't think there's too much outside of that he can actually do. So I don't even know if it's worth it for him to try to be offensive like that because he's gonna have to heal more.
He's probably just gonna auto attack the pet for mana and just line of sight the Hunter, would be my guess. Like even these snare traps with the roots aren't really enough. But maybe we have to wait for readiness. Maybe there's like some weird like scatter shot, rapid fire, silence, readiness, reset on a root, and maybe Sniping can like get a ton of damage up. But even if he does, then he's got bubble. So I don't really see that working for him. He's continuing to just lay down the frost trap. There's a silencing shot. Gonna pop it on you, Trinket. This is where his damage is gonna be kind of peaking a bit here. So is Chaz ready for it? There's the scatter shot into the trap, looking for a reset, getting out of range. Snake trap root. He consecrates the snakes. He's getting decent damage with his cooldowns. I'd say he is actually starting to put Chaz behind. Maybe Sniping can win this on attrition, but it still feels like it's going to take at least a little bit. He's popped his first rapid fire, but he can't get in line of sight. And he's got his readiness, so he could do like a silencing shot, maybe even just readiness to scatter at this point when it's off DR and go for another scatter. He's popped his rapid fire again into a silencing shot. And I think he's going to try and go for the kill right here, but Chaz is more than tanky, I think, with the plate armor and his shield. He's just going to be running laps around the circle. Another freezing trap, disengage around, 360, disengage, no scope. Try and get in line of sight of the Paladin here with the snake traps on the ground. But, I mean, he is technically getting out of mana, but he can just Divine Plea.
Yeah. Divine Plea reduces his healing, though. So he wants to Divine Plea when he won't take damage. Like right now, he hodges him, he crosses the map. This is a situation where he's not going to be taking much damage at all. And he can just recover his mana, that blue bar under Chaz's HP. And when that goes to 0, he can't cast any spells. So that's what Sniping is playing for. Now, in Cataclysm, there's no such thing called Viper Sting anymore. Thank goodness for that. So unfortunately, he can't drain him. Now, if you are used to watching, retail WoW as well, you might be wondering, where's dampening? Yeah, that doesn't exist. There's no dampening. So Chaz is always just going to do 100% of his healing. The only dampening that exists is just the Mortal Strike effect that some classes have. I think Hunters have it on aimed shot. I could be wrong about that, though. It keeps changing back and forth. But yeah, so Sniping, he's just going to sit through another Hammer of Justice. Chaz going to cross the map here. Doesn't want to deal with the traps on that side. And what do you think about the Wolf? Is the Wolf the optimal Paladin?
The optimal 1v1 pet? I mean, it's just
because
stats, right?
I actually think Sniping might be making an error here. I've seen, so in Cataclysm, Hunters, they have multiple pets. He can dismiss this Wolf and summon a different pet. And one pet that I think would actually just straight up win him this is the Spider. I think if Sniping, I don't know actually, did he farm the Spider on TR? I don't actually know. Do you have to farm it? Maybe he just gets it.
Like
either way.
When I did a Cata boost on my Hunter, it gives you a bunch of like pets, but I don't remember it giving the Spider.
Yeah, so the Spider is extremely powerful because it shoots a web, and the web doesn't break on damage, so you can just pump into it with the arrows. And Chaz is gonna have to dispel every single web, which is gonna cost him a lot of mana. So I actually think, I mean, I don't actually know. I think the Wolf just gives a buff, right? Like a 5% flat crit buff, right? I don't think it does anything outside of that.
I don't think it has any utility. But
I actually think the Spider is way better.
I mean, he's using the snare trap. What's happening there? I mean, he could. Oh, maybe he is going to switch pets. But I mean, someone could disconnect, right? I mean, maybe you play this out just on the off chance that someone disconnects. Like, it's entirely possible. I mean, you got to keep doing this 1v1 now for another 15 minutes before it's going to tie. And Chaz just keeps getting these Hammer of Justices and crossing the map every time that he gets it. And it seems like this new strat adaptation, like Snipe is not even getting close to killing him like he was earlier. It's getting worse and worse for Sniping, it feels like, unless he can come up with some other strategy here. Keep Chaz pinned in place long enough, but with that Blessing of Freedom, the high plate armor, it is looking difficult for him to get much going here as he's just continuing to run circles on they need to, like, what's it called? You know, like if you walk in the forest, it like creates like a tread on the ground if you walk a path too much. If you're following a path, they need some like treads on the pillar after this. They're just going. There's a Hammer of Justice, and Chaz is just going to book it across the map. And every time it's his mana just goes up, 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 up. Every time he does one of these Hammer of Justices, he doesn't even force a bubble or a bop now, and it's been like 6 minutes.
Do you think there's a world where Chaz gets full mana and then he goes for the full Sand Edge with wings and everything? He just goes in and just pretends he's a Paladin for a bit?
I mean, I just don't know if you do enough damage. I swear Chimera Shot healing is actually obnoxiously high. It'll actually...
It's like 5%.
I swear it's an insane amount. He'll probably Holy Shock judge him, he'll Chimera heal it back, and then he'll have Holy Shock judge off cooldown, and he'll Chimera and heal it back. I mean, that's what's been going on right now. Chaz has just been tossing out Judgment and hasn't even scratched the Hunter's health bar yet.
I don't feel like he's committed, yet. Like he's not committed.
You think he's got a secret strat? He's just trying to pick his mo. He's just like waiting for Sniper to get angsty and Trinket a Hodge or something, and he's going to go for it.
This is Chaz we're talking about. What's his team? He's in the workshop. You think this man is not cooking right now? He is cooking. He is cooking up the strat right now. Right now, him, Mir, Albrecht, they're probably calling up the entire ladder, discussing how they're going to win this. They're probably discussing with like the entire like class order hall of Paladins. Flynn is probably in the call telling him, just do this, bro. And I think they're going to figure it out. I swear. I think there's going to be a moment in the game where Sniping trinkets to like do damage, and then Chaz is going to wait for his time. He's going to wait for a Chimera to come in. Then he's going to send the Hodge, wings, and just full send the damage. Go bubble offensive. Yeah.
I mean,
let's be honest, it's not going to
happen. Full bubble offensive. I mean, you're living in a fantasy land, right? Chaz just wants to tie, dude. Chaz is just playing for the tie. Honestly, this is just Sniping. Whoever gets more mentally exhausted from this is the real loser. Like, you need to do whatever it takes to not make you mentally exhausted for the rest of the series, because obviously, like, when all three players are live, it's a very dangerous game. You got to be on the ball. But in this 1v1, there's not really a lot of threat going between these players. So this is more just like a mental thing. I think, like, yeah, you don't want to wear yourself out, honestly.
He's just taking a break.
Like, I mean, it's been like 10 minutes now, and he hasn't got even close. Chaz has just got up in mana. He hasn't got a bubble or a bop. Like, I don't think in a 1v1 that he's really going to be able to do anything from this point. I feel like we need to make a new rule that's like, if it comes down to this, that they can make like a gentleman's agreement or something to make it a tie, because both of them obviously want the tie. They both want the tie at this point. It's just a situation where it's just not going to be possible, I think, after watching them play it through here as their cooldown. So I think they are working that through, possibly to be negotiating a a tie at this point to save ourselves the 12 minutes of Chaz running across the map. I think that's what we're doing here. It's going to be an agreement. We're going 1-1, which, I mean, for No Tears Just Dreams is way better than than what it would have been. So that effort was worth it for them.
Yeah. So I think if you are No Tears Just Dreams, this was the surprise from the workshop, right? This is their kind of surprise on the blind. They're switching it up, and you're still able to get it. And we got to watch this part. So Chaz here, he's trapped with no bubble, no divine shield. Albrecht gets forced into the ice block, but first he sends a little combustion here on the priest to get the Garrote. This priest is finished by Albrecht blocks. Chaz gets monkey blinded, comes out of the block, and at this point, they're just attacking Mir. Like Sniping and Lovenum are just attacking Mir. Mir drops very low there, gets around the corner. Something proxy Sheet Def here. Yeah, there it is. You can hardly see it, but it's procced right there. Then they get a scatter onto Chaz. Sniping goes in for the trap. Doesn't get the trap, but they still have enough damage to kill him. Then, in this situation, this is where it gets really crazy, because here, Lovenum should be dead. This is where Albrecht was hard casting. I wish we could see the part where Albrecht is hard casting a Pyroblast on Lovenum, just complete BM.
And he loses because of it.
Yeah, and that's actually what lost him, because he got his anti-magic shell back, and then they get to this situation, and there's the cauterize proc, and now Albrecht is finished. And they're actually lucky that Chaz manages to kill Lovenum here. He has a living bomb on him still. That's what actually kills Lovenum.
I wanted him to Dark Sim a heal at some point.
If he Dark Simmed a Holy Shock, that would have been actually 5 head. That would have been so insane. But regardless, I think if you are... Yeah, but
I want to see the pyro moment. I can't believe this is a time because he BMs. I want to see
it. Is. It's 100% on the pyro. It's 100% on the pyro. If you just cast a Scorch Fireblast there, there's a very high chance he just kills him before he gets AMS. There's no way.
1% block, and then they just randomly kill the rogue and a pet stun. They turn around on the rogue and drop Mir instantly as he tries to run around a corner. I'm really hoping we got the hard cast Pyroblast, because I feel like we don't often see BM. I feel like BM like that, and then it actually costs you a game. Like, I feel like we almost never see that. So they drop Mir, and now they think there's no way they can lose. It's Pally Mage against Hunter, right? Oh, I don't think we have it.
It's right before this. It's in the Dragon's Breath. That was right before this. It's like 5 seconds before that happens. But still, I mean, we saw it. We know what happened, and that's the only reason why he gets his shell back right there. So if you're No Tears Just Dreams, you're happy. You can't be more happy than this. You just got a free tie. You just got a free, instead of being 0-1, you're 1-1. You got a free point basically. So and that's on the blind pick. Now you know what to expect. You know it could be Fire Mage, Holy Paladin, Rogue. Actually, what do you think, Supatees? Do you think Workshop is switching their composition? Do you think we're going to see a Frost Mage like we saw on Friday? Do you think we're going to see the Fire Mage? Do you think we're going to see Chaz switch back to Priest? Switch to Shaman. He plays Shaman too.
I don't think they're going back to Priest. I think they're going to play Paladin. It seems like if you're going to play Fire, you're likely killing a healer. Feels like Fire, that's like the main advantage of Fire, is being able to just train a healer and annoy them and silence them and DB them and watch them slowly rot. So this all in with the Paladin on the healer makes a lot of sense. I could see the PHDK maybe playing not Priest, possibly. Maybe something that's a little bit more durable for surviving through kind of a pain train like that. But the Priest could, I don't know, like getting a Fear on the Rogue. I don't feel like we saw like a lot of effective cross CC from No Tears.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going Frost. Yeah. What?
I like it.
What?
Honestly, I'm going to say something that maybe this might be a little bit controversial, but I think that Priest is not good whatsoever into this comp, into RMP. I think that Priest is going to be the worst healer. Right yeah, I know. But I think Priest is so easy to CC, and once you CC them, their pressure stops, and that's their whole win condition to win in 1 minute. So I feel like you just Nova CS Ring Priest or Deep Ring Priest or Cheap Shot Ring Priest.
We flared him out. That's so bad.
Oh, that's not ideal for me. Who are they going to go? They're going after the DK here behind the pillar, but he gets gouged on the AMS. This is actually not that bad. If they can get crowd control onto Jamusa, it could still work. They get a disarm there as well onto Lovenum, but Albrecht is pushing in, and look what's happening, man. And Jamusa, I will say, is playing very well right now with the positioning, but look at Smoke Bomb coming out onto Lovenum, almost going down instantaneously here. Can they get the crowd control onto Jamusa? Albrecht finds the polymorph. They got the power infusion. Here comes the damage. Can they get the reshape? They get the deep freeze out of it. There's the pain suppression onto Lovenum, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. They still have another Smoke Bomb here, Supatees.
Oh, the counter spell into a kidney shot. Lovenum has Trinket. I'm so surprised to not see him use it here. It's Garroted. Anti-Magic Shield comes up so soon, but the barrier's way too late. I can't help but feel that they just underreacted so heavily in this game. They just sat CC, they sat back, and they just fell behind. They couldn't get on top of them, and they got split up, and it just felt like the trades were not good whatsoever for the workshop here. Or not, sorry, for the workshop, for the PHDK. So, yeah, the workshop, I feel like they got a free game here. It just seemed like that, like, at the beginning of the game, he kind of icebounded. I don't know if it was even a cheap shot, but Icebound was blown through instantaneously. And then he dies almost to a Lichborn and Anti-Magic Zone because they're not stopping the Mage. And SZYMEK gets a nice deterrence here, avoiding a Fear, actually. Deterrence is Chaz's Fear, and then Monkey blinds him into a trap. But it just felt like Outbreak did way too much. And then this counter spell, he tried to be greedy. He power infused and went for a Penance and thought it'd be too fast. So he could just cast it, but he get counter spelled on it. And then at that point, it's pretty much game over. But he could have trinketed the kidney. He didn't even use Gargoyle. Like, I feel like this game didn't even get going for them.
So in this point, Lovenum has already used his AMS and his IBF and his AMZ now as well on the smoke bomb. So this opener has been huge, and big reason for that is because Mir gouged the anti-magic shell. Then here they use the Master's Call onto Lovenum. Albrecht is able to. This is after they got a sheep and a deep on the priest, and then now they kidney shot, and Mir knows. So this is really, really important what they're doing here. So they counterspell the priest on the kidney shot so it doesn't get gripped. Then they drop a Nova on the DK on the smoke bomb just in case Jamusa is going to grip him, because the only way the DK lives there is if Jamusa gets that leap of faith. So they're actually playing really well between the Rogue and the Mage here to make sure that the grip doesn't kind of slip in. I would say the biggest mistake in this game is the opener. They're too split. The priest has to run in there with them. So they can actually get offensive. They played just too defensive. They got too split up. That first bomb got basically the DK's entire spellbook. And there it is, counter spell into the Nova, into the smoke bomb, and then they Garrett to DK as well, and shiv him inside the smoke bomb so he can't get any heals. Yeah, I think this was a really clean game from the RMP, but this is also what I was saying. The priest is so susceptible to CC. Like, if you get one CC on him, it's just there. It just sticks, you know? So
I also wonder
that's why I don't
if,
like a priest PHDK into RMP.
I wonder,
so easy to CC them.
Do you think that they changed gear at all, expecting a Paladin team? Because I think because it was a tie, it's like a blind pick game 2, right? So you don't know what they're going to play. So I mean, I've never seen a tie before. I've never seen a tie before. But I'm assuming that if there's a tie in game 1, it's like you just play blind pick again. It's not in the grand. So like they might have thought it's going to be Paladin Fire Mage, and I wonder if the DK took Brazil off because they just trained the priest. So maybe if the DK played a little bit more PV gear or something, and maybe that's why he was so easy to kill in game number 2 here. But it's match point. We're going to Runes of Lordran. It'll be a really difficult map for Albraic to be able to survive here on the Frost Mage with very limited points of line of sight. I think you can honestly also kill the priest. I've seen PHDKs. I think Hydra went down in one game in the offline bracket where the PHDK just kind of swapped to the priest. I saw him in the open and dropped him really quickly. So this is going to be a very difficult map for the workshop. But that last game, it just seemed like No Tears, Just Dreams needed to figure out what they were going to do strategy-wise. And I think it's just likely they weren't expecting the Frost Subtlety Priest. I think they were probably expecting the same comp that tied in game 1.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the gear companion, and he's rocking full PvP gear. There's not a single point of Brazil that he could have squeezed in anywhere. He's built his character very defensively. So I think that's just what happens if a rogue mage Frost Mage rogue melts DKs. Like, they can absolutely murder DKs. So if you're playing this priest PHDK, you just gotta run at them. You know, like, their game plan isn't longer than a minute. Like, if this game goes on longer for a minute, most of the time it's in favor of the workshop, unless you have like insane pressure, you know. So for No Tears, Just Dreams, I feel like they just want to go in there and just full send it and utilize the Master Spell, because that is the strength of the priest, right? You get that Master Spell so you can just KO the mage instantly. So I think that's what you got to do. Don't get split up, run in together, and just zug. Less brain, more zug. Let's see what they decide to do here. Chaz is still in the room. Albrecht's in Invis. They didn't get him out. And Mir is also in stealth. So the Rogue and the Mage are both invisible right now. You get a sheep shot into a full ring of frost. No, they're actually
all hitting the priest.
Big opener here on the priest, but the anti-magic zone comes out. And here comes the scatter trap onto Chaz. Albrecht could be in big trouble here, Sid.
All right, Pain Suppression, Anti-Magic Zone, but they get a Ring of Frost now. They could switch targets. They're trying to race down the mage, but the Gargoyle got Ring of Frosted as well. That's a big value Ring of Frost. Albrek is able to stay offensive with it as a result. He gets a double fear. Jamusa's taking tremendous pressure, drops down the barrier. He gets counterspelled again. Albrek is just sniping every cast that he sees, but he's forced into the block. Full kidney. Trinkets. Can he garrote the trinket? Does he have a way to do it? They're going to blind him low and get a double fear. He liches out of it into a dismantle. Complete control from the workshop. If they can survive just a little bit longer here, can they get a sap? They get a sap off the blind. I think he's about to get Samex, dude. When you trigger the kidney, you get blind sap 3 times into another full kidney, and then you're probably just getting sent for garrote, likely into a full kidney here, and he's got no trinket. It's but Albrek falls at the same time. We're going to another 2v2. Chaz and Mir. Priest Rogue is really strong. I can't see them losing this, but they don't have any CDs.
They have a Shadow Dance, and they're going to really need to make it count here. Mir going for the gouge, pulling up some energy. There's the scatter onto Chaz. It
Double
breaks.
fear.
He gets a fear onto Sniping. Did they get the fear onto the monkey as well? Because then he can't use that roar of Oh, nice. He dropped the roar of sacrifice right before that fear, and that's why Mir and Chaz are not going here. They use their Shadow Dance there as well. So if you are the hunter, you always want to time your roar of sacrifice with the Shadow Dance of the rogue. Those are synced for Sniping. Sniping could be in trouble here, and it's all going to be about the setup. Can they land it onto Chaz? He's got no trinket for another 30 seconds. Mir's got nothing as well for a little bit. If they can land it, they can take the game over. But look what Chaz is doing. He's standing inside the Death and Decay. It might actually break to that, but they do get a full trap. Mir, what are you going to do? He drops a defensive smoke bomb there. Sniping not able to connect with the damage, but still
Silence?
a lot of pressure. Silence shot coming out onto
Scatter?
Chaz. Sniping, looking for the KO. Can he find it? They grip
No
the
way!
game. Mir gets dropped! And no way, no tears, just dreams are going to make it happen. Again, but this time no tie. This time they take the full point.
Oh my god. Okay, we're going to game 5. We're probably going back to Nagrand though. They're not gonna have that Runes of Lord around where the mage just can't get away from him there. So it's gonna be a rough ride, but they're not going down without a fight. And now as the workshop, like, do you go back to the Paladin comp? Or do you just keep playing the Frost Rogue? Like, did they win as Frost Rogue because Frost Rogue is better? Or did they win because the PHDK just didn't have the right moves like at all in the game, right?
Yeah.
In the Grand 1.
I don't know. I don't know what you do in this situation. I think I would stick with the Frost RMP, to be honest. And yeah, I don't know. There's multiple ways for them to win this matchup, but these are some of the best, RMPs in the world. So we can't really. We'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do. But one thing's for sure, no tears, just dreams, man. This team is very entertaining to watch. They've had a blast so far in these brackets. And this series has definitely delivered so far. Absolutely insane. Look at this. Look at the ending of this as well. So Chaz, you see how he walks on top of all this like red stuff on the ground? He wants to break a potential trap with Death and Decay. That's why he walks out like that, but it times out. And then the grip on the grip. Love Nub comes in with the KO. Sniping as well before that with the silencing shot. And this is the problem, right? So you blind sap the priest, but at the same time, Sniping he has free reign this entire time. He's seeing Chaz as well. And Jamusa is going to die here, but the deep freeze onto Sniping is not going to be enough crowd control. They needed to get like a fear maybe out of that deep freeze. Actually, did they have the fear? I don't think they did. But yeah, if they just had one more CC there on the Hunter, Albrek probably gets that kill and gets away cleanly. But since they weren't able to find it, he sadly got sacrificed in that exchange. And the really unfortunate thing here for Mir and Chaz is, of course, getting into this situation. Like, on paper, Priest Rogue probably wins this matchup, right? But when you're in a situation where if the Hunter lands one trap, you lose, it's all of a sudden you're not in a great spot, right? So I feel like Mir and Chaz, they probably did about as good as you can in that situation. They needed to buy more time to be able to win that.
Okay, we're going to game 5. I thought PHDK would have an easy ride through this series, but it seems like the workshop have been cooking up some interesting strategies here and different compositions as well. Now they've got their map pick. They're going to know where we're going. I think it's probably Nagrand. Yeah. Okay, so we're back on Nagrand. No tears, just dreams. Do they change off Priest? Like, you seem to think like the Priest is a liability for it, but no, they're going to lock it in here. And now the workshop. Do they do Paladin Fire or do they do Frost Disc for the final game?
They have all of the options here. That's the beauty of being the one that has the advantage in game number 5. I don't know. Workshop have some options. What are they going to do? They could play Fire Pally. They could play Frost Pally as well. If they just want to tunnel the Priest. maybe a Paladin healer with Frost could be good for that. But at the same time, I don't know. I think maybe they just lock in the Fire Holy Pala again. I feel like Fire Holy Paladin, it's pretty solid. Like, if you're in a game 5, you're not sure if you're gonna win or not. It's always a nice idea to just bring in a Fire Mage. If you get, you know, the right crits, you get the impact procs, you can just solo win the game out of nowhere. But it just depends, right? If they feel like they played that Frost, that last game on Ruins, okay, they're gonna lock it in. I was gonna say, if they feel like they played that game about as good as you can, and there's just nothing they could have done, then probably switch to Fire. But if they feel like there's room for improvement there, they could have played a bit better, then lock it in again. And I like it. I like it. They also have the map here again, so the opener is going to be very, very important in this matchup. We saw the Workshop on their Nagrand win, able to really, really get a big lead with that opener.
Yeah, definitely. This is completely about the opener. Can they pull the rogue out of stealth? Can they get in a good position? Everything is just going to snowball off the effects of like the first 3 global cooldowns of the game, basically. Can Jamusa death one of the first sheeps, or avoid the deep freeze, or have something to be able to prevent the deep freeze CC? This is all going to come down to literally like the first 5 seconds of this game to be able to dictate the pace of it. Make sure you've got tempo, you've got the advantage, you've got the lead. This is a series that has had multiple cross kills, down to a 1v1, down to a tied situation. Now in game 5, anything is possible here. No Tears, Just Dreams. They saw how badly it can go if they're split up, so they need to make sure that they play as a team moving into game 5.
Yeah, let's see it here. Match point. This is it. This is the upper bracket game. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket where they could possibly be eliminated. The winner will go straight to the grand finals and wait for the rest of the day for their opponent. This is a lot on the line. No Tears, Just Dreams versus the Workshop. RMP versus PHDK. Game number 5 on a Grand Arena. Who is going to take it here? We got Albrecht, Chaz, and Mir about to cook up another opener. And for No Tears, Just Dreams, I really feel like if they can get the Rogue or the Mage out of stealth early on, it's going to be so good for them and for their pressure in general. Albrecht going for that invisibility. And I think he's going to be able to
they got the mage.
That. But Lovenum gets him out. This is
instant
a big
AMS
for the PHDK. Big AMS. They're connecting all the way onto Albrecht here. And Jim back in the back line here, just staying away from crowd control, letting his DK and his Hunter. Oh my god, massive crits onto Albrecht. He's going to be forced into the ice block. Can he get the Master Spell? They do get the Master Spell. Full trap on Chassis. Trinkets out. If they get the Fear, it could be game over.
Musa is in position, moving closer. He doesn't want to risk it. He's just trying to Master Spell CC. They silence the mage. Musa's playing safe, avoiding crowd control behind the pillar at the moment. But he's spent so much mana. He's probably purging a lot in this type of matchup, trying to dispel, make sure his teammates are out of CC. They're going to strangulate onto Chaz. Lovenum's moving in. He gets dispelled out of the Nova. Nice dispel by Jamusa. He's getting in there for a Fear. Is he going to get in line of sight? He gets deep frozen before he can into a Ring of Frost, but it is going to be on DR. But it might not matter. It's so much damage onto the mage right now. He's just standing on top of him. They eat the freezing trap, but he might just die anyways. It's so much damage. He impact stuns the Hunter. Feign death on the polymorph. I'll break. Blink counterspells the priest to try and turn it around, but sniping is just pew-pewing so much damage onto Albrecht. I don't think he can stay in, but he gets gripped. He's not going to be able to get away. They dismantle the Death Knight for a moment, trying to stall down the pressure, but it's really the Hunter that is just raining in arrows from afar. He manages to get back to the pillar. They gouge the Hunter. Death Coils are coming in. He's chains of ice. He can't move. He's trying to get back and spell steal some buffs off to try and stabilize a little bit. They're standing on the priest, getting ready for the freezing trap. They defensively Fear behind the pillar into a polymorph. Sniping trinkets into a cheap shot. Kidney shot over onto the Death Knight. Deep freeze on Jamusa. They got every trinket from the PHDK. They still have one more ice block. They've still got one more chance here, but Albrecht's mana. He's actually totally out of mana. How is he going to get an Evocate?
Yeah, it's not looking too good here for Albrecht, but Jim had to trade out his trinket as well. It's going to be about which one of these priests can land the Fear first, which one of these mage/hunters can land the CC first, and it looks like Sniping is moving in for it. He gets dispelled on the Fear. The Water Ellie eats the trap there. Lovenum in a lot of trouble. Jim with no mana left as well here in the back line, spamming out the heals there with the penance. He had the Aura Mastery for that one as well. He's moving in for the game-winning Fear potentially. Can he land it on the Chas? He has Will of the Forsaken. He could easily go for it, even if he gets Feared first, but Chas with the Fear Ward, I think they're on the fear. I think he's going to be able to avoid it. What an insane play. He's playing that Night Elf, so he can't win that fear war, but he can avoid the fear. He can buy his team time. Deep Freeze comes out. There's the Ring of Frost. They need to take down Lovenum right now. They get the Ring of Frost, but Albrecht's on 1% HP. Defensive
Find the Hunter.
Sniping. They can't get the kill just yet. Albrecht's still very low. Lovenum all over him. Can he take him down? Jim USA moving in for the game-winning fear. Finds the triple. There's the silencing shot onto Albrecht. Lovenum is all over him, spamming out the death code, spamming out the chaotic strikes, and it's gonna be a cross kill for the 3rd time in this series.
Oh my god. Well, Chaz has way more mana right now, but who wins this match? I feel like Hunter has got a lot of CC for the Rogue and can just kite him out. And Emir doesn't have CDs. Jamusa is drinking. Chaz is trying to get in there. Fear's coming off CD soon. No Holy Ward or Fear Ward for Jamusa here. He's going to get kicked actually on a cast. And he's snared by the Crippling Poison, so Chaz might be able to sneak up on him here. Into the Gouge now. Maybe setting up for a kidney shot. Shadow Dance is in 10. He's just going to send damage here, but it's not like he's really... Maybe baits a Roar of Sacrifice. Maybe he's just going to kill him. It's not even Shadow Dance. What is this damage? They fear him out of the kidney shot, preventing him from recovering. Mir goes behind the pillar. They're trying to dispel the Hunter's Mark. He has to dodge the flare. He steps back in at the end of the fear to go for a Garrode. He's got Shadow Dance. That's it! The Workshop have done it! 3-2.
Woo! The Workshop, baby, coming in after getting absolutely demolished every single 2v2. They finally find it, and when it matters the most, they are going to be going to the grand finals. What a well-deserved victory coming out from these boys. And especially, I gotta say, man, Chaz, what a king. He deffed multiple scatter shots. He fear warded the fear that was going to lose him the game. He did so many clutch plays to keep Albrecht in the fight. They're able to find the kill in the very, very last second. That defensive blind there by Mir onto the Hunter as well. Just super clean work. And then they do manage to find the fear, but Lovenum actually does go down here. And also Albrecht eating that one trap with his water rally was sick. But what actually killed Lovenum there in the end, that was actually a tremendous amount of damage right before Albrecht died. I think he sent a little Ice Lance there, and Mir might have just sent an Abyss at the same time. And yeah, they're able to identify very quickly a win condition in this 2v2 and actually take it home here for the Workshop. And this is obviously the very beginning of that, but I like that strategy of just kind of fearing the priest and sending him out of it. Mirlo, very, very experienced in twos. If there's probably the worst rogue to go up against in a 2v2 match, it's got to be Mir and like Avizura. These guys, they know every single opportunity that they can find. Look at that dodge on the flare to get the re-stuff, to get the Garrot. Like, it's just, yeah, you can tell this guy, he played a lot of rogue.
Played a lot of rogue for many expansions, and RMP is in the grand finals. I feel like not a lot of people expected the composition to, maybe DXB, but the composition to have like the ability to make this type of a run. And honestly, I feel like between the remaining teams, you know, no one is safe to make it through, so they might not even have to deal with PHTK a second time.
Yeah, completely agree. Competition super tough right now. No tears, just dreams. We can see them right now in the lower bracket, and I do have to wonder if we see a rematch of those two teams. There's 7 games in the grand finals. If we'll see that many, I think that's got to be a record for the most cross kills in a series by a lot.
More kills
I don't think I've ever
than
seen
the entire region.
Yeah. Yeah, both regions.
This is crazy. I can't believe that 3 times there was a cross kill. Like, what?
Yeah, that was interesting. All right, well, we'll see if they can make it back up for a rematch, but they've got to get through a couple of games before they do that. SZYMEK CLEAVE versus TY. They're going to be coming up next in this tournament series. We're gonna start seeing some more games. I don't know. Do we think we see more cross kills in this next one, Super Tees, or was just kind of a one of those things?
I mean, I think it's definitely plausible. Both teams bring a lot of damage. You know, one team's playing a Feral Warlock, the other team's playing a Warrior Feral. So it's likely going to be really fast-paced. Probably the entire tournament remains going to be very fast-paced between these types of compositions. It's going to be very cutthroat. Yeah, and the possibilities to make a comeback with how slim your cooldowns are at those points in the end of the game is definitely creating a lot of opportunities for both teams.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, we're going to get to that series first, and the winner of that will go on to the lower finals to play against No Tears just dream. So pretty difficult series, a lot of pressure on the line for both of these teams coming up here. Before we get to a break, though, we are going to be heading into another spell guessing segment. So guess along with us if you know this Cataclysm spell.
Here we go. Here we go. Are we going to start it off with a dub today or what? Protects a friendly target from attacks against that target. Enable.
Let's see
0% of all damage. Yeah, I was thinking Blessing of Protection as well. Well, it's actually called Hand of Protection in Kata.
Actually.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where they flip-flop the name like every 2 expansions.
Yeah.
This expansion,
like,
it's hands. This expansion, it's blessings.
It's like
Just have a meeting.
Ew.
Oh.
Another.
I actually,
Roar of Sacrifice.
I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it could be Roar of Sacrifice.
Not Dark
It's
Intent. It's not Fear Ward.
Protects a friendly target.
Doesn't reduce
No,
damage.
it's not. It's not Fear Ward.
Right? So it can't.
No. It's not. It's not Fear Ward. It's not. It's not. Could it be Dark Intent? Nah.
Dark Intent gives
I think
you,
it's
like damage or something. It's not.
I think protects a friendly target from being critically struck.
Correct.
All attacks against that target do 0 damage. 10% of your damage taken gets your pet gets it as well. I think it's Roar of Sacrifice. I'm locking it in.
Because I don't think
Roar of
Hand of
Sacrifice.
Protection. I'm doing Roar of Sacrifice too. I don't think Hand of Protection reduces damage. Unless it's 100%.
For the record, I locked it in before Sid. I locked it in before Sid.
What do you
Just
mean?
Everybody at home knows that.
I'm the one who
hey,
said
hey,
it first and
hey.
then convinced you into going for it.
You know what?
Do you mean?
What?
If I
Supertease,
said
you had your
nothing,
big
you'd probably
dub
still be locking
yesterday.
in Hand of Protection.
No way.
Okay.
We got it. We got it, bro. I literally read the tooltip for you, man. Like, well, what? That's. I locked that in first production. You guys know You guys know the drill. All right, and the icon. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go
No
with.
idea.
It's definitely a
either
yellow
D,
background. Yeah, it's a yellow background, and it's either a green beard or an orange beard.
D. Lock
I
it
want to
in.
say it's D too, because I don't think the icon is that bright. Like A. I don't remember seeing green on it. I think it's D.
I think it's D.
All right.
D or C, maybe.
Oh,
It's definitely no. It's definitely not.
It's D.
wow.
There's no red on
Very
it.
nice.
And there it is.
There's
there
no what?
it is.
There's no red on it for sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let us know, Chad, if you got that correct. But we're going to be heading into a break. When we come back, we're going to get to this next up series. We're going to eliminate yet another team here in the European region. It's going to be SZYMEK, CLEAVE, or TY going home first. Find out next after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you just missed a very, very weird series for the first series of the day. So hopefully, maybe this one will be a little bit more normal. We've got the EU lower semis here. It's SZYMEK CLEAVE versus TY Super Tees. We've got Swapsy in this. We've got some newer classic players as well. What have we got going on here in this series?
We got Feral Lock versus Warrior Lock, but I would say that weird is a good thing. That last series was probably one of the most epic series that we've seen between two teams. This could equally be as epic. I think that Kitty CLEAVE puts on a lot of pressure against Warlock teams. So Swapsy's got to be on the ball, but he's been on the ball in this lower bracket, even since Friday. He's getting 3-0, 3-0, great portal positioning. Love how he's been using his counter spells to prevent CC. So he's been using Counterspell on Hunters to stop traps out of scatters. He's probably going to use Counterspell to stop Predatory Swiftness clones to buy time to potentially purge it. So he's really heads up in these situations to be able to enable his team to get such clean victories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when you get dropped down that early, then it's got to be a little bit cumbersome. You're always facing elimination. It's got to make you think about that a little bit when you're approaching these types of series.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite literally kind of do or die. But I mean, luckily for them, I think you can kind of maintain a good attitude when you go down to one of the favorites to win the whole tournament, right? If you fight one of the best teams, you lose to them. It's like, okay, at least we'll get a rematch if we can make that lower bracket run. But yeah, like Super T said, these teams, especially TY, they've had a very dominant performance in that lower bracket. It's kind of a little bit different for SZYMEK CLEAVE. Like for them, every single series has been a war. For TY, every single series has been kind of an absolute blowout. So I'm excited to see these two teams go head to head. I want to give a little bit of an edge, I think, to Swapsy's team. I just feel like the way they play it, the way Scrappy's getting crowd control on that Feral Druid, like they have had all-out control in all of their series. So I'm curious to see if SZYMEK CLEAVE is going to be able to bring in a little bit of chaos to mix that up.
Yeah, curious also. I mean, there's also been a whole day of games. Saturday, they had off. It was the North American game, Super T. So, I mean, is that enough to kind of take what you learned from Friday's games and bring maybe just a little bit of practice into this championship Sunday?
Yeah, definitely can be the case. I think you're going to fight a lot of Lock Shamans on the ladder probably as well. But how many Feral Druid Lock Shamans? I feel like a lot of people are preferring like the Balanced Druid over the Feral. Might be a little bit of a different matchup for them particularly, but it is nice to just get a day reset considering how much of a bloodbath it was for them to just stay alive in the tournament. So they're going to be able to come into this fresh. They know what their opponent's going to be bringing, and they should be more than prepared. It's going to be really important that they're running at the target that doesn't have Earth Shield, I think. We've seen a lot of teams when they just train the Earth Shield, it's really tough to get things going. So being heads up on where that Earth Shield is and targeting the target that doesn't is going to be an important strategy for both teams, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Also, something to think about, Ben. I mean, you kind of touched on it already, like with the question I had earlier, but if you win this series and you want to make it back up to the grand finals and maybe even win the entire EU tournament, that's 3 matches in a row, which, some of these players I'm sure have been in that situation before, but that's also something I'm sure is playing on their mind.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something you definitely think about. I think for these players, though, it's just one of those things. I've said it before. You just got to kind of take it one step at a time, get through each individual opponent, and then hopefully you end up making it to the grand finals. But yeah, I think the best thing to do is just not worry about the next match. Just focus on the present. Yeah, because that can be a little bit overwhelming if you're thinking about all those obstacles in your way. So one step at a time for both these teams here. We'll be kicking it off soon on the grand.
Absolutely, these guys are pros. Go ahead, Super Tees.
SZYMEK CLEAVE versus TY, who's staying alive in the tournament. I feel like Swapsy's been looking for a tournament win for a while now. I feel like he's not been able to get a team or get a run, whether it's in the AWC or in the classic events in some time. So I feel like this is like a big deal for him, try and show that he's still got what it takes to be a champion with his teammates Scrappy and Kisnu. No surprises in game number 1 here with Adieu playing that Warrior, Asmu on the Holy Paladin, and Razzle on the Feral Druid.
Yeah, I'm curious to see SZYMEK CLEAVE. What are they going to be able to do? Adieu, when he's able to get on a target, they kind of explode. Warriors do a tremendous amount of damage, but they're kind of fragile in this expansion. So we'll see what they can do for SZYMEK CLEAVE. It's going to be all about that uptime. Scrappy's going to have to do a really good job healing. He's moving forward in Prowl right now, sitting in stealth. We'll see where he decides to open, but more than likely just going to be trying to deny the uptime. Immediate Blessing and Protection, and that's the offense of that Paladin. If you could just free yourself from those stuns, they're going all in. Kiznu's in a lot of trouble. Here comes a Death Coil. Is he going to be able to survive an immediate Stone Form, repositioning across the map? But what a scary start.
They're down Bop, and they have Berserk. This could be really bad. Razzle has to Trinket a Cyclone. They're getting bleeds up. They get a bash onto the Paladin. Kiznu's in a great position. He's going to avoid so much damage, and the opener is basically completely blown away. Asmu tops off Razzle with the Avenging Wrath. Big heals coming through for him. Both Feral Druids at each other's heels at the moment, looking to try and build up for an instant Cyclone. Whoever gets the next instant Cyclone might be in a better position. And Scrappy gets put into the clone. Swapsy's kiting, and he's got a Nightfall proc here. He could shoot out a big Shadow Bolt. If Scrappy gets a target low at any moment, he's just drain life and trying to min-max. Kiznu's got great positioning away from Swapsy. They can't CC him and get back to the Warlock. They're going to pop the Retail, try and counter some attacks back in onto Scrappy as well and get some Cleave onto 2 targets. Kiznu repositions, tries to ground the Hammer of Justice or a Cyclone there. Now he's got to avoid Razzle, but a double Howl of Terror into Maim Stun, covering the Berserker. He gets a Haunt off with that Maim Stun. They're going to gag order Swapsy. They get back on Kiznu. Now it's all about protecting the Shaman. Can they Cyclone? Can they get Fears? Asmu's here to kick a Fear. He's actually playing aggressive on the Warlock. It's a mind game, and Swapsy can't cast. He can't save Kiznu. He needs to get a Fear, but Asmu's got too much pressure. He finally gets a Fear on Asmu. He bubbles out of it immediately. Gag order silence on the Kiznu into a charge stun, and he's so critically low. He links, but Swapsy can't get there. He's in a Hammer of Justice. The Link's not going to do really anything. They're still all over him. Cyclone on Razzle, CS onto Asmu, bash onto a Dew, and somehow TY survived the swap, and now they're about to wave goodbye, I think, to a Dew as he pops his shield wall. A full Cyclone onto his healer. Dots are ticking away a full row, likely a Haunt here possibly in the future, and Dots will KO. TY take game 1.
Yeah, that was just such a good start for TY. I feel like the way Kiznu repositioned, he just traded out the Stone Form early, didn't panic on that early all-in, crossed the map, and that just put him in such a prime position where he was able to hold on to those cooldowns for this later moment and ultimately stay alive. And it's just one of those games, right? Like if TY can stay alive long enough, eventually the Affliction Warlock and Feral Druid crowd control, it's going to completely overwhelm the Paladin. There's that really tense moment where Kiznu is barely able to hold on. They got the Blade Storm. They're all over him. They silence him. But inevitably, Kiznu is able to drop that Spirit Link. Unfortunately for him, Swapsy wasn't really able to get in it. But once we see Scrappy come back, I think he gets the stun here, this bash. Kiznu is able to cast. And this is where they recover and things fall apart really quickly for SZYMEK CLEAVE.
Oh my god, the control from TY to protect the Shaman was just so expertly done, and then flipping it and getting aggressive CC onto the Paladin to be able to close out the game. And that rally falling right when he got low was really unfortunate at that moment. The Dots just able to finish him off as a result. That rallying cry is a double-edged sword. You know, you get a temporary boost of health, but it doesn't last forever. When you lose it hard. In that position, and they've really committed. They killed him through the recklessness. He threw everything that he had at the Shaman to finish him, and recklessness makes you take more damage as well. So it's a risky gamble as the warrior to commit for it. It wasn't enough. They just got peeled. Look at these peels. They're insane. Scrappy is just all over them. They back on with the Howl of Terror. Insane CC chain onto the entire team from TY, which is not something that you normally will note from like a Lock Shaman, right? Lock Shaman is usually about just kind of surviving and getting pressure out, but against these types of cleaves, you have to be hyper-focused on crowd control and peeling at the right times because you'll never outtrade these cleaves if you don't.
Yeah, the Feral Druid is especially good for that. I mean, Swapsy's doing a great job with his Fears and his Coils and Spell Locks, but I feel like the way Scrappy's playing it too, coming in with the beautiful stuns when he has them, the bashes into the Cyclones, it is what enables Kiznu to survive in these type of matchups. But as kind of expected, we are going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so a really nice small map here for SZYMEK CLEAVE. And I think they're going to try to play this one even more aggressive than the last one. Like, really just try to all in, as it does seem like going after the Shaman, that is the best strategy.
I mean, it can backfire, though, especially because they have a Holy Paladin. I feel like if they had a Shaman, this would be pretty easy matchup for them, with the Grounds for the instant clones and the Purges for the instant clones and the Tremor for the Howls. But because they're a Paladin, if they're going to train the Shaman, the Swapsy can carry really hard, especially if they play Room at the beginning, and then they kite across the room and do long lines whenever the Cleave takes over their room position, and then they get CC. I think it's actually very hard for SZYMEK CLEAVE, just given that they have a Paladin. I would, if they have a Shaman available, I really think that they need to break it out.
Yeah, you could be right about that. I do think that maybe SZYMEK CLEAVE could be a little bit more conservative with Blessing and Protection, like having that stun break.
That was like full YOLO bot. He just didn't want him off his mount, I think is what it was. He wanted to bop him while he was on his mount so he could get to the shaman. But I feel like as the warrior, you can probably, if you're moving faster, probably avoid the feral and stealth entirely.
Even if you do get stunned, though, I feel like using the bop when you have no pressure whatsoever is kind of rough. I get that it's like a momentum-based game, but if he had the Blessing of Protection for that final bash, then a Jew could have, like you said, waved goodbye to Kisnu and take him down. So I maybe holding on to that a little bit longer in the match instead of using it so early. That's like one of the main strengths of the Paladin, right? Using that Blessing of Protection aggressively is really, really important.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely very YOLO to be able to just bop the first pounce if you're expecting to win like immediately, basically, when you do that. And then TY just like, nope. And maybe he was expecting Scrappy to Berserk first global or something, because a lot of Ferals have been just using Berserk right away.
But he didn't. Dwarf Warrior?
He didn't do it. Oh, I mean, you really want to do it. I feel like Dwarf against Feral is really good. I think it's super underrated. Like, you guys are talking about, like, I need double trinkets, I need damage. It's like, bro, it saves you. It stops like an entire 30 seconds of damage from a Feral, I swear. Like Kisnu in the opener, only because he's Dwarf. It just looks so easy right at the start.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe a Dwarf Warrior would actually be good. I wonder what trinkets he's playing, if there's anything he'd really miss out on. Because, like, missing out on one of the PvP trinkets, like the proc trinket, the on-use trinket, I don't think it's that big of a deal compared to just living a little longer. But maybe they really feel like they need that offense. So far, TY on broadcast this weekend hasn't lost a single game, right? I'm pretty sure they're 7-0 in this lower bracket. Let's see if they can continue that trend and keep pushing forward, because so far they are looking good.
They have the lower bracket undefeated Cinderella run from Team TY. It's going to be an impressive feat if they can manage to make it through that lower bracket the entire way without dropping a game on broadcast. Gates are about to open, and how are SZYMEK CLEAVE going to be leading the charge here? Dew is immediately running in on his mount, deciding to dismount halfway, now remounting before they get combat, playing a little bit more patiently here at the pillar. Swapsy has this portal in the middle of the map, so he's probably expecting a shaman train game. Otherwise, I would expect his pet to be, or his support to be in the room. His pet's actually in a fear. I'm surprised they're not pushing in while his pet is feared. They're going to gag order silence the Warlock. He's out of range of his port. He's getting free dots right now. Swapsy's getting a ton of pressure for free. Scrappy, though, is already down to half. They're actually going the Feral Druid a bit, forcing him into bear form, trying to prevent his combo point expenditure so he can't instant clone in the initial stages. Now they swap back to Swapsy. He's going to port away from that, get a lot of distance. Dark Soul, Soul Swap, full row of dots. And Scrappy is just dying, though. They're committing to the Feral Druid. They get his survival instincts. They get his frenzied regeneration. He manages to survive for a few more moments, but he gets cycloned low health, and now they're switching to Kisnu. Asmu is in on top of him. Swapsy's looking to punish with fears, but the Divine Shield blocked it. Now it has faded, and Swapsy needs to look to start carrying this game here. Gag order silence onto the Shaman. It's a lot of pressure. 2 targets are low. Spirit Link's not going to be too valuable if Swapsy can't get there.
Oh my goodness!
Swapsy gets there, but now they're all dead, Ven.
Yeah, this is scary. Scrappy could easily fall. He's got no defensive cooldowns. He's in bear form, tanking it out. I want to see them back on Kisnu, though. Razzle's there for the bash. Adu connects. Can they take him down? Fear spam coming in from Swapsy, trying to slow down the incoming pressure. Kisnu going for cast. He's actually getting cast off. He might be able to recover, but almost completely tapped on mana. Asmo does have his trinket. He might need to trade it out here, keep his team aggressive. They have so much pressure. SZYMEK CLEAVE is looking good at this point of the game. Silence on Kisnu. I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. They need crowd control, and they need it fast. Big damage coming in here from Swapsy, and Kisnu might actually recover. I think TY's going to do it.
If they win this game, it's insane. They went from all being... Kisnu's drinking. Scrapsy's got Barkskin. He's in bear form. He's looking pretty tanky. Adu is about to go down. Spell lock onto Asmu. Double Howl of Terror again. Scrappy into bear form. Kisnu gets a scrape of mana right here. Big setup onto Razzle with a pounce stun from Scrappy, looking for the kill, but he Barkskins. I think Barkskin should be enough here. Asmu's got mana. He's not CC'd. It's the next full fear that I'm really looking for. Kisnu's trying to drink again at the pillar. Scrapsy's bear tanking the warrior with a clone onto the Feral Druid. Buying time for Kisnu. He's getting gulp, gulp, gulp. He's got the big gulp right there. 30% of his mana back after being completely out of mana. We see coils coming in onto the warrior. Still just trying to slow down the game for Kisnu. Asmu repositions to the center tomb to line of sight. They're going on to the Feral Druid. Throw down, but he pre-bear forms the stun. He's going to be really durable. Swapsy gets in position. Double Howl Terror. Berserker Rage immediately. But now into a bash stun. Surprised to not see him trinket this bash. These are just sitting through the full bash, giving time for Swapsy to get full dots. Scrappy is getting low, though, in the meantime. Gag order silence on his instant clone. He's back in bear form, and Kisnu spent all of that mana that he just got. He's repositioning back to the room. Feral Charge onto Razzle to stop him from stopping Kisnu, but he has to come back and heal. That NS does nothing, and I'm not sure how much longer Scrappy can survive. Can Swapsy win the game while Scrappy is just tanking it out in bear form?
Oh, bash on Kisnu. Scrappy still on the run, but so durable. Basically a tank in bear form right now. It's going to be really difficult for him to take him down, but looks like he's going to get in cat form, try to get the damage rolling here. Shield wall is going to be available for the warrior. They might not need it. Scrappy could easily fall. They're going to do it. They're pushing forward, and SZYMEK CLEAVE, they managed to outlast TY. This strategy of going after the DPS early, swapping to the shaman, allowed them to have a lot more control of the game. And Asmo ultimately on that paladin, actually the longevity of that paladin ended up paying dividends in this particular match.
Yeah, I think going after the Feral was good just because it stopped him from getting instant clones. And that's like the main form of CC that's going to peel the team. If you just pin him in bear form and there's no cyclones coming out, you don't really care about lock dots. And if the paladin can stay far enough away from fear to avoid fear, it's just guaranteed free damage. You're not going to get peeled. So it seemed like it was a really good adaptation here to just keep the Feral Druid in bear form, even if he's not like your main kill target at the beginning. Like you want to be getting onto the shaman. But yeah, that looks a lot better. It just kept their aggression way higher.
What a close call there on Kisnu. This is that panic moment. Like, you almost can't believe that SZYMEK CLEAVE doesn't manage to win in this moment. There's the bash. Kisnu trinkets out of it. But that Shaman Mastery can be very effective when everyone is low health. Kisnu fakes an interrupt, gets the healing surges off, and this is where they slowly start to recover. Asmo's in a full fear, but it's just... I'm honestly really surprised that SZYMEK CLEAVE was able to last as long as they did. Like you said, keeping Scrappy in bear form, really denying his damage, denying those instant cyclones, seemed to be a very effective strategy. And you just have no mana. Like if you're Kisnu right now, you're just struggling. You went for a drink a little bit early on. Asmo's still just chilling. Look at him. He's still got 20% mana, keeping his team nice and healthy. They still have shield wall, lots of defensive cooldowns here for SZYMEK CLEAVE. And I think just pressuring that Feral Druid seems to be an optimal strategy. And I wonder if this is something that they can carry forward on a larger map.
I really like the heroic throw gag order silences, like silencing the fears from the warlock, keeping tabs on Swapsy throughout this. Like I feel like Swapsy just got too close at the end of this game. Like he got gag order silence into a feral kick, into a hodge, into a pummel. I feel like he got dragged on top of them. I mean, maybe he wants to be there for the Howl Terror, but it just felt like they just got totally neutered in terms of overall pressure because of the interrupts that were coming through. Maybe that's the map. We could go to Blades Edge Arena, and maybe it's not going to be as simple for SZYMEK CLEAVE to be able to pull off a strategy like that, but you can see how badly they just denied Scrappy. He's doing half of everyone's damage, not able to get any pressure out. They're going to go to Nagrand. They actually don't want the Z-axis. I thought for sure we'd see some type of Z-axis here, whether it was Dalaran or Blades, but you know, why wouldn't you? I guess the pillar on Dalaran and maybe stacking on the bridge against Cleave wouldn't be good, but I was fully expecting some type of Z-axis. I guess the Warlock's not really getting targeted. I wonder if Swaps actually goes human maybe after these two games.
Maybe he should get that extra damage out, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw on the scoreboard, but Warriors do a lot of damage. Like, I don't know exactly how I feel about Warriors in Cataclysm. It seems like in the right matchup and right comps, they're quite strong, but I mean, he literally outdamaged an Affliction Warlock. He's keeping Mortal Strike up. He's got lots of disruption with his fears and silences and stuns, so I think in the right comps where Warriors are enabled, they actually do look pretty solid. However, in the compositions where they don't look good, they look really bad. So, however, it is nice to see SZYMEK CLEAVE kind of make it work here with this Feral Druid Arms Warrior Paladin. And they're actually the first team so far that we've seen on broadcast that's able to take a game against TY.
Did you curse them too by saying they were undefeated?
I mean, maybe. I was just pointing out a fact. Not undefeated anymore. SZYMEK CLEAVE definitely going to be making this series interesting.
All right. That last game looked really gnarly. They just had full control of the game, winning on every front, keeping them constantly on the back foot. Can they do it again here on the Grand Arena? Because the opposite was kind of true. This first game looked really good for TY. So they're going to come back swinging. Neither team wants to go out of this tournament because you're going to be eliminated. You lose out on the opportunity to compete for more prize money and the Cataclysm European champion title to your name. So gates are about to be opening here in a moment. How are they going to play this through? I feel like Scrappy pouncing the Warrior across the map wasn't a bad start the first time around, whereas I don't think we saw him initially get that pounce. But maybe everything is coming down to just that bop usage, like just not bopping the first stun of the game when no bleeds are up is going to be the main factor for SZYMEK CLEAVE to get victory again.
Also, like that Razzle's just waiting and opening on Scrappy. I think it's smart. Like if a dude's going to cross the map, Razzle's just going to punish Scrappy by opening on him and getting that pressure rolling early on. So He moves forward, going after Swapsy a little bit. Here comes the pounce and the counter pounce. Everyone is just crowd controlled. Everybody's stunned except Razzle in the midfield for the time being. But let's see where the damage starts off. Looks like Swapsy's taking a little bit of pressure, forcing him to portal away. Razzle actually just trinkets out aggressively. Wants to keep up the damage. Do they have anything here for Kisnu? It looks like they're going to try to make a swap, but Swapsy shuts it down with a Coil Fear. Beautiful crowd control coming in.
They already traded the Bop there on a stun, and they got to use Trinket. Now they've pounce stunned him. Here comes the Berserk from Scrappy, looking to get a lot of damage running through here. Gaggar to silence into a bash. Now they're turning around on Scrappy. He just can't get anything going. He's constantly dead. He pops his survival instincts. He drops an instant clone on Razzle. Back into bear form. Adieu is trying to go after the Shaman during this time and cleaving the Feral Druid as well as he's making his way over. They Cyclone Scrappy. Adieu's going to heroic lead back onto the Shaman. Training the Shaman means your healing stream totem is a liability. He's got to move away from it, constantly replace it, but Bladestorm is cleaving multiple players in the team as Adieu is crossing the map, immune to crowd control, and Scrappy could just go down at any moment. Kisnu clutches out a heal, but the entire team is getting cleaved by Rend at the moment. Cyclone comes through onto Razzle. No trinket for him. Fear onto Adieu, but he's got Berserker Rage. He feral charges the Warrior to root him and then moves out of range of his melee attacks. Nice little move from Scrappy. Now he's switching back to Razzle, getting bleeds up. Full Fear. That forces Asmu's Trinket. A very important trinket force here. Kisnu still has Spirit Link. Next, Full Fear and Clone on the Paladin can win the game here if TY can survive to the diminishing return.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Fear here on Asmo once again. Razzle's getting low. Adu's getting low. Finally, Swapsy getting that Affliction Warlock damage out, but they're making a swap on Kisnu. Adu just trying to get the damage rolling. Full clone lands on Asmo. Razzle's in a lot of trouble. Adu and Razzle both rotting down, but they have defensive cooldowns. Just really greedy not to use them. Huge heals coming in from Asmo. I can't believe it. Just immediately topping everyone off. That Holy Paladin looking good in these specific situations. Fear's incoming on Razzle once again as Swapsy's trying to get control of the situation. A full Cyclone lands on Kisnu. That's going to subside, but here comes the damage. TY once again. They have all the momentum in this situation. Razzle and Adu are just rotting down. Asmo is so afraid of getting crowd control. He's just hiding, but he just does not have the heals to keep his team alive. Barskin and Shearball trade out here.
They actually CC'd Scrappy's Predatory Swiftness off. He gag ordered him into a charge stun, into a throwdown. They prevented the instant clone on the Paladin right there. That would have been game over if he got that instant clone. Now they just have to win with damage. They get a Hex! A Hex from downtown. Kisnu snipes it. Where's the D-Curse? Razzle's trying to get it. He's getting unlucky. He finally gets it, but Adieu might just die anyways. Intervene over, trying to redirect a stun to himself over the Paladin. Line of sighting with the Avenging Rat. They fear the Fell Hunter, and at 1%, he clutches out a Holy Shot, but he's into the full clone. Now a clone, but it won't matter. And Adieu goes down. TY with crazy plays at the last second here. I thought for sure Adieu was going to get this, having stopped that Predatory Swiftness, crowd controlling him, but it's not enough. The Hex, and then getting unlucky on the D-Curses. To be able to remove it and then getting put behind into another instant clone. TY, they're battling back and showing that this is still anyone's series.
I mean, definitely. That was a really good game for them. There was moments where SZYMEK CLEAVE, they had a lot of pressure on Scrappy, but once a Feral Druid decides to play defensive and is just kind of kiting around, sitting in bear form, it becomes really difficult. Here's that full Hex you were talking about, and Adu is just on the run from this point forward. Scrappy doing everything he can to build up that Predatory Swiftness Cyclone. I think he is going to land it here very shortly. Adu barely holding on, like living at basically 1% health. Scrappy inevitably is going to land it. However, he does get put into a Cyclone, but it's just not enough. At that point, you've got damage over time effects on you, bleeds, you've got curses coming in from Swapsy, and Adu just has nothing left to ultimately survive. But really well-played game by both of these teams.
All right. We got a series on our hands. I feel like every series is going to be like this in the European region. They're all so evenly matched, bringing in different compositions and different strategies also from all four remaining teams here in the top four of Europe. Crazy little finale. I thought he might have been able to survive here when he got that fear on the Fell Hunter and he had the wings up. I was thinking like maybe he can come back in this, but Cyclone from Scrappy slips through and he can't avoid it, and they're going to be going down in those final seconds. Fortunately though for Kisnu is that he didn't actually have to link this game, which means that this game was way more comfortable than any of the other games. I think this is the only game where he didn't need to use a link. He actually had so much free time that he actually was able to get a Hex, which I didn't
even get that Hex. I wish we had an angle on that. Like, Hex.
I think he was just not near the pillar enough to line of sight it, or maybe he just didn't think it would be a big deal because they have D-Curse. But if they cross CC or if there's dots up, like the Hex can be really bad.
It looked like it was one of those moments where like he starts channeling the Hex when you poke out a line of sight. You start line of sighting, you don't realize it's on you, and then you get back in line of sight kind of thing. So I think that might have been avoidable, but I mean, it's just such a tense situation, right? You're under so much pressure having to heal. Sometimes these little things do sneak through. Ultimately, game-winning crowd control coming in from TY, which will seal the deal, and they'll be able to take down Adu. However, Runes of Lordron, right? Like, no shot? Yeah. All right. We're going to Runes.
We're just going back and forth, it seems like. It's going to be Runes Nagrand here. Not a lot of map selection, obviously, in Cataclysm. I kind of wonder how these series might play out if Ring of Valor was available or not. I feel like Ring of Valor would be an insane cleave map. Hopefully the bugs on that map can get fixed, because I kind of miss it a little bit with the elevators going up and down, and
it's been gone for so long.
It's been gone for a very long time. I don't know. I feel like we've forgotten that it exists at this point. It's just in the ether somewhere. Maybe they could update it and give it a new idea or a new concept. I just feel like the location of it in Orgrimmar is a very cool arena location. So, but nonetheless, the lock-ins are done. I don't think any surprises are going to be coming in this series from either team. It's likely going to be the matchup the whole way through. It's how can they enable Scrappy more to get him out of bear form successfully in this matchup is going to be the main problem for DY.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think so much of this matchup comes down to Swapsy kiting, landing fierce at the right times, landing coils and silences at the right time, and inevitably Asmo, he has to do a really good job. I'm actually really surprised that CLEAVE was able to live as long as they did on the first runes, because you'd think in the long games, the CC from TY is just completely overwhelming. So it has to be like a positioning thing. If Asmo does a really good job just avoiding everything, and Razzle and the Warrior don't end up overextending, putting him in that position where he will inevitably get crowd control, it seems like they can last quite a while. Like, the healing from the Paladin is really high, but if the CC lands, if they're getting the Hexes, if they're getting the Fears, if they're getting the Cyclones, that's when things for CLEAVE get really bad really quick.
All right, who's going to get the upper hand here? Swing heavily in favor of one team really fast. Runes Lordron, game number 4. We're going to a game 5, or TY just going to close it out. CLEAVE are now facing elimination. Potentially the pressures of that situation might get to them, because they're playing a very kind of all-in aggressive Cleave composition, and it requires that you kind of take in some gambles and some risks at times. But when you're facing elimination, do you take that risk? Do you want to try and play it safe? Playing it safe, we've seen, has cost a lot of teams a lot of games, especially in Cataclysm. It seems like playing safe is not the move. You gotta be playing aggressive, looking for opportunities around every corner to try and close it out. They're charging into Center Tomb, getting ready, getting into position, likely going to fear that Fell Hunter almost immediately, and then go for a charge on the Warlock is what I'm expecting from Asmu and Adu here. They've got the Fell Hunter behind the pillar at the moment. So obviously just poking, trying to find a couple of agonies possibly to start getting damage rolling for his team. But here comes the charge. Likely the Fell Hunter into a fear behind the pillar there. No, the Fell Hunter is not crowd controlled. They throw down, but it is a little conga line of crowd control opener once again from both teams. Double Howl of Terror. It doesn't look like Asmu is getting lucky on the Dispel here, so Razzle's pressure is going to be pretty low sitting that Howl of Terror. Swapsy's trying to cast. He gets charge stunned on it, and then he ports away from the charge. Kisnu gets opened on by Razzle. Razzle is going for a solo kill. The Warrior's going after the Feral Druid. It's split pressure with Earthshield only healing one target. This is really tough for Kisnu to heal.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Adu gets bopped on the stun immediately. Cyclone has to hit out the trinket, but it might not matter. Kisnu is in a lot of trouble. He's on the run right now. The Blade Storm is coming. Adu is all over him. Spirit Link is forced out here by Kisnu. He's just trying to retreat. He's trying to get away. He needs a moment to breathe, but they are not giving it to him. The silence comes in. Kisnu could easily fall. Here comes the crowd control. Kisnu going back to the room to just avoid the fight, and it looks like he will get away. I almost can't believe it. No, Adu, he leaps over. He's going to be able to take him down. Silence comes in once again. I can't believe it. The heroic leap from downtown to win the game. Ruins paying off here for CLEAVE once again.
And the slam dunk execute. I can't believe he couldn't get out of line of sight right there. Even Razzle got back to him, like, in the replay. I thought for sure he was gone. Like, it looked like he's going to make it in the room. He's going to get in the cubby. He's going to get a couple casted heals and be cozy. But that was not the cozy cubby for him whatsoever. Feral Druid and Warrior just screaming and yelling immediately in his ears as they get onto his heels. And this was really tough strategy. Like, Adu just focused on shutting down the Warlock and attacking the Feral, while Razzle just went for solo kill on the Shaman. And when Earthshield's only on one target, it becomes so tough to actually heal this type of split pressure from melee classes. And they got the Spirit Link totem off, but that didn't even matter. Like, Swapsy's getting fears, but he's actually just sitting them. They didn't have to use the Divine Shield on this fear, which really put them far ahead when they got the Spirit Link in exchange. And I want to see that final moment. Like, how does Kisnu not get away from this? Like, his whole team is CC'd. He's howled, he's maimed, he's cloned.
Look at this leap.
And he's in Ghost Wolf. And I think he comes out at Ghost Wolf to heal. Like right here. No, he doesn't. He doesn't
Three-pointer.
even come out. He just gets him right around the corner. And it held him in line long enough for Razzle, too. Because if he didn't get charged on there, I don't think Razzle would have been able to jump to him.
That's crazy. I mean, that's as close as it gets. You're so sad if you're Kisnu. Like I've been in that situation. You think you're going to get away, and a Jew just leaps across the entire map to stay on target. But this is what it's all about, right? Like we talked about it. For the Warrior, you just want that uptime. Look at the damage meters right now. Razzle and a Jew, they are way ahead. They're just getting out so much pressure. It's just about hitting whatever you can and eventually collapsing on the Shaman. And that's when the game gets really, really unstable. That's when Spiritling Totem is barely going to heal you up. Kisnu doing what he can to try to escape. Honestly, great peels coming in here from TY, but it's just too little too late. And inevitably, both of them are going to be able to reconnect and get there. That was as close as it gets, though. Like a 1 second difference, even a half of a second difference, if Kisnu is just a little bit further ahead. Like, honestly, I wonder if he has his boots enchanted with speed, because that could have been the difference between getting out of line of sight and living in that game.
I mean, I'm going to assume that he does.
I'm going to look.
Do they stack with Ghost Wolf?
Was he in Ghost Wolf? I feel like he's doing a lot of running outside of Ghost Wolf there.
I mean, I think the Ghost Wolf running is probably more important, but we're going into Grand Arena. It seems like, I don't know why this map in particular, like Runes, I guess it's the pillars, being able to kite across and then line behind a pillar so you can't get reconnected to.
Ooh.
So
like, we got to go back. I feel like I want to see the replay. Like, once again, like, how much was he in Ghost Wolf there to actually run away? Was he in Ghost Wolf for most of it?
Entire last heads, he's literally Ghost Wolf from the tomb back to the
Okay, well then it doesn't stack. But if he wasn't in Ghost Wolf, this could have been the difference. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I don't think.
You don't believe, huh?
I don't think that's making the critical difference for him living or not right there in that moment. I think it's more of like his teammates not being stacked, but it's like they're splitting. So eventually they're gonna have to stack for Link, and then as soon as they stack, it's over. They can just hit whoever they want and start going to town at that point. So it becomes almost unrecoverable in that position. I don't really see anyone being super greedy as far as gear. Like, this looks like pretty standard, pretty heavy Resil for Feral Druid. Both teams doing the obvious lock-ins. No changes there on this front. I feel like Paladin healing, though, is like super effective when it's un-CC'd. I feel like it's insanely strong into Warlocks if you're not getting feared. So this matchup really comes down to like Swapsy. How is he able to get control and focus more on like single target pressure? Because I feel like multi-target spread damage just doesn't matter to the kitty. They're not worried about that. It's about getting CC and single target damage. It has to be their main focus.
Oh, we'll see what they end up doing and how. I mean, a big thing about this one is how SZYMEK CLEAVE is going to be able to really kind of make this map a lot smaller. I think what we saw in that last game where they do kind of a split strategy, that's how they can get control of the early game, and then they just kind of have to pick their moment to all in, right? Like, kind of just avoid some of the initial crowd control, avoid some of the initial damage, get out your damage, and once things are a little bit stable and your Paladin's not in crowd control, that's when you kind of go for it, collapse on one target, and that's when they can go after the Shaman. So we'll see what they do, though. This is an elimination game, right? This is the lower bracket. One of these teams, who quite honestly have both been having a phenomenal performance, one of them is out of the tournament after this game. So we'll have to see who it is.
And it's no guarantees. Even though the games have been looking good on the Grand, I feel like SZYMEK CLEAVE are also figuring things out, like that split DPS and the Warrior focusing on shutting the Feral down, shutting the Warlock down, while the Feral is just having free reign on the Shaman. Seemed particularly difficult for TY to deal with. But now TY have also seen that strategy, so maybe they've got a way to respond to it as the gates are about to open. Tournament lives on the line. Game number 5, every series so far today coming down to the wire. Swapsy's taking the center map. He's got his port down. He's sending his Fell Hunter. He's going to pull it back there. Doesn't want to get cleaved for free, probably. Although, you know, a bit damage baited on the pet. I guess he doesn't want rage generated for the Warrior either. Like giving the pet a little rage, but they fear the pet. They charge in. Standard opener, but Scrappy's kind of far away. He's playing. He doesn't want to get found, I guess, but he really wants to get the opener this time around. Scrappy's playing it so patiently. They're just letting a 2v2 go on. Now, does the Warrior end up winning that 2v2? They're going on the Shaman. They need to get there. They get the pound. Scrappy is there to save the day. But Yu is getting pinned, and likely Scrappy... Oh, no! It doesn't matter! Kisnu is just dead! What is this damage coming out from SZYMEK CLEAVE at the moment? And Nature Swiftness does absolutely nothing. It's all in on the Shaman. He's dying through Stoneform. He drops the Link. He's trying to book it, but he gets charged on immediately again, and he's not getting any heals, and Kisnu gets clocked. SZYMEK CLEAVE do it, advancing 3-2.
I mean, the game, we didn't really call it out, but in that replay, we were going to see it. Swapsy getting spell reflected on his fear. That was the game. I mean, once Swapsy got spell reflected on his fear, he was just out of the game. They go all in, and I honestly can't believe it. That was such a good push there by SZYMEK CLEAVE. Really well fought series by TY, but this game, it really feels like SZYMEK CLEAVE. Every single one of their series so far has been 3-2, and it seems like they're always just getting better and better as the games go on. Right, a little bit of a slow start, but they learn, they adapt, they grow, and they end up getting the win. So that's what makes this team so threatening. But look at this reflect on the fear. Swapsy trinkets out of the throwdown, okay? He goes for a UA, and then I believe he goes for a fear. And as soon as he goes for that fear, a Juice spell reflects it, and then look at Swapsy. Goodbye. He's just out of the game for 8 seconds. And this is where they're just like, okay, we're all going to cross. So Warlock's got no trinket, and that's pretty much game, set, and match with that.
Oh my god. And even if he gets the fear, the Warrior just Zerkers it. So that was just a really good punish by a Dew to see that, to kind of notice the pattern that Swapsy was doing as far as the opener was concerned, and the bop here to keep him aggressive, getting them out of the Howl of Terrors, just looking to reconnect, spam dispelling. The gag order silences were also lethal this game. It was just like multiple silences on the Shaman. Felt so difficult for him to get any sort of Riptides out, be able to get out of line of sight at all. This got ran down. So SZYMEK CLEAVE definitely leveling up game to game to game in this series to be able to take it on the Grand Arena with a clutch play with that spell reflect. Because as a warrior, typically, like, you don't want to spell reflect the fear, right? You can just break it with Zerker. But if it CCs the Warlock who has no trinket, it's then suddenly a win condition.
Look at how far he is too. He gets feared into the cubby. Like, this is literally worst case scenario. Besides, like, that's rough for sure. Because the matchup is so momentum based, right? Like, as Swapsy, you got to kind of stay ahead of the dispels, stay ahead of the damage. You just have no pressure, no fears, no nothing. He goes for the Howl of Terror. Nobody cares. It looks like Razzle, I think, it doesn't get dispelled out of it, but Dew is just there to just absolutely tear in on that Warrior, and that's the thing. Warrior, I feel like it's one of the not underrepresented, but like, yeah, people sleep on it a little bit. It seems really good. If you're a good Warrior and you're being enabled by your team, you can put out a lot of damage and disruption, and it definitely seems pretty good.
Yeah, certainly does, especially when you take a look at that last series. Well, very hard fought game won by SZYMEK CLEAVE, and now they're actually going to have a chance for a rematch against No Tears Just Dreams. That is the team that sent them down to the lower bracket originally in the offline games, and they've been there for a long time. SZYMEK CLEAVE in the lower bracket, and they are now battling their way back. No Tears Just Dreams, though, that's going to be, I think, a pretty big challenge for them. Supities, this go around, the second time around, what do you want to see out of them?
I mean, I didn't get to see the offline games for those teams. So, it was Pumped or Be Pumped that sent SZYMEK CLEAVE down.
Yeah.
So the Paladin
Pumped or Be Pumped.
PHDK, I think, is a bit different. If they don't have a Paladin, and it was also 3-2, so that was really close against the Paladin. So I think that they could take this, given that we've seen Priest, and I think they have Shaman, and how quickly they're able to kill a Shaman here. And Kitty CLEAVE kills Priests. Like, No Tears Just Dreams can't play Priest. There's a 0% chance. So if they play Shaman, is that even guaranteed? Like, unless they have a Paladin, SZYMEK CLEAVE might be making the run in the lower bracket here.
It'd be awesome to see. I mean, I feel like it's always such an underdog story when you see someone get dropped so early on, especially in the offline games, and then they just game after game after game keep finding these ways to win. So they've got one more team standing between them and making it up to the grand finals to face off against the Workshop. So definitely a possibility with this team. We've seen them just, I feel like, kind of improve throughout this weekend a bit, Venruki. It seems like they've really found their rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like to me. It seems like, I mean, when we were looking at their score just then, and on the graphic, every single one of their games has been 3-2. Like, either lose 2-3 or they win 3-2. So one of those teams that obviously capable of losing games, but really capable of winning as well, adapting on the fly. Their all-ins and their strategies seem to only improve as the series go on. So I'm curious to see if they can do it. If they can make that lower bracket run, get the victory, I feel like that they're kind of like one of the underdog teams, I feel like.
Yeah, I think so too. I know we were kind of questioning them when we first saw them against Jungle Unplayable for the first series of this weekend. So absolutely well done to them. I'm excited to see them face the challenge of this next up team, No Tears Just Dreams. And with that, we are going to head to a break. Before we do that, of course, we are going to play another spell guessing segment. Ven, are you ready for redemption?
I mean, yeah, I am. I was embarrassed the last one with the Rally and Zamir yesterday.
God.
Let's see.
The target causing disoriented. Any damage caused breaks the effect. It's Dragon's Breath.
Two words.
This is like bad. No, this is like bad manner, scatter shot.
Is
I'm
Dragon's
thinking.
Breath bait?
Well, damage doesn't break Dragon's Breath, so. I would
No,
say
it's
that is.
it's two words.
Direct
Though.
damage does, but this says any damage caused.
Any damage causes something the effect, right?
Okay, let's just
blind?
fear the disorient. So disorient is blind, right?
Yeah.
I
The
think,
target.
I think it's
causing-
blind.
I think
Blind
it's
the target,
'Cause any
causing
damage
them
breaks it.
to wander around disoriented.
I think it's blind.
I
Zico
think
says
it's blind
blind
too. I'm
too.
going with blind. Final answer. Lock it in.
Blind. Okay. It's the only one that's short enough.
Let's
Nice.
go. All right. I have been playing a lot of Rogue
Give us
lately,
the
so this
icon.
makes sense. I got that one.
Oh, it's D.
D. 100%. That's yeah.
This one's
It's
too
D.
easy.
That one we know.
Super T's, don't say that. You're
Don't
gonna make
taunt
them.
them.
They're
Don't
gonna know.
taunt Here
Alright,
they're
we
trying to
got
throw us
that.
a bone and make us look good, but here I am saying it's too easy.
I never noticed the tears on blind icon. He's got like a little tear stream coming down his eyes.
I mean, if you threw
Yeah.
sand in your eye, you're probably going to cry a little bit.
I'm not saying it's wrong to cry. I'm just saying I never noticed it.
Love it. All right, well, we're gonna go to a break here. No Tears, Just Dreams versus SZYMEK CLEAVE coming up next. Hello, everyone. Winner of this one gonna be moving into the grand finals to face off against the Workshop. It is No Tears, Just Dreams versus SZYMEK, CLEAVE. Zico, based on these two teams and what we know they're capable of, the comps that they play, is there a favorite in this series?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't really know how this matchup is going to play, but I feel like the SZYMEK CLEAVE have kind of been stepping it up. No Tears, Just Dreams. I feel like they just came from that crushing defeat in the upper bracket. So for them, it's very important. You can't be tilted. You got to just lock in for the next series and just, put that behind you. So yeah, I think it's going to be a close fight either way, but I think if No Tears, Just Dreams lock in the Priest, it could be a little bit sketchy for them against the Warrior Feral.
Yeah, certainly could. We were talking about it before we went off, Zico. You weren't with us. SZYMEK, CLEAVE, they'd had quite a run. How have they done compared to what your expectations were for this team?
I mean, they're a very experienced team, but CLEAVE as a comp, I didn't think it was going to do as well as it has been doing. For sure, they've had a nice run through that lower bracket, beating everything in their way. So far, so good. Have had some really close games, but especially that last series as well. But I think when you kind of overcome those games, it kind of gives you a big confidence boost as well when you move forward. So this could just be the beginning. They still have some games left for today, and they're going to really need to make it count here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, they certainly are. They got a couple, there's a lot of really difficult teams left here in the pool for the running of the EU champion for Cataclysm Classic. It's the lower finals here. No Tears, Just Dreams versus SZYMEK, CLEAVE, game number 1.
Ooh, I'm excited to see how this one does play out. I feel like I'm going to favor SZYMEK, CLEAVE in this one. Just having, a Paladin in these CLEAVE mirror matchups, I think might give them an edge. Oh, it looks like we are going to be seeing double Paladin here. So Jamusa coming in on the Paladin as well. Asmo. Now I feel like this gets really, really interesting because No Tears, Just Dreams, they're going to have a lot of crowd control available for this Paladin. Scatter, Trap, Monkey Blind, Strangulate coming in from Love Numb. So I think both these Paladins are going to have to do a really good job rotating through their sacrifices, making sure they're landing sacrifices on crowd control, because things can unravel really quickly in a matchup like this.
I wonder who the target is going to be. I wonder if they might actually go after the Paladin, at least on the side of the SZYMEK CLEAVE, but they're going to go after the DK here, actually, taking a lot of damage already, and there's a full fear on sniping and Jamusa, full silencing shot, but a beautiful trinket on that fear, and look at Love Numb already struggling here, spamming out the death strikes. He's got the Lichborn here, he got the Roar of Sacrifice as well, and they're going to immediately swap over to the Paladin and get the bubble, and this is what I was afraid of. If you lock in the Paladin against the Kitty CLEAVE, you're definitely going to be tested. And look at Love Numb here. If they just get an instant Cyclone onto Jamusa, it's over already. The SZYMEK CLEAVE might have just won in the opener here.
Oh, there's the throwdown. Are they just going to swap and go all in? Are they going to find the Cyclone? Love Numb is rotting down. There's the pounce. Do they have the Cyclone? They need to find it. Jamusa landing huge heals, topping himself off, and Love Numb, but they are still not out of it yet. He gets silenced. Jamusa's just going to go down. Are you kidding me? SZYMEK CLEAVE from start to finish in the driver's seat of this one. Aju just doing a insane amount of damage on that warrior, and they will claim the grand.
Yeah, that was definitely just pure brutality. The SZYMEK CLEAVE came in, they had a plan, they got a fantastic opener onto the Death King, and they're able to kind of swap back and forth between the Paladin and the DK, and just grab a very, very convincing game number 1 here. We're going to see it. The Asmo actually sacrifices the Scatter Trap there from sniping, so he doesn't get trapped, he doesn't get crowd controlled, he can keep his team 100% HP, can keep them offensive, and they even cyclone the Gargoyle right there just to shut down some of that damage that the Gargoyle is capable of. Then here comes the swap to the Paladin, they get the throwdown, they get the big dam on to Jamusa. He's got no cooldowns left, he manages to get around the corner, they get a Cyclone onto sniping, and basically the entire time it's just somebody or something, in the case of the Gargoyle, getting cycloned out of the game. They managed to land a gag order silence right there into the charge stun. Yeah, you can't really do too much there if you are the side of No Tears, Just Dreams. I feel like They need to get a way better opener than this. Like, they need to get CC onto Asmo as soon as possible. They can't get caught up in those double fears early. Adu did a great job there with the double fear that forced the Hunter's Trinket, because as soon as you trinket that fear, you're just going to get full Cyclone. They don't share diminishing returns in Cataclysm, so very, very effective strategy there.
I'm afraid those all-ins are deadly. And the thing is, the intimidating shout for the Warrior in a lot of matchups is not great, right? Like, you fight Discipline Priest, he's likely going to have Fear Ward. You fight any Shaman team, he's just going to Tremor out of it. But in a matchup like this, it gives you a lot of control of the match. Starting off with that Fear, you got Hammer of Justice out of that. He managed to actually pre-sacrifice the Hammer of Justice, but they just swapped to him with the additional damage. Then they get the Divine Shield. I mean, it's just... if you're not crowd controlled, you're just outright dead. So we do need to see Snipe and Jamusa and Lovenum try to get a little bit more control of this match, but Aju is just ripping in. This Warrior is looking absolutely deadly in these games. I'm curious to see if they can do it. Like, that was a very convincing win to me. Like, I would not be surprised after that game 1 if this was a 3-0.
Time elapsed 59 seconds. Basically took longer to prep the game and get the gates open. So that is convincing is definitely a good word to use to describe that game number 1. And now we're locking in Ruins of Lordaeron, which is a pretty good map, I would say, for both sides. It's honestly, the last game was 1 minute, sub 1 minute even on Nagrand. I think this game is going to be maybe even faster because there is no line of sight here. There is no kind of playing defensive, funny business going on. This is just going to be a pure damage train. And I really wonder, for No Cheers, Just Dreams, what are their options? Because last game, the Feral Druid, he just got to do way too much. He got way too many procs. He got to play the game a little bit too much. So what are you going to do about that? Are you going to go after the healer, crowd control the Feral Druid? Are you going to go after the Feral Druid, crowd control the healer? Are you going to try to just cross CC them and go after the Warrior? They have options, but they're going to need to figure out a very clear-cut strategy, because these games, these two compositions, very, very offensive comps. So when you have those Paladins, the game is not going to be lasting forever.
Yeah, Warrior looking kind of fun here. We got 14 seconds before these gates do open. It's going to be Ruins of Lordaeron. This is Cleave Central. This is the Hunter's like, but this is also about the Kitty Cleave like. So a very interesting map choice, because it was No Tears Just Dream that did pick it. But I feel like SZYMEK Cleave, they're going to be more than happy to do battle here on Ruins of Lordaeron. See where these teams do decide to open. Lovenum's going to be moving forward, getting the Chains of Ice, but he gets pounced up right away. Adu, can he land the Fear? Jamusa is actually going to land the first Hammer of Justice. So are they going to make a swap? Adu leaps back, trying to eat the trap. Unfortunately, was he able to? It looks like he did. The trap did not land. This is the rapid fire. Full Hammer of Justice lands on Jamusa. They're after Lovenum, putting out a lot of pressure once again. Is he going to be able to survive? Anti-Magic Shell comes in. He's almost in execute range. Shattering throw. They're going after Jamusa, making a swap. There's the throwdown. He's in trouble, Zico.
Yeah, big damage here onto Jamusa, but he's kiting well. They got a full trap onto Asmo. He's going to trinket out. There's the wings. Big Word of Glory coming out here. He's got the unused trinket as well. Big healing coming out from Jamusa, but also big damage coming out from Razel. Does he get fake casted on the kick? Not yet. He's holding on to it for now. Holy Shock comes out. Big heals as well. Meanwhile, Adio is taking a lot of damage there. Lovenum because a trinket out of the Cyclone. There's the shield wall coming out, so he's going to be taking reduced damage as Asmo is sitting through yet another chain to try to eat the trap, but they don't get the hit on the trap, and the Warrior is surely gonna fall here. Jamusa coming in with the exorcism, but not able to find the killing blow there. Still hovering at 50% HP. Asmo putting out some miracles here. There's the scatter shot. Do they have the follow-up freezing trap? I don't think they have it just yet. Meanwhile, Sniping is taking tremendous amounts of damage here from the Kitty Cleave, dropping to about 50% HP. If the next trap lands, it could be lights out here for the SZYMEK Cleave.
Yeah, they're forcing Sniping back, though, and he's on the run. He's in a stun. He could easily fall. Jamusi, does he have the healing to actually keep him alive? He's just throwing in Flash Heal after Flash Heal, but the damage is overwhelming. The Cyclone lands by Razzle. Adu is still low. This is a really back-and-forth game. Full Hammer of Justice lands. It could be Adu that falls. It could be Sniping that falls. It could be see a cross kill here. Full Cyclone's going to land here on Lovenum. Razzle doing what he can to try to slow down the damage, but Sniping is still just going for it. He is going all in on the Warrior. Adu, though, he's just got his shield on. He's in defensive stance, just trying to live. Charges over onto Sniping, and now it could easily be Sniping that falls here.
Yeah, Sniping stuck in the throwdown. Here comes the damage. Asmo's moving in for the Hammer of Justice. Can he land it? He's all over the enemy paladin. The silencing shot comes out to deny it for just a second, but Sniping, I don't think he's going to be sniping his way out of this one. He is going to fall. SZYMEK Cleave is up now 2-0, but that was a very close call onto the Warrior, and we might see it on the replay, but he actually ate a trap of the Paladin towards the end there, and that's the reason why they were able to push on the Hunter for such a long period of time with such confidence, despite being low and not having all the CDs in his back pocket. So you can see it here at Sniping. This is where he takes a lot of damage. And look at Asmo here, by the way. I think I saw anti-magic shell from this guy. I think he's playing with the trinket from Tulbarad that gives you like 400 res to dodge traps. I'm not sure though. I need to look that up. Might have just been something I saw. But here, this is where the silencing shot comes in. This is where the scatter shot comes in, and there's the freezing trap. And look at that. They're not able to connect with the freezing trap. The Warrior eats it, and then even though the Warrior is low HP now, he knows my Paladin. He's gonna be able to free cast heals for the next 20 seconds. There's no threat of him getting trapped. Pushes in, gets the throwdown, they get the damage, and Asmo actually doesn't have Hammer of Justice. He's just pushing up onto Jamusa to kind of bait him, and Sniping takes the bait. I mean, I took the bait while I was casting as well because I didn't look at the cooldown. I just assumed he had it because he ran up like that. But Sniping goes for the silencing shot there to try to deny the Hammer of Justice, because it's pretty uncommon that a Paladin just runs like that if he's not gonna stun.
Got interrupt too, though, right?
Oh yeah, true. Actually, maybe
yeah.
That's true, actually. Maybe he just wanted to rebuke the flash shields. That's true. They do have that in Cataclysm.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, Adu and Razzle, one thing that's crazy is, like, it seems like if Adu wants to live, putting on the sword and shield, getting in defensive stance, like, he is just completely a tank on that Warrior. And it's the same thing for Razzle. If they go after Razzle, he's just in bear form surviving. Inevitably, it's Jamusa who goes completely out of mana. You can see Asmo's just there on top of him, potentially looking for interrupts, but there's just nothing you can do if you are Jamusa. You've got no mana, got no pressure, and once those Cyclones start landing for Razzle, even the defensive ones, like once we start seeing Love Numb and Cyclone after Cyclone, the damage kind of falls off, right? Like if they're going after the Hunter, they're all over him. His damage is completely limited, and if they're getting Cyclones on Love Numb, then the damage absolutely falls off. So SZYMEK Cleave, I think, is looking good. They had some good all-in opportunities. Honestly, earlier on in the game, we didn't see it in the replay, but there were some really close calls on Jamusa as well, who like barely survived. If it wasn't for the pressure on the Warrior and him being forced to come back, that game would have ended way sooner.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And I did have a quick look at the trinket. So he is not running the Tulbarad trinket. He's running Fall of Mortality and Dark Moon card Tsunami. So just full spirit, like full mana regen trinkets, which is pretty standard for a lot of the healers this weekend, as they do have access to literally every item in the game on the TR. But here, match point for the SZYMEK Cleave. No tears, just dreams. They have the dreams of making it to the finals. Will they be eliminated in third place? Winner advances to face the Workshop, who are eagerly waiting there for their opponent. But right now, we have some business to settle here. Love Numb already taking a decent amount of damage. Asmo scattered. Does he sacrifice that scatter shot? I think he did. And Asmo, as a result, is not going to get trapped. But he actually has to use the Divine Shield here anyway to deny the freezing trap and to deny the freezing trap out of the Hodge and keep his team offensive onto Love Numb, who is taking tremendous damage right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Disarm coming in onto Love Numb. Adu still almost full health, finally getting choked down just a little bit here. Both Paladins kind of struggling. You can see Jamusa is burning through his mana really, really quickly. Adu gets caught into a stun. He's forced to trinket. There's the bash on Sniping. It looks like they do want to just go after the Hunter for the time being. Play this one out a little bit slower. You can see the freedom, the sword, the shield up for Adu, just playing as defensive as possible. Has shield wall active right now and kind of just trying to survive and weather the offensive storm coming in from Love Numb and Sniping. Now that they have no trinkets, anytime we see a Cyclone from Razzle, that's when we're going to get to see SZYMEK Cleave play really, really aggressive.
Yeah, but they just threw a bop onto Sniping here, looking to get a very aggressive all-in here, potentially. Love Numb gets Cyclone. He just used his Strangulate onto Asmo, into the Silence Shot, into the Scatter Shot. Do they get the trap? Look at Razzle. He's trying to deny it. He's trying to stack onto his Paladin. They get the Hammer of Justice, which Asmo actually trinkets. If they can land a Freezing Trap onto Asmo, this could just be the game. Right now, Blessing of Protection coming out onto Adu. He's going to get dispelled. Sniping gets put into the Cyclone. Love Numb could be in trouble. He still has the Death Pact in his back pocket. There's a Hammer of Justice onto Jim. He's He's going to trinket out of that one. Sniping dropping dangerously low, 20% HP in execute range, but he's going to trade out Roar of Sacrifice. He's going to trade out the turns. He's going to swap his pet, and now going for the game-winning trap. He lands it. Big damage potential here onto the Warrior, but meanwhile, Sniping also taking a huge hit of damage as Jim sits through a Cyclone. SZYMEK Cleave takes it 3-0.
Wow. I mean, this team is just warming up. They're looking better and better every single game we do see. And that 3-0 is going to be a huge confidence boost for them moving into the finals. But yeah, kind of a back and forth series. But honestly, it felt like SZYMEK Cleave was pretty solid in this one. Like, there wasn't that many scary moments in this particular match. Sniping and both Love Numb are low at this point of the game. You can see it do. He doesn't really have many cooldowns, but they still have the Blessing of Protection to fall back on. Asmo's just going to trinket out of that one, keep his team nice and aggressive, and eventually they're able to connect here onto Sniping and take him down. These Cyclones from Razzle, once they start sitting, it's just so impactful in this game. Those instant cast Cyclones to just deny healing. That's going to be Jamusa getting caught into a full Hammer of Justice. He trinkets out. We'll see if any crowd control actually lands or if he just outright dies here through healing. So yeah, just a bash into a full Cyclone, and this is where Sniping, he's got nothing left. There's no cooldowns, there's no readiness. Aju leaps over, and that's going to be the game. So Razzle and his clutch Cyclones just really impactful in this third game.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there. Getting the counter set up there. And if Sniping had a little bit more HP, he could have actually gone for the kill there, because Asmo has no trinket. He has got no bubble. Adu has no shield wall as well and no trinket. So if he had a little bit more health, if he was able to avoid maybe a little bit more damage prior to that, he could have potentially been able to get the kill. Also in that previous game, it was very close, so no tears, just dreams. Definitely played a really solid series here, but just wasn't enough. The SZYMEK Cleave cleaving this entire lower bracket, now looking at the workshop.
God, they certainly are for a team that we kind of underestimated. They have taken it so far, and they're going to continue on in the lower bracket. We weren't even sure how this comp would do in this Cataclysm environment, but SZYMEK showing everybody what they're fully capable of. The workshop, like Zico said, now they're in the grand finals. It's going to be best of 7, and honestly, I thought that would have been a little bit of a harder series for them as well, then, and they took it super easily, and it makes me wonder what they're going to do to the workshop.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it was SZYMEK Cleave that eliminated DXB, which is one of the other super solid RMPs in this tournament, so they've done it once. I feel like they could do it again. We are going to a best of 7, so there'll be plenty of games to play through and to warm up, and we'll have to see if SZYMEK Cleave is that team that just gets better and better throughout the series, or if the workshop, who has not lost a single series yet in this tournament, is going to be able to shut down this dream.
Absolutely, and they're on fire right now. SZYMEK Cleave. They've played a couple of series in a row. They just came from a 3-0 Zico, and I'm sure they're just having a blast right now. And I'm going to assume that's going to show in their gameplay as well for this coming up grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they came in hot after their previous win against Swapsy, and yeah, I think that. Right now, they in their head, they're probably just thinking, we've already beaten an RMP, we just need to do it one more time, and this is it. And I'm pretty sure, judging by the fact that they could have just already gotten eliminated in 8th place on Friday, that they're very, very proud over their performance, which they should be.
Yeah. Absolutely should. So I hope everybody is excited for the grand finals as much as we are. We're gonna have to go to a break and also do another spell guessing segment before we do get to that grand final. So guess along with us for what Cataclysm spell you think this is.
Just want to put it on the record that I knew the last one was blind. So yeah.
Yeah, you did. I saw it. Discord.
Yeah.
Sure.
When health, you gain a shield that absorbs something, increases something by 20%, lasts 15 seconds, a 60 seconds cooldown. Nature's Garden. Easy clip.
Wow.
Nature's Guardian, what percent health does it proc?
I want to say 30% health. Maybe it's not, actually. I don't know. Oh, wait. This could be Sacred Shield. Oh my god, there's a lot that fit into this category.
Not Guardians. So confident anymore, huh?
Okay, Van, wait, what do you think it is before I do the math here?
Oh, all right, well, I'm thinking, right? Could be I'm thinking Sacred
let 'em
Shield's
cook.
looking pretty good here.
Yeah, so
That would be the one I'm going with.
So Guardian of the Ancient Kings is just a cooldown that you summon. This is something that procs like a sheet def, right? Like this is something when you take a certain amount of damage, this happens. So it can't be Guardian of the Ancient Kings. Purgatory is just instant cast Cyclone, so it's definitely not that. Guardian Spirit. How does Guardian Spirit work in Cata? I feel like I haven't seen any Holy Priests, but I don't know. I don't think it's Guardian Spirit because it's either a cooldown that you use or when you die, you're just like become an angel, right? It's like it's one of the two.
I'm going with Sacred Shield. Final
Yeah,
answer.
same here. Lock it in. Sacred Shield because Sacred Shield
Sacred
does
Shield.
proc when you're low HP for like red paladins at least.
I think it's
All right, let's see
30%
it.
health. Oop,
Wow. Nice. Nicely done.
there it is. Now it's an
Okay.
icon.
Yeah, give us the
We gotta
icon.
go for the
Oh,
icon.
the icon is easy.
D.
Lock it in.
Oh,
Oh, I
Wow.
was fast. You're trying to be fast, bro. I was even faster.
Funny because it's the only one that I would say doesn't look like a shield.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a tricky one.
So here's the thing, me and Ven, we both play
up?
Mage in Wrath, and
Yeah.
this is the icon that we despise the most in the entire
Ah,
game. So
okay,
we know
I
this
see.
icon, we know it very well. If that thing is up, nothing is dying, so we need to get rid of that. Need to get rid of that
Gotcha.
at all costs.
All right, well, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is going to be the European Grand Finals for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. It's the Workshop versus SZYMEK CLEAVE coming up next after this break. It is the moment everyone has been waiting for. We are here in the European finals for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We started off with 8 teams in this region. Now only 2 remain. SZYMEK CLEAVE rose up from the depths of the lower bracket, got dropped down all the way back in the offline games. The Workshop SZYMEK hasn't dropped a series throughout this weekend.
Yeah, and they've shown that they also can multi-class, which I think is going to be important because we saw this matchup actually in North America between Mud's team and AM's RMP, and they actually played a Fire Mage, and they kind of just ran at the healer. So I'm very curious to see if the Workshop are going to be breaking out a Fire Mage here in this grand finals.
Yeah, Zico, you're a resident mage, Fire Mage. Do you think that'd be good in this situation here?
I lost my Fire Mage card. I'm just a Frost Mage now. Nah.
No.
I do think that Fire Mage could be solid here for sure. But I don't know. They could play the Paladin Healer as well. They could play RMP with Frost Mage. You know, you're giving up some comfort as well, right? If Chaz is playing his Holy Paladin. I don't know about Albrecht. He probably knows how to play both specs, so it's probably not a big deal to him. But yeah, it just depends a little bit how they kind of want to approach this, because you can definitely win with Frost Mage too. But I think ideally you don't necessarily want the Priest in there, because it is a very nice target for them. So I kind of want to see the fire Paladin, I think, at least for one game.
Yeah, always good to switch things up. And you know, it's also best of 7 here for this, so there's a lot of time to kind of figure things out, especially SZYMEK. It might be good for the Workshop because they're kind of coming off cold. They haven't played since the first match of the day. They've kind of just been waiting for an opponent, whereas in contrast, we've got SZYMEK CLEAVE, who they're coming off not only a couple of series in a row, but a really solid win 3-0 in that last series.
Well, with how fast the games are, they honestly haven't been waiting very long. I feel like
That's true. That's a good point.
It's been a huge amount of time. So I don't think either team is probably facing too much fatigue. It's about just all of your prep work before the tournament, knowing your matchups, knowing your targets, knowing how to react to certain situations. You need that all before the game has started, because if you're trying to react, it's already too late. Like you need to basically know how the game plays out before the gate has opened, and all the different possible lines that it could go, because otherwise you're playing from behind, and there's no chance when you're playing from behind with the pace of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, also we know that there's been a lot of work, especially from SZYMEK CLEAVE. We were able to talk to them before this weekend. It seems like they've just been playing a ton of ladder to prepare for this. How well do you feel like that transfers, especially with Classic, Zico, when you're in a tournament setting?
Well, I think that just getting as many queues as possible is probably the best way to do it. Just spamming ladder games, and then if you're still up and there's no one queuing at your MMR, maybe set up some war games. I think that in general, most of these teams probably got the majority of their practice here on the ladder. I don't think there's been a lot of wargaming going on, at least not in Europe. There were some happening, but that was before the arena came out during that first week. Everyone was just excited to get into it. But we'll see here what the Workshop decides to do. We are about to get into the Grand Arena here in game number 1, Grand Finals here in Europe. The Workshop versus SZYMEK CLEAVE, aka Kitty Cleave, versus, I guess, some form of Rogue Mage.
Yeah, we'll find out here in this blind. Go ahead, SZYMEK.
We got Chewbacca versus the Happy Viking. Who wins? Who wins the logo war here right now?
I like the Happy Viking.
Yeah, I think the Happy Viking is actually better. He looks like he's already won, you know? He's celebrating his win already.
Very jolly side.
Yeah, well, Chewbacca looks a little angry.
I don't know, it's kind of like a sly look, you know? Like, it's a sinister look to me. He's plotting.
Yeah, you're right. A little scary.
Something's about to go down, and you can see it in Chewbacca's face here at the side of the Workshop. They made it through the PHDK. They don't have to fight it again. If anything, I think the Workshop are happy that they don't have to fight PHDK. I feel like Kitty Cleave is going to be a lot more manageable. Not guaranteed, but a lot more manageable than a Hunter-based composition. So I would give it slightly in favor for the Workshop in that sense. They've also seen the matchup play out in North America if they were paying attention to that region. So they've seen like who's the main focus, what can go on in that, what should they be doing, and just stacking up for Dragon's Breath and stacking up Melee Cleave seems so good as a Fire Mage. So I'd be really surprised if they're not at least playing Fire Mage on their Rogue Mage.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I feel like they have more practice as a Frost. In general, in EU, I think there wasn't really too many teams playing Fire RMP. It is better for sure in specific matchups. This could definitely be one of them. It's up to these players to decide. One team has a beard on their face. The other team is a beard with a face.
I just realized that Chewbacca is like what is the character from Addams Family? Is it Cousin It?
Cousin It.
Yeah.
One of those characters was first because I feel like it's kind of close, you know.
Well, Addams Family was originally a show in really early television.
So
Wait, what? It's
I don't-
always
Did
been
they
a show to me,
copy-
the cartoon?
Well, it was a
Aren't you just talking
comic,
about the
actually. I
cartoon?
think it was a comic first. Yeah, it was a... Right? Wasn't it a... No, I don't... Now I'm guessing. I don't know.
Listen, in Sweden,
If
we
any-
had Addams Family on Cartoon Network. That's what we had.
What if Chewbacca
Yeah.
is literally just Cousin It without it clothes?
Oh my gosh. If anyone is wondering why we're talking about this, the teams are getting remade. We're not just talking. The games they're getting prepared. Don't worry, we're
do you
not
mean?
preventing anything from happening. But I mean, this is a very serious discussion, and I am
Exactly.
actually curious which
It's
came
a very
first.
important conversation that needs to
This
be
is-
happening right now in the grand finals. Obviously, that's why we're delaying the games for it. What else? would-
Exactly. I think you just uncovered a massive conspiracy theory too, Super Tees. Chewbacca and Cousin It being the same person.
Yes, I want to see like some deep dives now and go and study.
Can you do
all
the
of
voice?
The Chewbacca
feel like-
voice? I don't
No,
know.
no,
Does
no.
Cousin It
The
have
It-
a voice?
Yeah, he sounds in the movies. He sounds like
What?
What?
he talks
Okay,
really high.
let's just move away from this altogether, and
Sure.
let's just discuss the
That's
grand
fair.
finals
Yeah, let's
here.
do that. Okay, this is
So I
this
have
is
a
good
question
moment.
for you, Aya, actually, about this.
Oh my
about this
gosh!
matchup.
Wow, I rarely get.
What do you
questions, all right?
call a raid of torrents?
Oh my
A
gosh,
cataclysm.
that's terrible. Straight to jail. All right.
All right.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Sid, how does a
What?
druid cut his hair?
Are you googling these?
Eclipse it.
You googled World of Warcraft jokes?
No. What? Why would I Google
I've
this?
got. You got more?
Yeah, sure. I'm like a
Let's hear it.
fountain. It's just
Listen.
endless.
All right, you're filling the time. Then this is on you now. Let's hear more jokes.
All right. What's a rogue's favorite drink? Subtle tea.
Okay.
Well, you said you had one.
Oh, I do. Okay. Well, okay. What side of a boomkin has the least amount of feathers?
I don't know.
The inside.
Hey, what?
Okay.
It's really stupid. I'm sorry. Oh, I think
Who is
the game is
George-
ready. Okay, yeah, one more.
Who is
Quick,
George
quick.
of the Jungle's other brother? Mark of the Wild.
Oh, Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
God.
All right. Well,
All right,
don't worry,
with that,
guys.
On that note, let's get to the finals.
You're saved. We're at the finals. The teams are ready. Hopefully the game doesn't have to get remade again. But it is game number 1 in this best of 7 grand finals here for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament in the EU region. It is the Workshop versus SZYMEK CLEAVE. Game number 1. Please laugh at our jokes. Thank you.
Hey, they're not doing fire. They're actually not. I mean, you probably don't need it, right? It's got a lot of control for the paladin, but I just feel like fire mage against these melee cleaves have looked almost completely unstoppable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe Frost Mage is good here. I believe in the Frost Mage. I am one of the few people supporting all Frost Mages out there. I believe in you guys. It's summer. It's hot outside. We need some ice cream. And we'll see what they decide to do here. The Workshop looking pretty cold right now. Going into stealth. And we see Asmo and Adu sitting back here. Razel is crossing the map, actually, looking maybe for an opener onto Chaz. And we have a classic Rogue Mage scenario here. What are they going to do for the opener? Cheap shot onto the Warrior. Nova CS. No Ring of Frost, though. Into a full sheep. He gets disarmed. I really would have liked to see just a Ring of Frost come out there, but he goes for the deep
Oh,
freeze. He
he's
gets
not
feared
getting it.
on it. Albrecht's
Blocked
going to he's going to block it. Already Mir in a lot of trouble. This was a terrible opener so far for the Workshop. They need to make something happen fast. Albrecht has no ice block right now. He's got hypothermia.
Oh my god, they're down ice block, they get no trinkets, they get no CC, these Imp CS Nova and Deep Freeze and get no sheep. This is terrible! Mirage
Oh
is
my
exploding! Massive damage coming out from SZYMEK CLEAVE here, and then she's dying through evasion. He dropped a smoke bomb in desperation to try and go after Razzle, but he pre-bear formed it. He's tanking this damage like a champ, and now he's charging out towards the priest, looking for a bash. No trinket on Chaz, into the Hammer of Justice. If Razzle can recover, they may be able to drop Mir or Albraic. They're swapping over with the Skull Bash. Deep Freeze comes through. They need to get CC. Can he get the Polymorph? Heroic Leap comes over, but they don't have a stop. Polymorph connects onto Asmu. He's got Trinket. He could use it here. He's trying to sit through as Razzle's in bear form. He's just letting the Warrior do the work while he's tanking them as a distraction in bear form. He pulls back behind the pillar. He's got to be careful of the Shadow Fiend over here. Now it's you getting set up on. Kidney Shot, Smoke Bomb, massive damage, big swap. And despite their opener not looking so good, the Workshop cleaned it up in the end.
The Workshop finds their flow, and it is looking absolutely just insane. That was a crazy smoke bomb swap there, and we're gonna need to take a closer inspection there as to how that happened. Adu got caught in open field, no trinket, and we'll see. So this was the disastrous opener moment. Let's see here. The Warrior has already trinketed at this point. I think maybe he trinketed in the opener to try to peel or something. And look at this Ring of Frost. How does that Ring of Frost hit? It's placed on the pillar. And it's hitting Razzle somehow. I don't know. But yeah, they managed to get a full sheep here onto Asmo. They get a Ring of Frost. They get a double fear. Adu has no trinket. And let's see here. What kind of damage do we have here for the Warrior? He gets Novad. And I think this is where Razzle, I think he gets, okay, Vanish, Cheap Shot, Smoke Bomb, Kidney Shot, Big Dam coming in. And yeah, I guess, I guess it was mostly Mir. Yeah, it was mostly again.
He baited that. He was running at the Paladin like he was going to CC the Paladin. He's like juked him out and stepped back, kidney bombed him. So he chased the Paladin away from the Warrior. You'll see it in a second here. Mir moves towards Asmu as if he's going to CC him, baits him to move away, and then reverse 360 step Cheap Shot bombs him out of range of the Paladin. Because if they're closer to each other, then he can obviously heal. There's no fear right now. He can use Bop, but Asmu gets placed far away from the Warrior. Well, the fear places him, and then watch Mir. He runs at the Paladin. He's like, I'm going to CC you, and then vanishes and steps back. And then goes Cheap Shot, Smoke Bomb when you can't see him, and then just KOs him with Albraic.
Yeah, that was really clever. That was just a beautiful setup there coming out from Mir. But again, it's rare that you land a kill like that with the RMP. But you have two smoke bombs, so if the first one doesn't make it work, you always have that second option, and that's the beauty of it. In Kata, you have a lot of different targets you can go after. You can go after the Feral, you can go after the Warrior, you can go after the Paladin as well, and it kind of keeps everybody guessing. If you've been going after the Paladin, or you've been going after the Feral, and then you switch to the Warrior, or if you're pretending to be defensive like that, and then you turn up the volume, it's really hard to react to that. Workshop up 1-0. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. And we're sticking with the Frost Mage.
I feel like as SZYMEK Cleave, like, how can you get a better opener? Like, they don't get an Imp CS ring, they don't get a Deep Sheep. That's like, now you've got like 30 seconds unless the Mage cold snaps. Maybe that's why he blocked, was because he was just going to cold snap or something to try and get deep back. But like, that gives you like 20 seconds of free reign, and they couldn't win. Even in that situation, they couldn't win. So like, I feel like it's Rogue maybe is a bit of a bait. Like, he kind of got low, but he has so many cooldowns to rotate through that are so effective against physical damage that it feels like the Priest is the shortest line to victory as far as cooldowns are concerned.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're going all out on the Priest, though, you're kind of leaving the Frost Mage casting, and if the Frost Mage can get a lot of damage out, can definitely be devastating. I do think Albraic is running the Thoralian's Mirror. Ooh, he's running the Mirror Casket combo. He's running Shroud of Endless Grief. He's running the PvE legs. My man is rocking Big Dam for this matchup. He's not worried about dying whatsoever. And he's rocking the Tailoring. He's got the Power Torrent. He's got everything that he needs. So if you leave Albraic to free cast, especially in the opener when his trinket is going to be proccing, you're not going to have a good time. So we didn't actually see it in that last game, but Albraic is going to be able to do so much damage if they get a good opener. I want to see them just pet Nova Imp CS ring the Pala and not go for the sheep. But they're going to go for the sheep, not able to find it, goes for the ring. Actually, a deep freeze swap to the Pala. Big damage connects to get the kidney shot into the bubble. Beautiful opener there, just using that deep freeze instead of CCing with it, just going for damage. And now they're setting up onto Razzle. He already gets the Blessing of Protection, so things are not looking too bad here for the Workshop, but now it's time to be defensive.
Yeah, they got evasion from Mir here in this position. He's still got combat readiness. He's leading the charge over towards the Paladin. I think they want to keep going after the Paladin, but he pre-walled the Garrote. That's a really nice read by Asmu here, but he might just die through it anyways. He trinkets out of the kidney into an impact stun. The Feral can't help. He's caught in a ring of frost. MCS, he runs into the ring to try and escape and get away from them, but they're relentlessly on his heels. And Asmu, what are you going to do? He needs so much help right now. His Avenging Wrath got spell stolen. They clone the mage on the spell steal, and Asmu manages to get back behind the pillar, but he's going to be off stun DR pretty soon. Mirlal's probably going to commit all in. He's got Vanish to set up for the cheap shot. He's looking for the win, but Mirlal is getting low, and Chaz gets gag order silence, and suddenly out of nowhere, CLEAVE, can they get the cross kill? Because Asmu is likely going down in the impact stun. Can they finish Mir? Razzle is gouged away. Adieu is deep frozen. Mir gets gripped, but Razzle is chasing him. He steps away from the Feral onto the Warrior and manages to sprint out of distance here with Shadow Dance. Frostnova on the Warrior, keeping him at bay onto the Rogue. And they managed to weather the onslaught. The Workshop have done it again, now in the lead 2-0.
Beautiful game plan here from the Workshop, going after the Paladin on Ruins of Lordaeron, mixing it up, and that's what we were talking about a little bit before the game started. The Paladin can definitely be a good target. Mir, he has combat readiness. He has combat readiness, but he has a shield as well. He needs to stack that combat readiness somehow, but he doesn't want to take too much damage. Chess is completely out of mana, and they are going to tap out there. And it is going to be the Workshop who takes this game. But yeah, I do like that they mix it up, right? Because they went after the Feral. They went on the Pala, then they swapped to the Feral. Then when they had the stuns back on the Paladin, they went back to the Pala, got his trinket, and then they went on the Paladin a third time and managed to get the kill. And we can see here, actually, this is the moment where they get this trinket, they get the Garrote, they drop the Ring of Frost, they get the kidney shot right there. Then Asmu trinkets here, and I think he pops the wings for a big Word of Glory. He gets instantly blanket counterspelled. And look at Albrecht here with the wings. He's got the orb down on the other side as well. So he's got plenty of procs. Icelands is coming in, Frostfire's coming in. He's doing tremendous damage, and they finally get the Cyclone onto him. But during this entire time, Chaz is able to just keep Mir somewhat healthy with that pain suppression, just trying to heal him as much as possible. But this is where Chaz is running out of cooldown. The gag order comes out, and it's just kind of a race to the finish. That smoke bomb from Mir is actually so clutch because it helps them offensively. Like if Albrecht is inside of it, he can cast and not get interrupted. And for Mir as well, it looked like Razan maybe wanted to Cyclone him low HP and try to save the Paladin. It looked like maybe he had a Cyclone for Chaz, but he wasn't able to do anything because of that smoke bomb getting kind of defensive and offensive value for the Workshop. And now the Workshop just need to do it 2 more times to be the Cup champions. Cup champions, the classic cat champions.
The cat champions. It's 2 A's, right? Or is it 2 C's? Classic Cat Arena Tournament.
The Cat champions.
You know, the Cat champions here. Razzle, an insane game in terms of pressure. It just doesn't matter. Paladin cannot survive that long, and now it's looking really rough for them. You think Shaman Kitty is any better for this matchup if they had it?
They definitely have it. Asmo has Shaman for sure up and running. So if he's playing Paladin, it's probably because they just think Paladin is better. I don't think it's switching. Gonna go back to Ruins, same matchups. We're locking it in once again. Both teams sticking with their guns, and I just love the fact that Albrecht is playing the Frost Mage because it really showcases how powerful it is. A lot of people are writing it off because Fire Mage, it's a lot easier to do well with the Fire Mage. You don't need the same kind of coordination. The Fire Mage can just kind of do his thing and triple DB. And with Frost Mage, if you can coordinate well, you have so much instant damage. And we saw it, right, in game number 1. It's just
Fire
a lot of damage.
Fire Mage players in shambles right now after Zico's commentary, getting roasted on their Fire Mages.
No, I mean it's good, but I think Frost Mage is underrated. A lot of people write it off. Fire Mage is definitely super powerful. So is Frost, though.
Albrecht's looking to make his mark here. Frost RMP. Is it possible to win a Cataclysm Arena Tournament as RMP? I feel like this competition isn't like the #1 most notable comp of the expansion. It was really dominated by Lock Shamans, a lot of Death Knights, a lot of melee cleaves historically. So Workshop are making their way through this bracket. They survived the PHDK with that Nail Biter series that had multiple cross kills, probably more kills in that series than the entire region. So there's been a lot put on them to be able to make it here to this grand finals. And now I bet they're pretty happy that CLEAVE were able to dispense with the PHDK to not have to do a rematch against them. Hopefully CLEAVE can make this close, though. it would be a little bit disappointing to see them go out in a blowout against the Workshop.
I mean, you can't really count them out because I think they did knock out DXB, but I'm trying to remember how the games went. If they were down in the start and then they brought it back. I feel like I think I remember that, but I'm not 100% certain. Either way, these guys definitely not a stranger to being in this situation. And the score, okay, at the top, I was going to say is wrong, but there we go. It's updated to 2-0 for the Workshop. And SZYMEK CLEAVE trying to bring back a win here, trying to put a win on the board, honestly, at this point. Razzle opening up onto Chaz, building up some solo combo points. Adu. Oh, nice sacrifice on the sheep there coming out from Asmo. They're going to probably switch to him, though. He's deep frozen.
Chaz.
They're not actually going to swap to him. Chaz could be in trouble. This is looking really good for SZYMEK CLEAVE. They don't get the opener CC. They already forced out the pain suppression on the Chaz. Razzle gets caught in the room, though, with the smoke bomb, but no trinket. He has the bark skin. Razzle could die in the next smoke bomb. He's definitely the most exposed target here.
Oh, but they got Mirlal in a full Cyclone, and Chaz is in so much trouble. He's got nothing left in possibly the final moments of the game. Psychic Scream, he needs to land it on the Paladin. He's trying to chase down the Paladin, but he can't get there. He trinkets a charge stun, but Razzle is there. He has to fear the Feral, but I think he's just going to die as Adu finishes him. And SZYMEK CLEAVE, they find the formula here in game number 3. Train the healer. When in doubt, train the healer out, and it manages to work for them. And that's what I was saying earlier, was like, it just feels like there's too many cooldowns when you're going after the rogue, and chasing the mage is impossible. I think you just have to risk the biscuit. You have to go on the priest. You have to make it a race.
Honestly, I feel like the way they responded to that was maybe a little bit of panic. I feel like they could have been a little bit more level-headed on the side of the Workshop. But let's wait for the replay here, and I'll tell you exactly what I mean. So this is actually after the moment that I was thinking. But in the start, Asmo sacrifices the CS sheep, and then they deep him. I would have loved to see the Workshop actually just sheep the warrior in that situation and then go after the Paladin and really hard commit there and go for like a deep into a DR cheap shot or kidney into a DR like Garrote or whatever, and try to force the bubble there, because even if you don't get the kill, you're at least going to keep the warrior off the priest. The thing that kills the priest is the mortal strike. If the feral gets to open on the priest and kind of get all his bleeds rolling, and then the warrior connects with a mortal strike, it's really hard for Chaz to recover from that. So I really feel like oh yeah, here we go. Thank you, production. Love you guys. All right, so this is the moment I'm talking about. So here, right away in the opener, Razzle opens on Chaz. It's gonna be a little bit scary, but it's not gonna be that scary. And then here we cheap shot the warrior. Paladin is off sheep DR, and the warrior is also off sheep DR. We get a sheep here onto the Paladin, and he sacrifices it. At this point, you sheep the warrior and you swap back to the Paladin. And if they could have done that instead, as soon as that sheep got sacrificed, they could have kept the warrior off of Chaz and kept the pressure on the Paladin a little bit at least. Instead, they went to deal with the Feral Druid, and he just trinketed and barkskin and stayed on target, got full Berserk uptime. And at this situation for Chaz, it's really, really, really tough for him to recover. He's got no pain suppression, he's got no defensive cooldowns. The only thing he can really do is maybe go for a fear or go back into the room and try to fear the Feral Druid. He could have went back to the room and feared the Feral Druid out of line of sight there, and they could have maybe like tried to set up a smoke bomb out of it, but yeah, it all happened so fast, you know. When we have the entire game and we can rewatch it 5 times, we can definitely come up with a lot of things that they could have done. But that's the thing about Kata. It's so fast-paced. We've seen a lot of games just being over instantly, so it's so important in the opener. Like here at the end of that kidney, I would have loved to just see a sheep and then swap to Pali. But yeah, still really nice work from SZYMEK CLEAVE, showing that they also have some win conditions and they know how to find them.
What about just like Ring of Frost the room so that Chaz can run back out of it or something and then go Paladin?
Yeah.
I feel like Ring of Frost on that entrance could have been really good. They're going back to Nagrand. They don't want the Cleave map here for SZYMEK CLEAVE, but if they get runes again, I'd love to see like a Ring of Frost on the room with a fear, like get a trinket from Feral with the fear and then Ring of Frost run out. And then he's stuck in there, or he has to run through it and hope the Paladin can dispel him. Probably have to make the game faster also on your side by racing down the Paladin, I think, in that type of situation. Let's see if they can walk it off or if they're going to make any adaptations, because they could change comp. They have a few options, whether it's Chaz going on Paladin possibly or Albrick going on Fire Mage. The Dragon's Breath is also going to be a lot more effective at healing for the melee. You get double DB, double fear on the trinket. It's a lot more instant and guaranteed in terms of making this stable. Given that SZYMEK CLEAVE have shown they're willing to take the risks. They're going to be running at your healer. They're going to be putting up the pressure. and now the workshop need a response. They're taking their time here. Likely we just want to talk strat, because this is not just like an instant lock-in for them.
I mean, I wonder if they're talking strat or if they're talking about a potential Holy Paladin Fire Mage game, because, I mean, SZYMEK CLEAVE, they did win that last game. The workshop, they have obviously 2 lines of play here. They could swap it up completely and try it at least, and they will still have the advantage in the series, or they could just lock it in and take the map advantage, and maybe try it on Ruins, or just stick with this matchup. Either way, this is what we're seeing. Same comps coming out from both teams. Nagrand Arena are going to be the battlefield, and again, it's going to be about those openers, making sure that Chaz can stay ahead of the damage. That's the most important thing against the Kitty Cleave.
Okay, let's see if they can keep them off their priest long enough in order to win the game here, because that was over really, really quick on the side of SZYMEK CLEAVE. Easily one of the fastest games I think that we've seen today. This series possibly has cross kills written on it as well, with how close a lot of these games are between the teams. So never count a team out entirely. It's never over until it's over. As a great player once said, I think it was an Orange Marmalade legacy that was left through and still lingers now here today in the Cataclysm Classic, as both these teams are getting ready in. What race was Chaz playing also? I didn't notice if he was a dwarf or not, but I think being a dwarf,
I think he was a
big deal.
Yeah, he was.
He's a dwarf and he still died that fast. Like that's gonna be rough if he's playing dwarf and he died that fast. So this is looking maybe sketchy for the workshop. SZYMEK CLEAVE, it's time to just turn the brains off, pick up the swords, have no fear, charge in, and kill the priest.
So when I'm thinking about that last game, Chaz got open on by himself in the room, right? I wonder if it's good for Chaz to just trinket it, because he never got to use his trinket that game. But I guess he's going to get stuck in a full Hodge later if he does. Because he could, in theory, just trinket Fear the Feral first global, and the Feral is not getting dispelled. He was like on the other side of the map, and his pilot's probably going to get, like Nova CS, deeped and stuff. So that is an option for Chaz, but maybe he can just tank the first stun and get a Fear out of it. Either way, the workshop looking good so far. I feel like the first Nagrand game wasn't that convincing, but the Ruins game was fairly convincing. So if they can get a cleaner Nagrand game, that could be the path forward for them.
I don't mind. I think the issue with the trinket fear is like the warrior's going to berserker, and maybe you're afraid of getting soloed by the warrior. That's got to be like a trinket fear barrier probably, or something like that. Or somebody has to be there to stun a trinket. And if they're not there, I don't know if like as the priest solo, I feel like pain suppression makes sense. And then if you have to, you could also stone form, because then you've let the bleeds go up, so you're going to get value from the stone form at that point. Yeah. Like, do you live with paints up later is also the question. Like, if you trinket fear barrier, you live later with paints up. I don't know.
If you press it on full HP and you get PLs, maybe.
it's
not that reliable in Kata, with the damage being super high as well. But yeah, we are getting into game here. And I don't know, Sid. What do you think here? What do you think is going to happen? Who do you think is going to take it?
I feel like Chaz's team. That's the type of thing where it works once. I need to see if it works twice. If Chaz is just completely flustered and has no idea and they can't figure out what they're going to want to do with it, then I can see SZYMEK CLEAVE taking this. But there's so many games that they're going to have to figure out what they want to do as far as crowd control and deal with that opener that they've got to be able to have an answer, I would think.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We don't have to ask any more questions because we are getting into game 2-1 for the workshop here. SZYMEK CLEAVE trying to tie things up. Can they do it? Nagrand Arena is going to be picked here for the workshop as they make their way forward. Albrecht's already in stealth looking for that opener, and they're both stacked up here. Asmo and Adu stacking up at the pillar here. And what are we going to see in the opener? Mir popping the tricks of the trade there onto Albrecht. So he's going to have that rolling. And here comes the opener, cheap shot onto Adu, and immediately Razel is there peeling, but Albrecht is able to get the Frostbolt off. He's able to get a Shatter here, not able to find any more crowd control, sadly though. He goes for the impact into a Ring of Frost. Nicely done there by Albrecht, but he did Trinket out of the Fear, and as a result, he's stuck in a Cyclone now. Here comes the Pain Train onto Chaz. Big damage here in that throwdown.
Oh, he actually gets away without having to use Pain Slip or Trinket. This is a really good denial of damage there from the Workshop. Just using your barrier here is great for Chaz. That's going to put them in a strong position. Now it's up to this Deep Freeze timing. Can Albrecht find the opening, get some crowd control onto Asmo off diminishing return and set up to go. Chaz has to Trinket a clone. Albrecht gets gag ordered on his Deep Freeze, and it's those type of gag orders from the Warrior that I think are so important, but ultimately the counter spell into a full sheep is going to be secured. Asmo has to Divine Shield out of that to try and stay aggressive because Mirlaw is getting so critically low, even through Pain Suppression. Hammer of Justice, no Trinket. Mirlaw, what are you going to do? He used Preparation. He shadow steps away from the charge, but he reconnects, and suddenly SZYMEK Cleave are proving that they've got more than one option and more tricks in their bag.
SZYMEK Cleave are looking better and better in this matchup, man. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like in game number 1, the Workshop, they had a nice switch there on the Warrior, but it was, you know, a little bit unconventional way to win the game. In game number 2, it was close, right? Mir almost went down as they got the kill. Game number 3, they lost. Game number 4, they lost. I feel like SZYMEK Cleave, they're adapting to the strats here from the Workshop, and the countering is really nice. This time around, you know, Razel mixing it up. On that last game, he opened on the Priest by himself. This game, he opens on the Rogue, peels the opener. And I don't want to criticize these guys too much, but on the side of the Workshop, I don't understand the opener, what they're trying to get out of this. I think it's because they want to swap to the Paladin after they get the cheap shot. So I feel like there's 2 easier ways for them to do this opener. Either you double Nova the Warrior and the Pala, you blanket CS the Pala, and then you ring both of them, and then you go on the Warrior. That's one option, where you guaranteed are going to land a long CC chain. The other option is that you just cheap shot ring the Warrior and go Pala with the Deep Freeze. And then that way, they're probably going to get the bubble as well. So I don't like this opener because they don't actually force anything. You see, the Paladin still has Trinket, the Warrior has Trinket, and the Pharaoh has Trinket, and Miro is already using his defensive. He's already popped Combat Readiness, which is his shield wall, you know, his biggest defensive. When that subsides and when the evasion subsides, he's dead. He's got nothing, you know, and there's still so many cooldowns that they have to go through. They have to get through 3 different DRs of CC onto Asmo, and that's because the opener is just so awful this game. They're just not able to get anything. Like at this point, Albrecht goes for the Deep Freeze, he gets Gag Order, then he gets a Silence Nova, and he gets the Sheep. But you're getting a Sheep now, a minute into the game. He has Trinket, he has Bubble, he has Sacrifice. Like, you need to get 3 more full Sheeps before you're going to threaten anyone. And then here, very unfortunate grip and step at the same time. Mir preps. He wanted to step because he prepped, and prep reset step, so he just wanted to use it and then prep and then maybe save that one for later, but wasn't able to get away, wasn't able to access that Vanish in time, and I guess he had Fury Fire on him. And yeah, it's going to be another win here for the SZYMEK Cleave.
All right, SZYMEK Cleave showing that they can, you know, contend here with the Workshop. I was wondering if it was going to be a blowout, but now they've got the Priest Race strategy, they've got the Rogue strat. It seems like the Workshop have not really ever been able to get a clean opener. I feel like every single opener, something has been slightly scuffed on it. And as RMP, like that's the main point of contention is your opener, because you've got that surprise attack from stealth. It's when you want to bait cooldowns without committing things like the Shadow Dance, so that you can use the Shadow Dance on the next setup. So if their opener isn't clean, they're not going to get those opportunities. And SZYMEK Cleave also raced down Mir really fast. Now, I don't think it's typical. Why did he Combat Readiness and Evasion? I feel like that's not typical that you want to use them at the same time, right? So yeah, I feel like he could have chained those one after the other better. And I mean, it's no guarantee they would win. They got Bubble with that deep, and they're going to get Trinket on the next. But I feel like staggering the cooldowns better also needs to be something to take into account for the Workshop.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for the Workshop, just needed a better opener than in that last game. And there's a couple of ways around it. I feel like their opener is too greedy. I think they want to Nova CS and do a bait opener on the Warrior to get the Feral out, and then they want to commit on onto the Paladin in the deep. But it just seems kind of greedy. I think, yeah, just getting more pressure in the opener. And however they choose to do that is, you know, up to them. But the Workshop Still 2-2 against SZYMEK CLEAVE. SZYMEK CLEAVE getting better and better. And one thing that I've noticed on Rogue that I dislike a lot when I'm playing against Ferals is the wall. When you pop, like, one of your biggest safety nets as a rogue is the cloak vanish, right? You cloak off the Fairy Fire and then you vanish. But if you wall, if you combat readiness, you can't Cloak of Shadows. It shares cooldown with Cloak of Shadows. So you can either use combat readiness or Cloak of Shadows. And then you can't vanish at the end there, even though you have it, because the Fairy Fire is on you. But we see another opener here coming in. Nova CS into a cheap shot onto Adu, and this is going to be a pre-combat readiness to get a full sheep. This is a beautiful opener so far. They might just kill the warrior in the opener. Asmo is going to shrink, actually he's going to bubble, and meanwhile Chaz is getting soloed on the other side by Razzle, but it doesn't look like Chaz is taking too much damage here. He's already used his stone.
I don't know about that.
A fresh row of bleeds, and I don't know if he gets Mortal Strike. This could be really, really troublesome here.
If the warrior gets there, I think he might just die into a stun gag order. Divine Hymn gets stunned. He has to trigger a DR'd Hodge. That's a fully DR'd Hodge. And now Mirlol is on the run. There's pressure onto 2 players, and SZYMEK CLEAVE might be stealing the series away, but a Polymorph connects. Do they have a stun for Razzle? Are they going to go after Adu? Adu still has Shield Wall and Trinket. I think they have to go after Razzle. They force his survival instincts. Mirlol is going to vanish away with a powered shield and try and look to reconnect as they do get a sheep now onto Asmu. Asmu being greedy, intervening over with the Frenzied Regen, Avenging Wrath up, trying to line of sight the spell steals and get some big heals before the mage is likely to spell steal this off. It looks like a break, maybe getting unlucky. He finally gets the Avenging Wrath. Bladestorm comes through for Adu. They're swapping to the mage, trying to keep their pressure onto anything that comes near Asmu. Asmu still has a trinket. He should be in a decent spot for avoiding the XTC chain. They force the first block. They gag order as he comes out, but a Ring of Frost double cheap shot connects. Chaz is in position for crowd control if he needs to with this Psychic Scream. He's ready to go. They skull bash the mage. They stun the rogue. Chaz gets bashed before he can Psychic Scream, but it doesn't matter. Razzle's just going to die. Asmu triggering into a full fear in the workshop. Flat back here in game 5, taking it to match point.
That was absolutely beautiful there by the workshop at the end. Getting the double Ring of Frost there from Albright, man. This guy, he had to use his Ice Block. He still had a Ring of Frost in his back pocket. Drops it on the ground, cold snaps. They get the cheap shot to set it up. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And this is a big reason why I like that cheap shot Ring of Frost for the Frost RMP, because the deep freeze into Ring of Frost, it will make the Ring of Frost half DR, because they share DR together, even though it's a stun and I guess like a freeze or like a sheep, I guess like a trap almost, like a hunter trap. So if you do a cheap shot, then it's a lot better. And we can see it here, Albrecht Ice Blocks, and then Miro comes out here, he drops the cheap shot, he drops a double Ring of Frost there as Adu charges in there, and then that forces his trinket as well. Now, Asmo has his trinket, but you see the problem right here. Chaz is on top of him. If he trinkets, it's a fear. He's not going to get any globals off. So right now, Asmo has his trinket, but if he trinkets, he has to trinket the last crowd control. He gets resheeped, he gets counterspelled, he trinkets counterspell, and you see, as soon as he does, instantaneous fear by Chaz. That's Chaz's job in that moment, to just be ready. And honestly, when Chaz got bashed there, that could have been Asmo's cue to trinket that half sheep and try to avoid that follow-up fear, like maybe get a Hodge on Chaz.
Was CS off CD when the bash happens? Because he would have got MCS.
Yeah, he would get MCS. Yeah,
he got MCS even without it. And MCS is off cooldown now. So, I mean, you might have been able to get a global trinketing it, but like right here, he gets bash. I think he kicks mage and then bashes priest, and then you could trinket here, but you're trinketing into MCS.
Yeah, no matter what he does, it's kind of cooked. But if he doesn't have a Nova with the MCS, though, he can line and dodge the fear still.
I think he just dies to damage. I mean, look at how much damage he takes. The Fiend's on him. Have you ever gotten the Fiend out of range of him? It's rooted. The Fiend got dispelled. He dispelled the Shadow Fiend. He gets rooted again. Does he dispel it
that's
again?
Why he's casting Mass Dispel in this.
He's Mass Dispelling his Fiend out of the shit.
Yeah, I was wondering, because we're going to see it here. Like right here, Chaz casts a Mass Dispel. You see that? And I'm like, wait, why is he doing that? I was like, he knows the ring is on the enemy team, right? He's not trying to Mass Dispel their CC. But he's trying to, I think he's trying to ND like a root on the Fiend or something. But yeah, the damage here is obviously the tricks of the trade, and the Iceland spam with that Frozen Orb is a huge burst.
All right, let's see what they can do here. We're going to probably go to Runes of Lordaeron. It's going to be a bit of a healer rundown, I think, here from the side of SZYMEK CLEAVE. It's my expectation. So Chaz is going to be really tested on his ability to survive. Also, we saw them split. Like the Feral Druid just open on the Priest by himself, and then the Warrior kind of sit back with the Paladin. How do you think that opener went for them?
I think that the Chaz responded to it way better this time. He let him bleed him, then he came out, and then he stone formed, and he got casts off. And I think that's the most important thing. I think in that situation, when Razzle doesn't have his kicks, if you get a good aura mastery stone form for Chaz, where you're not going to get interrupted on the flash shield, I think that's the ideal scenario for him. And I think he just did a better job tanking it out in general. I liked it that Mir instantly popped combat readiness this game. So I feel like they are in their head a little bit. Because if Razzle opened Mir this game, Mir cheap shot combat readiness, that was his like first 2 globals, you know? So if he opened onto him there, he would have just stacked his wall for free and given it value. Instead, he was on the priest, open on the priest, and he wasted his wall. And then when they switched to Mir later, they actually had more pressure because there was a wall to deal with. So yeah, I think I like it. I like that they're kind of switching between it. Make Mirrol kind of second guess if he should pop that wall early or if he should wait.
All right, who's going to be Europe's champion here for the Cataclysm Classic Arena Tournament? Adieu is taken to the center tomb. They're turtling in the room. They're anticipating the attack on the priest, and they are bunkered down in that room, ready for the attack. Now Mirlal is leaving the room, just playing it kind of close a bit here. Just hugging the edge of the wall, really just stutter stepping. They safely get the invis off of the mage, and they're going to be looking to cross out here. But Razzle is right there. Although if mage finds Feral, I feel like it's great. Oh, I cannot believe they did not see each other right there. And Razzle, he's sneaking in. Look at his little kitty's ready to go. And Adieu is actually freedomed into the room. They're going to do an all-in, I think, on Chaz at this point. He's pounced up. He's sitting through it. He's not overreacting. He stone forms off the first row of bleeds, but they're going to reload pretty rapidly. Kidney shot on Razzle, trying to slow down his assault. Chaz is getting towards the Paladin, looking for a Psychic Scream, trying to power shield his way over there, getting closer and closer, and he gets the Psychic Scream. Let's say protection pre onto Razzle, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's immediately stripped off by Albraic, and now Albraic is protected from physical abilities here. He can't be peeled whatsoever. Defensive Ring of Frost comes down during the barrier, but Mir is into a Cyclone. It's barrier and pain suppression from Chaz. They are relentless here on match point. They're giving it their all to take this to a Game 7.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Asmo might get fully sheeped here. Razzle's taking a lot of damage. Asmo's just going to use the Divine Shield, but he's not on Sheep DR, and he doesn't have Sacrifice. They need to kill Chaz right now on the side of the SZYMEK Cleave. Otherwise, the Workshop will take this European Grand Finals. There's the gag order coming in. Here's Razzle. Big damage onto Chaz. He gets fully fear. Deep freeze on Asmo. Chaz is alive right now. Can they keep the Warrior away from Chaz? Can they find the damage? They do. No way. This could be a
getting soloed.
Chaz is absolutely crushed by Adieu, but meanwhile, Raz is also dead in the smoke bomb, and we have a classic matchup: Rogue Mage versus Pala Warrior. No deep freeze available yet for Albright. How are they gonna do this? If they win this, they win the entire grand finals. They have no trinket, they have no outs on Asmo. They just need to find that opener. I think they just go on Asmo actually and CC the Warrior. That's exactly what they're gonna do. There's the Nova, there's the deep freeze, big damage, beautiful disarm, beautiful charge. Adieu trying to do what he can for Asmo, but there's the Kidney, and I think the Workshop has done it. European champions in the Classic Cataclysm Tournament. Well played to these guys. It came down to yet another 2v2, and of course the Warrior is going to play it out, but with Warrior in cheap, Mir eating mage food, I don't see Mir going down in this situation.
I mean, it either have to be like a double disconnect or the biggest choke ever. Like, there's no way. Yeah, he's tapping out on the Pet Nova. He sees Mir at full health, and the Workshop have done it with a cross kill, 4-2. They are your European champions. I feel like Chaz has been trying to make a run as well in tournament play. He crossed over to the North American region and wasn't really able to get anything going. In Cata, he comes back to Europe, and he takes the whole thing.
That's beautiful, man. I'm so happy for Chaz because this man, you know, he came in, he won BlizzCon, I think in like 2019, and then we didn't really see him compete too much. You know, he was doing other stuff. We saw him have I guess by his standards, not a great run in the AWC on the NA region for Unitas. But it's nice to see him come back here in Classic, have a good team around him, and just perform. I feel like Chaz, the fact that he finds this fear on Razzle, beautiful, and I found the fact that he found the fear earlier on Asmo as well, just super important. I think he played a phenomenal game, and even against the PHDK, honestly, that was such a close series. And if it wasn't for all those clutch plays with the def on the scatter shots and you know, all of those big plays he did to keep his teams alive, maybe they would have just not even been in the finals. So Chaz definitely getting to show everybody that he still got it. And then here we can see the final moments as well. Beautiful peels from the Warrior, but it's not enough. The setup's too clean. They got the double Nova. He's got no Blade Storm or any way out of it. They get the kidney, or they get the deep, they get the CS, they get the kidney, and they have the procs to finish the job and take the tournament.
Crazy final game here. Cross kill central. I mean, if you miss any of these games, this is a VOD that you definitely need to check on replay between these teams. I can't believe it's so close on both sides. You're just watching the replay and you're just like, how does Chaz survive? Like, how does he survive here? Like, he should just be dead. But this power word shielded in the fear, and he gets around the corner while Adieu is crippling poisoned. It was so clutch. Like, he was 100% dead there. If anything hit him, it was over. That probably would have bought more than enough time for maybe Adieu to get back and help. But the smoke bomb on the Feral Druid, also just knowing when like you need to trade is so important. Like, you're not helping Chaz anymore. You have to just play for the kill, play for the win, as opposed to trying to peel for him. And realizing that, just dropping the bomb and going for the win off the fear was a really good reaction from the workshop in this position. And just knowing that you win the 2v2. I mean, Paladin with no CDs, Warrior with no trinket. This is going to be a 2v2 that I think for sure they win every time. Yeah, I think so. Especially, like you said, during these circumstances. If it's fresh, all CDs 2v2, it may be a different story, but in this situation, the biggest part of that is just as soon as they kill Razzle, Mir just runs away. He just books it. He knows, I just need to get a stealth and just wait for the perfect moment to strike. And Mir's really been super impressive in the tournament as well. I mean, all of these guys, Albrecht as well, all three players just putting on such a great show for us to watch. Just a really well-deserved victory for them.
Absolutely. I mean, an incredible run from both teams. You know, we saw SZYMEK CLEAVE come out of the depths of that lower bracket and almost have a little bit of a comeback there in the final grand finals. Wasn't enough, though. That's an incredible victory from the workshop. I'm excited to see Chaz back on top. I think, Zico, you think you're right. 2019 was the last time we saw it. So Chaz in having a victory. So I'm sure he's super excited. We're going to be getting an interview with him set up shortly here. But in the meantime, that's got to mean a lot to him, Supties, you know, getting that win in such a nostalgic tournament like Cataclysm as well. Yeah,
it's going to be a permanent title, Cata champion here of 2024. Who would have thought you could be a Cata champion in 2024 when it came out in, I don't even remember how many years ago it's at this point, like 2010 maybe or something. 2010 is that long ago? No. Wait, I'm getting old.
Was it?
2010?
I think, right?
Really? No.
Cataclysm
maybe
original
you're
release.
right, actually.
There's no way
maybe
we're
like
that
2011?
old.
Yeah, December 7th, 2010.
2010?
Oh my goodness.
Sorry. Am I making us so old? What came out in 2013? We'll figure it out later. But hello, Chaz. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very happy. It was a very hard series, but yeah, we won in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think my first question is about all the cross kills. Every time that happened to you, what was going through your head?
I think the first one was the Impala. Albrecht said he did a mistake, so he could have finished the DK, but I was just laughing in the 1v1.
Yeah.
That was but I didn't expect this many 2v2s to happen, to be honest. Should probably have sent a little bit more 2s before this tournament rather than 3s.
I don't think many people would have been able to prepare for that. So no one was expecting it. Don't worry. Zico, Sid, I'm gonna pass it to you guys if you have a question.
Yes, I have some questions. Chaz, first of all, congratulations, man. This is your first win in a while. You know, you had I want to say not the greatest run over in Unitas, but now you're back on top. Like, how does it feel? Does it feel as good as last time?
It feels amazing, honestly. I've been having so much fun with the Cataclysm. I played way more than the other classics. I'm just really enjoying 3v3 in this expansion. But yeah, of course, I'm very happy to win a tournament again. I wasn't sure I was gonna like, compete or what's going on there, but I guess I'm here winning another tournament randomly.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I wanted to ask you about the PHDK matchup that you guys had in the upper bracket. How did you guys prep for that? Because you guys saw DXB, I think. No, I think DXB lost to them, right? To the PSGK, and I mean they were the other like really good RMP. So were you guys like scared heading into that matchup? Did you guys prepare a little bit extra? We saw you guys brought out the Holy Paladin Fire Mage. Was that like going to be the main game plan, or secrets?
Well, to be honest, I think like from watching Avisura's team's games, we were really scared of this team. That's why we tried the Holy Paladin and tried to throw them off with a healer kill. It kind of worked, just not quite, you know. But I thought like best case scenario, we're gonna have like we win one, they win one, and then it's about the blind pick, and that was our plan. I don't know how this series would have gone if that was a re-final, if we met them in the final. It could have been very, very scary.
Yeah, I bet you guys were happy to not have to deal with that again.
Yes.
Well, that leads me up to my next question, though, with ZYMEK CLEAVE. Assuming this wasn't a team that you prepared for, and they even took a couple of games, really close games off of you guys in the grand finals, was your team worried at all, a little bit, with this opponent?
So, like, comp-wise, I think RMP should beat Cataclysm. Now, I've been looking quite a lot on the gearing strategies of teams, and I've seen this Feral run as little as 1,500 resilience, and that's a lot of damage on me. So I was really scared. I knew he was gonna go on me with full PV gear, but I don't know. Like somehow I lived and we won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe you lived in that last game. That was crazy. You got that fear just right before you were about to die. That was very well played.
Sid, you
What
got
were your
anything?
expectations for this tournament? Like, were there any surprises from any of the other teams, or even for yourself? Like, what were your expectations moving into this?
I think there was a lot of hype between. There was a lot of hype for the RMP mirror, and whether we would have won or lost that, no, it's a mirror. I think they actually are a bit superior than us in right now, but I think my team brings more. Especially me, I have a lot more tournament experience, so. It depends a bit on the day when it's an RMP mirror, but I think people missed out on the RMP mirror. That would be fun to see. I actually thought that RMP would win. I was fully. I was thinking, you know, I think we can go top 3 at least, but I think that team will win at least. But yeah.
Yeah, would you have been happy with the top 3?
I think
like heading into it.
I would have been a little bit bummed out, but I would have a final at least. But at the same time, like I feel like if it's not that RMP, then we should be able to take it, you know, especially when we are able to see their strategies into teams that we thought was rough. But I mean, amazing played by them. They just had a bad series, and just managed to learn from their mistakes, I guess.
Yeah, that's always nice when you get to learn from somebody else's mistake. Okay, I have one final question for you, Chaz, and that is, what do you think is going to happen in North America now? You got the rest of the night off. There's going to be, you know, all the NA games. Is there a team that you're cheering for or that you think will win?
I think Chanimals, Cubsy, and it's Nuts, right?
Yeah.
I think they're gonna win it. I feel like they're the final boss, but also like I've seen some fire RMP killing an entire arena in less than 10 seconds. It looks scary. Could be a potential threat to them, but I think that Nuts, Chanimals, and Cubsy, they probably will win this.
All right.
Yeah, that's a solid prediction for sure.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that. I think that's all the questions we have for you, Chaz. Any final thoughts? Anything you want to shout out before we let you get some rest?
Oh yeah, thank you everyone for supporting me and my team. You can follow our streams. You can find our social media on Twitter, on Twitch, and thank you all for all the kind words. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chaz.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Chaz. Congrats. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye. I think last time we interviewed him, he was in a suit. I don't know if we got an interview. I think it was just his player cam. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But either way, that is Chaz. Absolutely incredibly well done to him and the rest of his team. Definitely go check them all out on Twitter as well as Twitch. They deserve some support for sure. And with that, that's going to wrap up EU for Cataclysm. And now we're going to hop on over to North America's games. We're going to be seeing some players play it out in Cataclysm over there. Are you excited? Are you excited to flip it over to NA Super Tees?
Yeah, I mean, I think the compositions are also a bit different, so it should be quite a different experience with a lot of the Lock Shaman rogues and those types of swap comps and high pressure cleaves, and we still got an RMP in the mix, so it's definitely going to be entertaining and something to not miss out on.
Yeah, that first team that we're going to see in the first match for NA, Old Men, the team that Chaz is rooting for, versus Team Liquid. That's going to be coming up right after this break. Congrats again to the workshop. We're going to head over to NA, Old Men versus Team Liquid, up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are in North America. It is Old Men versus Team Liquid, the upper finals.
Snuts Mage, Trill Rogue. Oh my god,
He's
he's playing
Paladin.
Magelock Paladin, dude. Snuts is
going
playing Magelock
on?
Paladin. How many years ago was he in the finals playing Magelock Paladin on Warlock? And now he's playing it on Mage.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. A little bit of a different flair, though. I was actually watching that series yesterday when he was playing with Pooks and Toes. They were playing Frost, so I am curious. This is kind of their answer to Cleave, right? Because the one thing RLS kind of does struggle into is these really, really strong Cleave variants. But it's not being a Fire Mage, Cubsy being a Paladin. I think this is a really good read. We'll have to wait and see. I was expecting Trill to be on the Retribution Paladin, but looks like he will be going Rogue. And I actually don't think Liquid is out of this. Like, this is a matchup they definitely can win. I'm curious to see who they decide to go after here. Trill and Stealth just moving forward. Obviously not going to be able to find that early sap, but seems like Snuts is going to be the main target.
And Death Grip was already used, so Trill is going to get peeled away with the Halteri. Trinkets, it goes to the Kidney Shot. Can they peel the Trinket? Blind on the Warlock. He Trinkets out right away. Soul swapping a full row of dots, looking for the Haunt. Massive pressure on the Trill. Forced to use Cloak already in before 30 seconds. Mez gets cooled away. He's trying to get a Strangulate, but it doesn't look like it was able to get too much value at the moment. Now he's just dying in a Dragon's Breath. Dots are ticking away. Anti-Magic Shot comes through. Sinew into a Hammer of Justice. His entire team is dying. The Gargoyle finally coming into the mix with a Kidney Shot here on the Chance. Smoke Bomb for follow-up. It's so much damage coming in on Chanimal, and somehow he survives. I think it was the Hellstone. He ports back behind the pillar and manages to recover back to full health. And now it's Sidu, who has a lot of work ahead as these dots are starting to whittle his entire team away.
And look at Cubs. He's got every single defensive cooldown you would want or need in this situation. Chan going for full fear. Dragon's Breath lands. And this is where the pressure starts really mounting. But Snuts needs to be careful. Doesn't want to play too deep here. Getting very confident. Nature Swift is coming in here from Sidu. Looks like that might be enough for him to survive. Fear Spam just coming in from Chanimal and leaving Chanimal open. It's just not what you want. He's just spamming out damage. A full sheep now onto Sidu as they're going after Trill. There's no Cloak of Shadows. Trill is in so much trouble. Sidu just cannot connect any heals. The full Dragon's Breath lands. Trill
Evasion the Fell Hunter. He evasions the Fell Hunter.
The Spearling Totem does not land, though. That is so unlucky. It was one step away. If Trill was just there, he might have been able to survive, but I don't know if they were going to be able to win this game. I mean, even if that Spiritling kept him alive, I feel like that's a really rough spot to be in as Liquid.
My God, I was just staring at the Fell Hunter. He evasioned it. I saw the Fell Hunter was going to kill him, and he evasioned its attack, but then he wasn't in range for the Link. Oh my God. It was so close to surviving right there, but it seemed really tough to get through all of the crowd control, and with Snuts just on top of Sidu, constantly harassing him. Felt like they couldn't get the typical strat, which is like just running down the healer. Trill, I think, solo forced Bubble at one point, but aside from that, it was not looking good in terms of keeping on target. Also, this close call, they almost killed him in the bomb on Chanimal, and it was the Hellstone in the port out of range that saved him. That Frost Nova on the pet as well. And he gets in range for a double Howl, and that Howl of Terror just puts Sidu in such a terrible spot. He's just stuck out in the open in the corner with Mage Lock crowd control for like the rest of the game at that point. He never gets to get back to a pillar. I think even when zone comes down, he gets feared out of the zone. I think he gets a nice grounding totem here on the Haunt, and they get anti-magic zone, but then he gets feared out of it. And then he just gets feared into the corner and never leaves that corner. And Trill tries to win the game by himself, but then Mez gets feared. He can't help it all. I guess maybe he could Trinket this fear. It's like the only Trinket this fear AMS and just stay on the mage or something, because he sits a full fear. He dark sim something. What did he dark sim? Oh my God, that DB did so. Watch the evasion here.
Oh, the Spearling. No!
Hunter, but the Spiritling is 1 inch. He's just 1 inch out of range. I mean, he couldn't really move. I think he was Novid or something.
Yeah, he was.
It's this one.
I mean, that's just
away.
like.
And Sidu's feared. He's feared again. How is he feared again? I swear he was just feared. I swear that CC chain started with fear. It's full fear again. It was like 3 fears into a sheep, into a DB, into another full fear or something on Sidu. Like,
I mean, this game could have just been over. It was a really good blind on Chanimal, force out his Trinket, then they go for the Shadow Dance Smoke Bomb all in. It was so close to working on Chan. I mean, he really did barely survive that Smoke Bomb attempt, but like once you're in this situation, it is just so difficult for the Cleave composition. You're getting rotted down. Chanimal just free casting as many fears, UAs, as he could possibly muster up. Snuts goes for kind of a cheeky polymorph here, realizing that Trill is just across the map with no Cloak of Shadows and really not much he's going to be able to do. There for the Dragon's Breath to follow it up. Sidu just can't move his character. He gets 1 global, but Spiritling is just not enough. Hammer of Justice as well. So Cubsy coming in. I think he's the one that actually killed it off.
You know, I think totems in Cataclysm, they spawn in specific spots of your character. like Spiritling Totem comes in either like the back right or the back left. I wonder if he was able to spin his character, if he could have got it in range or not.
Possible.
Because you can determine where it lands slightly, and it looks like it's so close that if it spawns where I think it did on the replay, that he might have been able to turn his character. But Dragon's Breath is also turning your character for you, so he probably just was spamming the button, praying that he'd be able to press it anyways, as I think he was CC'd at the time. But it's like a small thing that maybe they could have gotten that off. Now they're going to Dalaran. How do you feel about this? Because I feel like this is a super friendly Fire Mage map.
I mean, it's a small map either way. I feel like the one good thing about Dalaran too is for Death Knights is you can kind of just grip anyone from any location, right? Like if they poke out their face, you're always going to be kind of in range of that death grip. So maybe that's the kind of line they're going for. Maybe like an all-in on Cubsy on the smaller map. I'm not really sure, but there are a bunch of like, once you get grouped up at the boxes, if you're getting triple Dragon's Breath, like that's going to be a really, really rough spot to be in. But for me, what's really interesting about this matchup, Sid, is like these are not the compositions these teams normally practice, right? Like both of these teams, I feel like 90% of the game times I'm watching Liquid play, it's going to be Ret, DK, Priest, which they're mixing it up, obviously. And for Old Men, 99% of the time they're playing, it's playing that Rogue Lock Shaman. So both of these teams trying to counter comp each other. Liquid, maybe this is the best cleave setup that they could come up with. Like the Ret DK just like doesn't work against this, but I feel like the Rogue it's risky, you know?
I don't know. I think the Rogue was pretty... I think the only reason they even came close to winning is because they have a Rogue. If they had a Red, I don't even think they'd be able to connect to something. I think being able to cloak, the Smoke Bomb, both Smoke Bombs are a win condition, Blind's a win condition. Like
I feel like if Ret was better, they would probably play the Ret, but I'm just saying like it doesn't seem like either one is a great option.
I think the Rogue was... I think they can win this. I think like it's just a couple of globals of damage. I feel like Mez was like on the mage a lot. If he could get a little bit quicker to Paladin or Warlock in those situations, maybe he's just trying to stop the mage CC or something, but it felt like he was really focused on mage. And if he could get more on what Trill is attacking in those critical moments, that they probably could have taken game one.
Snuts mage. I mean, you don't see it every day, that's for sure, but Old Men, the old Cloud9 team coming together, playing the Mage Lock once again versus Sea-Doo and Mez and Trill playing at Cleave. I mean, this is like the absolute classic matchup you could see from these two teams. See how it goes down. Trill going to be moving forward in stealth. Can he find the sap? Doesn't look like it just yet. Chanimal trying to get Trill out. It looks like he is able to open with that Garrod. Howl of Terror lands. He needs to get a Dispel, but he's silenced.
Ring of Frost.
Very unlucky, and Trill is in trouble.
He missed the Ring of Frost on Sea-Doo. He's able to dispel the Nova and get out of range of it before it triggered. And Sea-Doo avoiding that initial crowd control is so important because now you can break up the chain. Janimal, though, has Dark Soul. He's got a proc trinket and on-use trinket. These dots are going to do a lot of damage. He's Fel Flaming to refresh them as well. The entire team is melting from these dots from Chanimal at the moment. Mez needs to use Anti-Magic Shield. He's being so greedy. Dragon's Breath connects. He might just die in a Dragon's Breath at the moment of this dot pressure. Sea-Doo dispels a UA. Now into a Hammer of Justice. Icebound Fortitude has to come out. Snuts is going after Sea-Doo. He's on his heels. Kona Cold looking for a Shatter combo. Pyroblast, Soul Swap, full row of dots into the coily. Trinket and S's to try and recover, but they're already so far behind between both Snuts and Chan, almost peaking over 8.5k DPS. I'm not sure how much longer Sea-Doo can keep this going. Snuts is advocating downstairs at a safe distance. Cubsy's trying to reposition, but another spell lock onto Sea-Doo. Mez is howled into the corner, out of the game. That fear pathing on Mez is so bad. He's completely out of the game. Another Fel Flame, but Sea-Doo's got the dots off. He's got a healing stream behind the pillar, trying to post up and guarantee his healing, but everyone is dying. Spiritling Totem isn't really going to do a lot, I think, in this matchup. At any moment, they could fall over. Cloak of Shadows is likely going to have to trade in the next couple of seconds. They drop the anti-magic zone. Trill is trying to go for the win. Can Trill manage to solo force something here? Kidney shot in the gouge. It's not dance. He gets feared away. He can't connect. And I'm pretty sure right now, at this point, the Old Men are basically just going to be playing with their food for the rest of this game.
Yeah, this is looking pretty one-sided at this point. Cubsy still has every single defensive cooldown. I don't know what Liquid is going to be able to do. Sea-Doo's just barely keeping his team alive. His mana's still looking good, so it might be able to recover here. Smoke Bomb drops down. They're going all in on Cubsy. Here it comes. Big damage. Can they get the Divine Shield? That would be impressive, but no, the Howl of Terror. Cubsy, he connects the heals. No trinket, no Divine Shield. Old Men are looking good.
I can't believe he didn't Tremor there. Unless he really wants it for himself, but I feel like that was the all-in from Trill. I'm almost surprised he didn't cloak for it. Now they're trying to switch up, but Blessing and Protection blocks it. Sea-Doo can't get a purge here. He's got to keep healing. He's so far behind, but he dispels a UA on the Hodge dispel. Now he's even further behind. Another UA hit for Sea-Doo. This is so bad. Into a full fear possibly, but saving that Tremor earlier means he's got it now. He breaks the fear. He's trying to avoid Snuts, but Snuts is right on top of him. He's getting a Shatter combo with that Cone of Cold. Pyroblast gonna connect. He switches the Earth Shield, but the dots are ticking away. He's caught in an Imp CS. Is he just gonna fall over? He drops the Link. The whole team gets there. Mez Lichborn heals himself, so the Spirit Link Totem would distribute his health to the team. That was critical from Mez in that moment to get the Spirit Link value. Now they're trying to get back onto Snuts, trying to claw something back in this game as Mez empowers his pet, gets the pet stun full blind, comes he has to bubble, and suddenly they get bubble and block in the same attempt, and possibly Liquid can do this.
Yeah, it is possible. Strangulate available here for Mez, but all three members are rotting down. Full polymorph lands on Sea-Doo. He trinkets immediately, wanting to enable Trill during his Shadow Dance.
Oh,
Full kidney shot here on Cubsy. They're going all in, and Cubsy falls. I can't believe it. Liquid tie it up. Somehow, Sea-Doo and Liquid, they stay alive despite being under so much pressure in this match. They find the win condition, and I mean, I feel like this is just one of those situations, Sid, where it's like you got to play it calm, cool, collected. Things look scary, but once those cooldowns come back up, the Shadow Dance, the Gargoyle, you really can get that pressure rolling again.
Oh my god, they survive it, they weather it, they don't risk the all-in. Like that Shadow Dance set up on Cubsy, I thought for sure he was going to cloak offensively or Tremor him. They hold on to it, and because they hold on to it, they can break the chain later, and this Lichborn from Mez was crazy good value. The anti-magic shield as well, and the dot damage to make sure his health stayed high to give Sea-Doo as much health as he could in that moment, because it's so hard to cast. Double ranged interrupts going to be coming in at all corners. You just have to protect your healing stream and pray that you got enough healing going. This is a crazy final push onto Snuts to get his block. They had them stacked up so they could swap really easily. Chan is trying to 1v1 Sea-Doo at the moment, but he gets gripped away towards the end of the Howl of Terror. And Trill somehow still has Cloak. I actually can't believe that he still has Cloak 3 minutes into the game. And they get the setup with no trinket, no bubble. Sea-Doo's casting Hex with Grounding Totem. But they kill the grounding, they lock the Hex, but Hex was not going to be necessary here. The DB comes in, but it's too little too late. And they managed to close it out. He actually switched to a Succubus. Also interesting that he like, when did he switch to a Succubus?
I don't know. Let's see.
Because he spell locked earlier in the game. Was that like a desperation thing? Like at the end of the game?
There's spell lock.
So
let's see when he does it. Just for the spell lock. Trying to get like some cheeky Drake dog plays. There it is. There's a Succubus. What does he do with that though?
He just seduces Sea-Doo. I wonder if it would have been better on. Does it break on damage? Does it break on dots?
I feel like I so infrequently see the seduce. There's polymorph.
It also has a knockback, doesn't it, in Kata? Or is that in Wrath?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it has a knockback in one of the expansions. Like he could have maybe knocked him off. So. Yeah, so what could he have got like a Succubus? No one ever does that. That's why I'm trying. I remember Thugonomics doing that in some older tournaments. So I was like, maybe he was trying to use it for the knock, but not really able to get them in any sort of position to be able to do that in time.
Yeah, I'm unconvinced of the Succubus knock for now, but we'll have to wait and see if that comes in the future. Maybe on this map. Yeah, so I am curious about this. I mean, Liquid, it seemed like they were just barely keeping their heads above water for the most of that match, right? Didn't seem good. Cubsy held on to his Divine Shield, his Trinket for such a long time in the game. But inevitably, Liquid is just able to find these moments during their burst cooldowns where they cause those overlaps and ultimately take out a win. So I feel like old men, they have so much control of this game, they just need to figure out a way to actually end it, you know? Because, you know, it's nice to just have your dots on everyone and keep everyone low, but you actually have to find a way to kind of seal the deal and actually get that burst damage to overwhelm one target. So I don't know if that means that Cubsy needs to move in and actually lands a Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. They could do like, you know, a Hammer of Justice into a Silence into a DB, like, but I feel like they have to try to just clean up their offense a little bit more because defensively, Old Men's looking good, but they're just not getting that overwhelming damage you really need.
Yeah, and I mean, they were trying to. I feel like Snot's got a lot of shatters on Sea-Doo. Just not enough. Maybe it's not enough healing stream kills. I don't know if we have details to see like healing stream healing, but it's super important if they're going to do this strat that they're killing healing stream. It's basically all the healing. Maybe it's possible that he's getting too much value from healing stream specifically to be able to keep the team going. Maybe they need to focus Trill more. The fact that they didn't get Cloak for 3 minutes. I don't think they got Cloak the whole game. I feel like that's abnormal to not get. I feel like maybe they were tunneling Sea-Doo too much. They focused on controlling him in the Grand and getting pressure on the melee, and then I feel like they just didn't pressure Trill enough.
Old man logo is too good. All right,
the haircut.
Let's see it. Yeah, let's see how this one goes. I do like when they go after Cubsy, though. I think the dances on Cubsy are really good. On this particular map, I feel like going after Chan is probably not ideal. I am curious to see if we do see Chanimal lock in or bring out that Succubus once again. It does feel like the Fell Hunter brings so much damage. It's like a surprising amount of burst that the Fell Hunter has, so you do give up that damage to go for that knock, but maybe it was just like a desperation
It was a last
thing.
second thing. Like he already spell locked and he was just last second felled. I think that was actually insane to try and do that. Like if it actually made the difference, but I don't think he's going to play the whole matchup with a Succubus. That's like a last second thing to try and make a win happen. But they get a sap on the lock. Trill is ready to open onto Cubsy. He gets the Garrote. Where's Mez? He's across the map at the moment, trying to get in there on his Mal, but Chanimal's going to be free for the Halaterra in a minute, and he's actually just splitting on Snuts. Snuts trinkets to Strangulate, gets the Frost Nova into Dragon's Breath. He's going to get the Ring of Frost here. Ring of Frost kills the Healing Stream with an Ice Lance. Really nice opener from Snuts. And now he's got his on-use trinket proc. Is he going to set up a Shatter? Big Pyro swap onto Sea-Doo. Into a coil on his trinket from Chan from downtown. The Haunt connects, and Sea-Doo is getting just completely decimated, but somehow survives. Anti-Magic Zone comes down. He's feared out of it. He had to use the Spirit Link Totem. He's still rotting from the pain train of that combustion from Snuts. He hits a UA! He hits a UA, but he gambles it, and he wins the gamble. He survives the Dispel at 10% health. Trill has to trade Cloak of Shadows. Snuts is on the back foot. Now that Liquid are alive, they have to find some way to get pressure. They still have to get through so many cooldowns.
Yeah, Sea-Doo pulling off miracles to survive there with the help of Mez. An Impact Stun comes in once again. All three members of Liquid are rotting down. Fear onto Cubsy. He's going to break, though. So they can get done. Another Fear here onto Mez. Chanimal doing what he can to just peel up the situation and slow down the game a little bit. But Chan is taking some pressure. He's in a full kidney shot. Trill is using that for crowd control as they do convene on Snuts, really trying to pressure him down on that Fire Mage. But Trill's got no Cloak of Shadows for another minute. Here comes a Shadow Dance. Large burst. Blessing and Protection gets forced, but that's not a bad trade for Cubsy. Basically negate the dance damage with that Blessing of Protection, and now Old Men can get aggressive once again.
See if they can get on target here and finish this game out. Full polymorph, no trinket. Halaterra onto the Rogue, but he drops the smoke bomb. Trill is trying to go for a solo kill. I don't think he's got enough damage to drop him without Shadow Dance. Pet is empowered. Mez is going for the win, trying to take out Snuts. Chan gets interrupted by Trill. He's right next to Cubsy as well. Shadow Dance is still not up for 30 seconds. He's got to vanish, possibly for a play here, but without a powered shield to protect it, it's going to break really quickly. He goes for a gouge, trying to set up possibly for a kidney shot in the near future. Divine Play is up, and another setup onto Sea-Doo. He's caught into a coil off into the corner, into an Imp CS, and Snuts is going for the win, but Sea-Doo is just refusing to go down, clutching out a Riptide, clutching out a Healing Surge, and Snuts is suddenly on the back foot. Mez is globally him as he's forced into the block, and I can't believe Sea-Doo is still alive. He's just dying to dots. He dispels the UA. He takes the gamble again on dispelling the dots at 10%. Manages to hold on, but his teammates are Halaterra across the map, and Sea-Doo is all alone. Snuts is right on top of him. Chan is soul swapping some dots out. He's got a Succubus. He knocks Trill off on the Hammer of Justice, but Sea-Doo grounds the soul swap. He grounds the full row of dots on the soul swap. Sea-Doo with a legendary grounding totem, but Trill is still not back in the game, getting knocked off by that Succubus. He's finally here. He's at 10%. Insane risky plays from Sea-Doo are keeping his team in it. They're actually doing it. Snuts goes down. Liquid take it and move to match point.
What? Are you kidding me? I can't believe it. Snuts inevitably will go down there. Sea-Doo just greeting it time and time again, dispelling UA, going down to 5% health. I'm going to be honest, that looks like a genius play, but I don't know if he's like calculating that or what, but that definitely seems like there's a few times in that game where Sea-Doo definitely could have just fallen as a result of those dispels. But yeah, that was a really, really close call. Liquid ultimately going to win again. But I really can't believe it. I mean, look at Sea-Doo in this position. He's so low on health, going for the healing surges. This is where the Mez solo forces the ice block. Trill just trying to put out control and damage where he can. Mez as well. It's doing an impressive amount of damage here. That knock, as you can see, I think it's soon, right? Does he get the knock here soon? Pretty sure. Let's see it. I want to see. He gets Shadow Stepped and then knocks him off the side. Hammer of Justice, knock. So that's beautiful. But that grounding on the soul swap, as you called out, one of the reasons why Sea-Doo is actually able to survive this setup. A really, really impressive plays here by Sea-Doo on the Shaman.
Oh my god, he's taking the risks left and right. So he knows he's got to risk the biscuit here if he's going to be able to beat the Old Men. We got Chaz is predicting the region, expecting Old Men to be the final boss, but Liquid are now one win away from getting into the grand finals here for North America on the map pick of the Old Men. And we saw how important it was with the Paladin playing on the pillar, just getting those knocks. And Mez was in a Seduce as well. I mean, look how close he was to dying during the combustion. And then Snuts is dying at the same time to Mez. And they actually, I can't believe they pulled this off. It was such a wild game that UA dispel to know that you're not. Look at the imp. There's an imp attacking him too. Like, what is that? Is an imp? Did he imp Feldom an imp to be able to like dispel a strangulate, and then he Feldoms a succubus to knock the rogue?
I guess
he's actually doing everything. Chan is doing everything, and he's still losing. I swear. Like, what? He seduces Mez into a corner. Like, look, Mez is out of the game. And he took Trill out of the game for such a long time, but Sidhu just won't go down, and he's doing so much damage with dots. But Snuts just gets totally destroyed on the setup. Like, what? I swear, Chan is playing insane right now with his pets. Like, this is insane pet management. This is like the biggest micromanagement I've ever seen from a lock. He's playing this game with every single pet except the Voidwalker at this point in that game to be able to win, and it's still not enough.
Crazy. We're going to Blade's Edge Arena once again. Liquid up 2-1. Winner of this will be going, or the winner of the series will be going to the grand finals. The loser goes down as like the kind of final guardian of that lower bracket. But these two Titan teams, I mean, were you expecting this? Like going to the tournament, I think Liquid was my favorite to win. They're like the Cleaves. I was talking to Sidhu a little bit yesterday after their performance. He was just telling me he thinks Cleaves are OP. Like he's like, I'm not surprised that like DK Hunter ended up winning back in the day, as he just thinks the Cleave setups and Death Knights are so strong right now.
Yeah, until you meet a Kitty Cleave, I think. In NA, we saw Kitty Cleave decimate some Death Knights. So maybe
Liquid beat?
Did he beat the Kitty? I don't remember what the bracket looks like from Saturday, if they were the team against the Kitty or not. I don't think they were. I want to say they weren't, but maybe they were. So the fact that they could... Oh, yeah, I think they were. And he played a priest, and Mez played a dwarf Death Knight.
I remember Grip Fears.
Oh yeah, they couldn't do anything actually against the Red DK. Yeah, maybe Red DK. Maybe this is just the secret tech that everyone else is forgetting. I mean, everybody else seems to be obsessing only about the rogues. But yeah, the rogue DK, the rogue Ret Rogue, like this type of stuff, like these Ret Rogue DK triple DPS comps. Like these comps are very scary in original Cataclysm. So I don't think it's entirely surprising to see them here. I also think DKs are really hard to kill as double caster. Rogues are really hard to kill as double caster. And Shaman can be really hard to kill, as we just saw in that last game. So it makes sense that this would be a decent composition into Wizards. You have a lot of crowd control immunities. It seems like each target can solo a target. Mez is soloing the Mage, and Trill is soloing the Paladin or the Warlock. Like, literally, it's very rarely that they're actually attacking the same thing for a prolonged period of time.
Yeah, Shamans are really hanky. Like, if you look how Sidhu's building his character, obviously he has Elemental Warding, which gives you 12% magic damage reduction. Playing a ton of resilience. And just the way Shaman's Master works, your healing is going to be super strong when you're low on health. So if Sidhu taking all these calculated risks with his Dispel, getting the grounds on the Soul Swap, Bez is coming and making it really annoying for Snuts to pressure down the Shaman, and game is looking good. But every single match so far has been incredibly close. Liquid winning 2 just barely. They're 1 away from closing it out. Let's see if they can do it again.
Trill sprinting in right away to look for a sap for his team here. Is there going to be any AoE that clips him? Rain of Fire's in the middle. He's not in the middle. He gets the sap. He gets the Garrote. This is a clean start for Trill, but nice blast wave on Mez from Snuts, slowing the Death Knight from getting into the engagement. He Dragon's Breath the Rogue away. Chan is now free casting Unstable Affliction immediately here, which is a great start to cover those dots, soul swapping them over. Howl of Terror hits 2. I think they're going after Sidhu, but he's ducked around the corner, and Cubsy doesn't care. Cubsy is going right in on top of the Shaman. Does he ground the Hodge? He doesn't get the ground. Sidhu is getting cleaved down from some dots at the moment. Chan is playing really aggressive. They're going all in on top of Sidhu. They don't want him to get these healing streams down, but now he's on the bottom. He can get a healing stream down there, and it will be protected. But Mez, what is going on? Mez is just getting destroyed. Mez got annihilated by the old men.
Mez! Oh, he had so many cooldowns. Like, I think he just died in the Death Coil. Obviously, you can't use your Icebound Fortitude. He's not going to have access to the AMS, but old men punishing Mez. I mean, that was completely unexpected that he died there. Sidhu jumped down. He realized he was kind of going to be the main target, but I feel like that was just such a good adaptation from old men. Like, Sidhu was gone. He basically CC'd himself, and there was just no trinket available for Mez. I wonder what he did use this trinket on in this game, because it ended up costing him this match.
Probably the Howl. He didn't trinket the Howl. Oh, he trinketed it kind of late. He wants the Lichborn for the heal, but if he can't access it because he dies in a coil. I mean, how often do you die in a coil?
That's
though,
so
also?
rare.
Is that like an insane combust proc also? Like, Sidhu is scared. He doesn't want to stay on top of them and get cleaved on the ramp. So if he can go bottom,
Pyro.
play bottom, and he just
there it is. Coil, spell lock. Yep.
MCS, can't AMS, coiled away on the Lichborn, can't connect Combust, just dead. There's no way you're surviving.
That's tough. That was just a really good read by Old Men, honestly. And that's the thing. This team is just so experienced. They know their win conditions. They know the game so well. It's very rare where you see swaps like that onto the Death Knight and just take him down in a blanket silence coil. But if he has no trinket and C2's just on the other side of the map, it's really not too much that they're going to be able to do. But we do have a tied series now. And I kind of like this more aggressive Old Men. Like, I feel like as the Wizard Cleave, you can get baited into a false sense of security. Like, okay, we have dots. Like, we can just live as long as possible. Inevitably, we'll just overwhelm them. But against a really good team, especially this composition that Liquid has, it can be difficult. Like, if you're not playing aggressive and not finding those kind of burst setups, you don't actually end up killing anyone, even though you're doing a lot of damage. So I like the fact that Old Men is playing much more risky, much more aggressive. Cubsy's moving in. I do think they need those Hammer of Justices to just close out the game.
Yeah, playing on the Shaman, also just killing totems, stacking them up for triple cleave. Seems to be really good. They're just playing a safe game, but now playing this one all in. You can see the PvE gear that they've got equipped here, the Bell of Enraging Resonance. Probably a lot of people enraging when they don't see it drop, but you can get it here on the Tournament Realm as you have access to all of the gear, and it's going to give you a huge boost of damage. Having crit also as a stack status, fire is going to be crazy as well. So insane swap there. That is not guaranteed to happen again, though. The stars may not align like that. We're going to Dalaran Sewers, where Liquid are able to pull ahead as well, as opposed to the Blade's Edge, which is likely going to be better for C2, so he doesn't get cornered as easily and stacked up as easily as we saw in that previous game.
I am excited. We are going into match point here on Dalaran Sewers. See all these players' gear, like Supatis mentioned. If you are interested in seeing their talents, their glyphs, their gear, what does the end of the season look like if you are playing these different classes? These players will give you a good idea with the WoW Companion. So definitely check it out. But yeah, we've got a Wizard Cleave here for Old Men. Liquid running a Cleave, a matchup as old as time between these players. I'm really curious to see who ends up pulling out ahead. I feel like Liquid's wins were good, but not super convincing. Like, I don't know if you think that's fair to say or not, but every time Liquid has won, it is close. And you get the feeling during the game, doesn't feel like it's a game they're winning. It's kind of just like, oh, wow, they somehow survived and then ended up landing a kill, you know? It's definitely a really, really rough matchup for maybe both these teams, but it feels like it's more rough for Liquid for sure.
Yeah, although Dalaran was their best game, this is a game where they didn't get cloaked the entire game. So
yep.
I would say this is their most confident game here. Liquid have a really good shot of getting into the grand finals and possibly having another team dispense of the Old Men, which are kind of the expected team to be able to take the entire thing with this reformed Cloud9 roster. And I was almost curious to see, because Liquid, they've been winning some AWCs on retail since Cloud9 retired as a roster. So, like, is Cloud9 going to be the kryptonite as they've reformed here in Cataclysm?
We'll have to wait and see. Gates are opening up here in 15 seconds. One of these teams moving to the grand finals. The other is the final boss of the lower bracket. And either one of these teams, I feel like you don't really want to fight them. I think going into this, these are probably the favorites to win it all. So no surprise to see them going head-to-head here in the upper finals. Let's see. Small map on Dalaran Sewers. Nuts moving in, getting a blast wave out immediately, just trying to get in combat. I don't know if he actually hit anyone. Trill's moving forward in stealth. Let's see if we can get a sap. Very unlikely. I don't think it's going to happen, but let's see where he decides to open.
Ooh, Halterror hits Trill on his Garrote. That's going to put him behind a bit here. He tremored him out as well, so there's no tremor tone for C2. Dragonsmith Ring doesn't connect. Mez strangulates Snuts. C2 gets back behind the pillar. Chanimal's dogpiling on top of him. Soul Swap, full row of dots into the coil, off the pillar, into the ring. Likely setting up a shatter for Snuts. Big combust onto C2, into the impact stun. His entire team could be in trouble if he spreads it. He trinkets. He uses Nature's Swiftness, and Snuts is not getting that peanut butter spread. Now he's falling behind. He gets topped off by Cubsy. Chanimal rotting down, but Cubsy stabilizes the whole team. I can't believe it. C2's trying to reposition away, but Snuts is just on top of him, raining down pain. DB hits, no trinket, but Snuts is taking tons of damage. Plus, protection, they drop the smoke bomb, but a triple Howl of Terror, a triple from Chanimal. He is not going to let Liquid take this easily into the MCS on C2. He ducks around the corner on the top boxes, trying to avoid Snuts. The next time Dragon's Breath comes up, it could be game over.
Yeah, C2 going for some heals. Doesn't want to get interrupted. Mez gripping Snuts down. Beautiful, but he gets a blazing speed and freedom. He's going to get back onto C2. C2 needs to connect these heals. He fakes out the spell lock. Nicely done, but they are all over him. C2 is getting smothered. He has no cooldowns whatsoever. If they connect the dots, at the same time, Cubsy is going down. Oh, it's a race to the finish on both these healers. Luckily, Cubsy has the Divine Shield. C2's in a lot of trouble. Cubsy moves forward, looking for a Hammer of Justice. Can he find it? There's the Howl of Terror. Silence. C2 is in a world of pain. Is he going to be able to survive? Spirit Link comes down, and now it's actually Snuts that might fall. Either C2 or Snuts could easily go down. Big Dragon's Breath. Big fear. C2's hovering at 10% health. Now an all-in on Cubsy. Are they going to
It's a cross kill!
Cross kill! No, C2, is he going to be able to hold on? Spellbox come in. He might actually live, but now we go into a 2v2, Zid.
The block right now, he's so low right. Chan needs a 1v2. Chan has a 1v2. Snuts is probably out of this. He drops mirror images. He's trying to get away. Mez trades Icebound Fortitude. He needs a Death Coil. He needs to hit Snuts with something. They need to proc him. Can they finish him? The Fell Hunter's going to kill Mez. Mez goes down, and now Trill needs to 1v2. He's caught in a DB. He's caught in a Nova. Chan is spamming up Fierce. Haunt going to connect. And Chan should be able to take control of this as Trill cannot move. And the old men do it in a cross kill. 3-2.
Whew. I mean, are you... we couldn't ask for a better game. Let's just say that. We couldn't ask for a better final game for the upper bracket. But that does mean old men earn their ticket to the grand finals. A really, really close game here. It's at this point when C2's just getting completely smothered. And if you're a fire mage, you love these moments. You've got Living Bomb up. Maybe you got a Pyro crit. You're just spreading all your dots with impact. And I can't believe C2 lived as long as he did. Trill comes back here. He has Shadow Dance. He's got Cloak of Shadows, and he just goes all in on Cubsy. I do wonder if they could have just went on someone else, but it seems like Cubsy was probably the best target to go after. Yeah, they take him down. C2, I mean, if he just gets one more Riptide, this doesn't go down to a 2v2. It was just so close that he actually survives that moment. And it's at this point, if you're Trill and you're Mez, you've got no CC breaks, you've got no immunities. It's really feels like there's not that much you can do. Channel in just prime position to be annoying, get his dots up, and inevitably just rot both Trill and Mez down, and they're just not able to recover here in this situation. Trill ultimately falls after that fear, and yeah, that's going to be a win for old men.
All right.
Animal is too good.
Yeah, you were correct. They are the kryptonite, I guess, for Team Liquid, but they can make a comeback. That is the upper finals, so they're gonna drop down there. They'll be playing the winner of this next up match. There is a chance still for them. But Supatis, you sounded surprised by the outcome of this series.
I mean, not anymore. I think it would have been a surprise for Liquid, just because the old men are really anticipating. I mean, Chaz is thinking. It seems like you can't hold any of your expectations too closely though, because a lot of surprises have been happening throughout both regions, and this one being such a nail biter, coming down to a 2v2 between the DPS was absolutely wild. Really interested to see which team now gets out of the lower bracket. Does the Fire RMP manage to beat Void GG? How do they deal with Liquid? Can they make it through? I feel like any of these three teams have the possibilities to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's so true. There's so much talent right now, so much competitive spirit left in the North America side of this Cataclysm tournament. Old men getting over there early now. They're going to just be waiting for an opponent. So they're going to sit nice and pretty for a couple series in a row here as they wait for a team to battle it out from that lower bracket. So Void.gg versus Poggities are going to be coming up next after this break. Before we do, we're going to get to our spell guessing segment here. And we're gonna get some cards revoked or gained, depending on how this goes.
Right. Earn our cards. Let's see if we can do it. All right, we got a burst of blank, caster blank, the mana cost, something 5%, and increasing your something 10. You can something active time.
You can have like a number of things
is,
active at one time.
We need some names with this.
Is it active at a time?
Innervate with dream state talent.
Oh,
is this
no.
like
That's really specific.
A burst of mana? No. Inner fire is armor, right? And then inner will, is that the mana one?
What is this bottom part though? You can blank active any, like, what is that?
Yeah.
I think it's like you can have this many of things active at one time.
Only one active at a time?
You can.
So it's probably
like
innervate. It's whether
will?
or not it's innervate or innervate with the talent. It's either it's innervate or the innervate talent.
You think so?
But Innervate Talent, I think, is like you give them mana and you also get some of yours back. I don't know what this 10 is on the side.
Yeah, me neither.
10. It's percentage, right?
A burst of mana? Energy?
I
think it's one of the Innervates.
I kind of feel like it's Inner Fire.
Why?
I don't know.
Isn't it armor? I swear it's armor. Am I? Unless it
Might be
changed
right. Yeah,
and it has something else on the tooltip. I'm pretty sure.
Are these all?
I'm gonna go with Inner Fire because
I'm saying saying baseline.
Here's what I don't
Innervate,
get.
and I'm losing my Boomkin.
This
card
is why
'cause
Innervate is
Dream
not
State
it.
Boomkin one. Why
Let
is
me
it
state
not
the case
Innervate?
for not Innervate. The
Let's hear it.
last line makes no sense with Innervate. So I think it's a stance, right?
You can only have one active at a time, and that means you can only have one Innervate. Can you have multiple Innervates on someone?
No, I think it makes more sense for Inner Fire and Inner Will. Like you can either have one of them up, and I think it's Inner Fire.
Well, wait. If it's a stance, wouldn't it make sense that only one could be active at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Inner
But
Fire.
why would it be Inner Fire? Inner Fire has nothing to do with mana. Inner Will has mana, isn't it? Isn't Inner Will the mana stance? Inner Fire is the armor stance?
I think we should just. I think we should just guess. I don't think any of us are close.
But I think
It might be Inner Will then. I think it's Inner Will.
I'm pretty sure Inner Will is the mana stance, Inner Fire is the armor stance, and then Innervate.
Can we have a clue?
But why does it
Production,
say
we need a
a
clue.
burst of what? Like why would Inner Will say a burst? That sounds like Innervate.
A burst of will. You ever had a burst of will, Sid?
It's Inner Fire.
I'm saying
Inner Fire.
Will.
Final answer.
I'm saying
That's
Inner
it.
Will because of mana.
Okay.
Oh no!
Whatever,
Where's
man.
the
You thought it was
holy
Innervate.
Energy fills the caster.
thought it
You
was
have inner will.
You thought it was
Oh,
Innervate.
Hey,
you can only have
Innervate
inner
and
will or
Inner Will
Fire active at
have
a
the
time.
same first 4 letters or 5 letters, okay?
Oh.
That's sketchy at best.
Oh man. Well, okay. So priest cards. I don't know if we ever had them. All right. Here's another one. When you critically hit with your arcane. All right. Come on, Ben. You can.
But I know this one.
What
The
is it?
thing is, like, does Sid know?
Okay.
Do I
Sid.
know when you critically hit with your arcane spells? I want to say focus magic.
I'm gonna make you lock it in before I reveal the answer.
'Cause it's not. I don't even know what Sikkim is. It's not a mage thing. And I don't think this is not a Boomkin thing, obviously, because none of them are Boomkin answers. And Sikkim sounds like a hunter thing. Glyph of Arcane Shot is like somewhat making me think. I'm pretty sure Critical Mass is a fire thing.
I'm just gonna go with Glyph of Arcane Shot.
So
'cause
it's I think it's
the only
either
one that
Glyph of Arcane Shot or Focus Magic. But the fact that Ven seems so well to know what it is,
makes sense. Yeah.
I don't think
Or
Glyph
am I
of
throwing you
Arcane
off the
Shot
scent?
is
What if
that
it's
big of a
Sikkim?
tooltip. I think it's Focus Magic.
What the heck
Think
is
it's Focus
Sikkim?
Magic? I think it's Glyph of Arcane Shot because I don't know what this is. So I don't think it's Critical Mass because that's a fire thing, and I don't think it's Focus Magic. I'm going with Arcane Shot.
Okay.
Let's see the reveal.
Give us the answer, production.
Jeez.
What?
Oh my
the-
god, it is Sikkim.
When you critically
come
hit with your
on,
arcane
man.
shot, aim shot, or explosive shot, the focus cost of your pet's next basic attack is reduced by 100%.
How is Sikkim a real ability? How is that
That
real?
makes
That
sense,
sounds
like-
like there was no chance
you know,
that it could be.
It's a little role play, like you're talking
Sid
to
threw
your
me
pet,
off.
like,
He
okay,
was so confident.
little
Threw
wolf
you off.
guy.
It sounded like it was
Sikkim.
nothing. There's no way it was.
Goodness.
Confidence threw me off. That was a good one. That was a good difficulty.
That was good. That was nice. Thank you, production. Everyone in chat say thank you, production. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. It's Void GG versus Poggity coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We're heading straight into this game. It is the lower finals. Loser of this one, unfortunately, knocked out of the tournament. Also, looks like Chet overwhelmingly thinks Void GG is going to be the winner of this series. Is POGGITIES going to be able to defeat the odds here?
That is the question. Sorry, go ahead, man.
I got word too. I got message by Naj, and he said it's worth mentioning that Void put us in the losers bracket to begin with. So I didn't realize that, but Void is the team that sent them to the lower bracket.
Naj, you want a
POGGITIES has
casting
been looking
job?
good. They're fire RMP. I feel like this might be something they can win.
Yeah, let's see it. We saw RMP win in Europe with the Frost Mage. Can Majidin do it here on the Fire Mage? Naj moving in, looking for the sap. Onto Wealthy Man, actually. This could be a Shaman opener, or they're trying to bait the Earth Shield swap. No, they're actually going to commit here. Cheap Shot coming out onto Joxy Baba into the Kidney Shot. Not a lot of damage, though. Majidin actually getting counterspelled right away. There's not even a living bomb here on Joxy. So this opener is going to be completely stopped by the RLS. And meanwhile, look at Wealthy Man. He's got the Dark Soul, the Demon Soul, sorry. They keep renaming that. Doing a lot of damage here with the dots. He gets a double Howl of Terror. Soul Swap onto Payman. Here comes Nick. Here comes Void. Big damage onto Payman. Cheap Shot connects. There's the Pain Suppression. They could have more. They could have a Garrote, maybe a Coil as well. There's the Coil into the Fear, but he gets stopped on the Fear cast by Majidin. And now here comes the RMP looking for Joxy Baba. Once again, full blind connects onto Nick. There's the Garrote. There's the Flame Orb. There's the Fear. Nice Sheep there onto Wealthy Man in the back line, but it will subside. The Dragon Breath whips onto Wealthy Man, but Joxy Baba still taking a lot of damage here without Majidin's combustion.
Yeah, that was a surprising amount of burst, but Smoke Bomb drops down. Nick and Wealthy Man getting some damage rolling here onto Naj. Eamon gets feared up. He is stuck in that fear. He's got his trinket available if he needs it, but opting not to make the trade. Naj seems to be just tanky enough right now, but getting lower and lower on health. A full sap lands, and this is a really awkward spot for Payman to be in. Looks like it will break. I'm not sure what broke that sap. Very unfortunate, though. Payman is not forced to use his trinket. Now, once again, POGGITIES can try to get aggressive, going after Joxy. There's still a combustion available, so if Majidin can find a Pyro crit and land the combustion, they can easily end this game, but they are being very patient with that combustion, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to find the perfect time to use it. Ideally, they want to get the trinket here of Joxy Baba. Nick looking for the restuff, wasn't able to find it, but he has the Shadow Dance here. Could get very aggressive with that, and he will onto Naj. Naj is going to trinket out, drop the gouge here onto Nick. Majidin actually about to get hexed. He goes for the Dragon's Breath there onto Joxy. Naj is going to connect. The disarm is going to fade. There's the full fear, but he does manage to get the Tremor Totem. But here comes the damage. Combustion, Pyro, Kidney Shot. Big damn coming in. There's the impact spread as well. Do they have anything more? He's in the Smoke Bomb. He can't Spirit Link. He can't do anything. Joxy, blanket counterspell, and he will fall. The fear at the end, taking his teammates so far away. So when he comes out of the Smoke Bomb, he can't link anybody. And POGGITIES on the back foot the whole game, but then they get the perfect setup. But Naj, maybe not out of the woods just yet.
Naj just holding on. Wealthy Man's going to be able to connect some dots here. It's a Shadow Bolt, but into full gouge. Nick is now there. They're going to take him down. Naj gets gripped to safety. Great grip there by Payman. And okay, Nick should go down here, and I think that'll shut this down. But one thing it seems like to me is POGGITIES really just values getting Tremor Totem out of the way. It's like their opener was just get a Tremor Totem. Like that's what was happy. Like they were just happy getting Tremor Totem with the double fear. And once those fears start landing and they can go after the Shaman at the same time and he has no way to really get them out of it, it feels like that's when the game starts really going in the favor of POGGITIES. And I just really like how patient Majidin was with that combustion. It's just having that constant threat of basically being able to one-shot the Shaman. It seems really, really effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And Joxy even saved all of his cooldowns for that moment, but just wasn't enough because they couldn't get rid of that fear in the back line. And we can see it here. So Majidin actually gets Joxy pretty low, and then he gets the Dragon's Breath. And then here's a really unfortunate. Naj wants to cheap shot out of that, right? But the fear connects, and they managed to get the combustion rolling here. There's the impact. And I'm wondering actually what happened here to Wealthy Man and Nick. I thought they were maybe feared up too far away, but how come he can't Spirit Link as he comes out of here? Yeah, but he comes out of the Smoke Bomb now.
Silence?
Yeah, but you can still drop totems in silence. He could have dropped it right there. But Wealthy Man, I think, was rooted. It looked like he wasn't moving, so I assume he was rooted. and just casting while rooted. But otherwise, if Wealthy Man went over there, they could have easily lived that.
Yeah, the Spearling Totem was down. That would have been definitely convenient. Let's look at it one more time. I mean, these games, they come down to these little split-second decisions. So I kind of like right here, Majin's prepping Joxy for some damage. Has them a little bit low. They get the fear. Tremor Totem is available, so they all get tremored out of that fear. That's no problem. But
Frost
it's
Nova?
at this time, you can see Joxy gets stunned on his trinket. Smoke Bomb comes down, so he's not going to be able to Spirit Link. The Cone Root from Majidin keeps Wealthy Man locked in place, but why can't Nick get there? What do you think Nick could have done?
I think he got hit by the cone as
too.
well. Yeah, I think the cone root hit.
It's coned.
Yeah.
Can't move.
Yeah,
that makes me feel if Joxy ran the other way. He ran the other way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
But also a blind. Yeah, like Nick could have thrown a defensive blind out too.
Yeah, I think Joxy probably needed to go over to the team there. But if he did, he might have taken more damage, though, and died in the smoke bomb still. So it's a really tough call to make there. But it is a little bit unfortunate for VoidGG losing like that when it was so close that they actually do survive that. Regardless, they're going to just have to shake that off. It's time to get into the next game. Bladesage Arena, of course, for VoidGG. More than likely going to be locking in the RLS once again. And it's going to be up to POGGITIES here to find a way to kind of navigate through this map and the ZY axis that comes with it.
I love training the Shaman. Like, I played a little bit of this comp. I played it with a Shaman. I actually played with Naj and Absturge, and we were playing Rogue Mage Shaman. And most of the games, we just went after the healer. And it seems so convenient because the DPS are just sitting in Dragon's Breath. They're just sitting in Fears and Roots, and the Shaman's trying to run. And you just kind of end up passively CCing not only the healer by attacking him, but also the DPS by just kind of just ignoring them and just using all your AoE CC to just keep them locked out of the game. And any of those combustions, when they do proc, I mean, if you're a Shaman and you get a big combust on you and you're getting spam impacted and kidneyed and eroded and cheap shot and silenced and feared and DB'd, like, it's really difficult to stay alive on those all-ins. So I'm curious to see what kind of adaptations Void's going to make.
Yeah, and I really like as well the DB to kind of initiate the go. There's obviously multiple ways that you can use it. You know, if you can use it on the DPS to kind of cover the setup to make sure that you're not getting peeled, that could be good. But I really like it if you get a fear on the DPS and then you get a DB on the healer at the same time, and then you can kind of get your dots rolling. You can precast a Scorch into it, and the rogue connects, and everyone is already in CC. You're already doing massive damage. So if you can get those setups that kind of start with a DB on the Shaman, or even the setups where you're tunneling the Shaman the whole game, and after a kidney shot, you get a DB, and then you get the Garrel, and then you're going to have your stuns coming back really shortly after that. It's a good way to kind of maintain your pressure as well, but of course it comes at a cost. If you do it on the healer, the DPS, unless they're stacking, which more than likely they won't be, they're going to have free reign. So it's always a trade-off, and you kind of have to make that decision on the Fire Mage. Majidin going into Invis, Naj looking for the opener. Game number 2 here between VoidGG and POGGITIES, lower bracket.
Oh, sap on Wealthy Man. Here we go. Gouge on Joxy. They're just waiting. I kind of like this because it's going to allow Majidin and Payment to actually get in place. There's the full cheap shot. Dismantle coming in from Nick. Counter dismantle by Naj. Both rogues are trying to get control of this opener, but a Pyroblast is available. Can he shatter it? It looks like a big one. Is he going to pull the trigger with Combust? He does. They're all in on Joxy. He's silenced. He's just melting. He's absolutely melting. Might have to pull out the Spirit Link Totem. Looks like he actually dispelled the combustion. Joxy gets that removed. Healing Surge is coming in, but still just barely surviving. But ultimately, VoidGG weathered the storm.
Yeah, that was really YOLO to send the combustion like that. They could have won in the opener though if Majidin got a lot of proc, so I like that. He took the opportunity to send it, and they're doing a lot of work here onto Wealthy Man. Forced to trade out his trinket there in a situation. Payment now getting kidney shot into a full fear. Wealthy Man still not out of the woods yet. Meanwhile, Joxy forced to trade out his trinket on the blind of Naj. So that got them Wealthy Man's trinket and Joxy's trinket. Joxy's going to be a target for the RMP, but the Warlock could also die in a smoke bomb in about 10 seconds or so if they can connect with the Shadow Dance.
Ooh, Joxy gets a spell on that Polymorph from Wealthy Man. They're both rooted in place. Major just throwing out impact stuns, trying to connect onto Joxy, who's still just melting down. Full Garrote lands. He's got the Spirit Link Totem. Might have to make the trade. Is he going to? No, it seems like he's going to play it patiently. run away, wants to hold on to that Spirit Link Totem for as long as possible. But Nick's now in a kidney shot. They're making a swap. He's forced to trade out his Cloak of Shadows, and the pressure from POGGITIES is really high. Joxy's burned through a ton of mana already in this game. This is almost unbelievable how much pressure POGGITIES has.
Yeah, and I think they just need one good setup. But look at Naj right now in a smoke bomb. Payment comes in with the pain suppression. Can he keep him alive? Big damage here onto Naj as he ducks around the corner. Payment with him there, spamming out a couple of heals. But if he gets interrupted on any of these heals, this could be lights out for Naj. RS has a lot of disruption, but nice kidney shot onto Nick. Wealthy Man moving in there for the fear. Doesn't get it, but he gets the coil onto Payment into the full fear there. And now Naj could be in a lot of trouble. Payment has to trinket, and Nick actually is going to have a blind in about a minute. So in about a minute, there's a big win condition there for the RLS, or they could just go after the priest. Actually, he's got no trinket, he's got no pain sub. This priest in one soul swap could easily go down. Wealthy Man has Dark Soul as well in 5 seconds. I think Payment is going to die here actually, unless POGGITIES get something going fast. They have combustion.
Yeah, they need to make something happen. Where are the openings? Joxy's got no trinket, but Naj just cannot get to a target. He gets gripped there. Can he get there? Shadow Step kidney shot. Here it is. But Majidon is getting stunned up. He's forced to use his blink away. Growth Silence comes in. They have a lot of damage here onto Joxy, who still has a Spirit Link, but he is burning through his mana really, really quickly. Combustion still available here for Majidon.
Pyro.
Can he get a Pyroblast crit? He throws the Pyro, throws the Combustion with the Silence, but is it going to be big? I don't think it's a big Combustion. I think it was almost a bait. He's getting a little bit of pressure out here with that Combustion. Double Dragon's Breath is going to sit full. Triple Dragon's Breath. Majidon now getting feared up. Joxy in a counter fear of his own. Payment really setting up his team. If Joxy gets opened up on one more time, it might be able to end this game. Naj is there. He gets the cheap shot. Do they have the kidney shot to follow it up? Full kidney shot lands. Joxy trinkets. He's got no healing as a response, so he's trying to get away, but he is getting completely overwhelmed. 10% HP. Impact stun comes in. Dragon's Breath to follow it up, and POGGITIES' offense is looking good. These healer swaps are just, they're so on point, and I even think Wealthy Man and Nick did a really good job peeling Naj this game. They just could not keep him off him.
Yeah, that was just fantastic here. Getting that combustion, getting the Spirit Link out, and then again, man, Payment has been so important for these guys. Getting these fears. If you get a full fear on a shaman like that, it's just such a bad time. You get all your stun DRs are coming back. He doesn't get to top himself with the full HP before the next stun comes in. He gets feared into the open, so he's not close to a pillar. So when the stun ends, he can instantly line. He's gonna have to run as well. It's just a nightmare. But this was a little bit earlier. Naj almost getting sent in this instance. And there is one thing I feel like VoidGG should have done, and I think I called it out during the game as well. They should have just soul swapped to Payment and sent him. Like Joxy had more cooldown, so if they turned the game into a healer race there, I feel like they actually had a great opportunity. But then here is the combustion, get the spread there with the impact, triple DB, Spirit Link Totem gets killed as well. Actually it just ends, and then Payment comes in, gets the fear, and at this point he's sat a full Dragon's Breath, he's sat a full fear, and then Naj is going to be able to connect there. He's rooted in the middle of the map, and there's Naj, gets the cheap shot, gets the damage, kidney comes out, he trinkets the kidney, wind shears the mage, but at this point he's got no Spirit Link, he's got Nature Swiftness, but he gets impact stunned into, I think, a DB, so he can't even use his Nature Swiftness, and he ends up going down.
Yeah, Fire Mage is just brutal. It's so effective. I mean, Dragon's Breaths, when you're landing those triple Dragon's Breaths, you're landing the triple fears, it's just the Shaman is just getting overwhelmed. There was moments though, like, I'm really surprised that Naj didn't trade his Cloak here, like playing kind of greedy with that one. Just relying on that pain suppression, but that does allow him to have that Cloak of Shadows a little bit later on in the game when he wants to play aggressive. Here's another one of those triple Dragon's Breaths we were talking about. Gets the triple. Wealthy Man does end up breaking out of that with his trinket, goes for this fear spam, but that does mean when Payment comes in, he lands that fear. It actually didn't hit Wealthy Man, but if it had, would have been it would have gone from even bad to worse. So we'll see exactly what does happen once again. Joxy goes into the stun locks and ultimately goes down. He tries to trinket, but I really like that route there by Majidon, keeping him in place, following it up with the impact stun, and those little micro CCs that Fire Mages have. Like, honestly, impact stun is so insanely obnoxious in Cataclysm. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, both of us play Mage. We love the impact stun. But, man, when you're on the bad side of those stuns, it is so annoying.
Yeah, it's really brutal. It's really fun as well when you get it on Frost Mage and you impact somebody into a full deep. You know, like they're trying to line your deep and you're not sure maybe they will ground it or not, and you just impact them, and you get like a little time to prep them. Maybe drop a little frozen orb in there before the deep hit. It's beautiful, but also very annoying if you are Void GG, especially. Honestly, a lot of improvement coming in here from POGGITIES as well. This is the team that did knock them down to the lower bracket, and right now they're up 2-0. And I feel like for Void, I gotta say it, they had such an excellent opportunity. Even in that last replay, you see it, before Payment comes in for that big fear, he was feared. And Dark Soul was running. He has no trinket, he has no pain up. If you're RLS, like, you just send him. And also he's playing Night Elf, I'm pretty sure, so he has not a lot of defense available in that situation. So for Void GG, I think they're playing the defense good, they're peeling well, but I think that they need to find their own kind of pressure onto the Priest as well, and put the RMP on the back foot, because when they're peeling for their Shaman, they're stacking up, and then the triple DBs happen, and that's when the game kind of spirals.
All right, Ruins of Lordaeron, nice small map here, and I don't know. I feel like this is a good map for POGGITIES. Like they get to play like a cleave setup here with this Rogue Mage, with the way it plays out. But boy, GG, I do wonder. We have seen Wealthy Man play the Death Knight. What are the odds we see like a Unholy Death Knight Rogue? Similar to what we just saw Liquid running. Like how good is that into this?
Honestly, I feel like Unholy Death Knight Rogue is not that popular. You called it. That's exactly what we're gonna see. The Unholy Death Knight Rogue coming in.
Okay.
I don't know how good it is. I mean, I could see them winning on Payment, just running him down. Obviously, on Ruins of Lordaeron, especially. I could see them winning a game running Mageddon down. But do I see them winning consistently? Do I see them winning on Nagrand? I'm not sure. Even this map, like their kill window is very potent, but also very short, right? Like you have Gargoyle up, you have maybe 2 stun locks, and you're going to be out of cooldowns after that. If you didn't get the kill, most likely you will never get it. But at the same time, during those 2 stun locks, you have such an overwhelming amount of lockdown damage and just smoke bomb as well. So you definitely can get those kills early on.
All right, let's see what happens. Ruins of Lordaeron sets up the cleave. Are they going to be able to do it? Who are they going to go after? Is it going to be an all-in on Payment? Are they going to get control of the game by going after Mageddon? I feel like you can kill the Fire Mage, but there's just like a certain point in the game where when those Kona Cold Roots start sitting in and the Dragon's Breath starts sitting in, it becomes really difficult to take the Mage down. So you really have to time that all in and kind of overwhelm what POGGITIES has available, because eventually when you run out of cooldowns, you're just not going to be able to get a kill. It just doesn't happen. So I feel like Void GG, they're on a super short timer here. And yeah, we'll see. Because I feel like POGGITIES, they've handled some of these cleave setups quite well, but this matchup might be kind of revealing on what we see in the next one, right? Because if POGGITIES beats Void now, they're going to be playing against Liquid, and this is one of the compositions that Liquid has. So let's see how good this is.
Yeah, let's see it. POGGITIES right now, maybe we see a double RMP win this weekend. Definitely not something that I expected, but we'll see here. POGGITIES keeping the torch lit for the RMP players in North America, looking to potentially clean sweep Void GG, the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket. Can they do it? They're on their last leg. The DK Rogue, the smoke bomb cleave coming out from Void GG here, trying to turn the tides of this matchup. Payment sitting in the room right now, being very defensive. Double Dragon's Breath coming out here onto Wealthy Man.
Oh,
double Ring of Frost. Joxy is isolated. It's a perfect opener for POGGITIES, and Payment is so far away from this cleave. He does not want to deal with it, but here comes the Gargoyle. Here comes the pressure onto Mageddon, and he gets gripped. Oh no, he blinks the wrong way though. Not ideal here. It's going to force Payment to move closer to the battlefield, but Payment just staying back and allowing Mageddon to recover by running to him instead. Very smart choice, but still a lot of crowd control coming out onto Payment. There's the full kidney shot into the full Garrett. Meanwhile, the DK is doing work onto Mageddon, and remember, Cauterize might not work here. There's Necrotic Strikes, and luckily for Mageddon, he didn't have enough Necrotic Strikes stacked up there. He's going to get the Cauterize value and get into that ice block.
That was such a good opener for POGGITIES, but Wealthy Man just really, really good split-second decision just to trinket out and get that AMZ down. Keeps him in the game. Payment right now taking quite a bit of damage, taking a full blind hex on Mageddon. He's just out of the game for a solid 16 seconds there. Payment trying to get away, but if Nick and Wealthy Man can stay on top of him, it's going to be absolutely devastating. Nosh comes in with a counter kidney. Nick's going to trinket out of that one, drops the smoke bomb. Throats come in. And right now, Void GG, they have a lot of pressure. Where are the openings here for POGGITIES? Majorden is just on the run. It looks like he's going to fall and will ultimately go down. A great game there for Void GG as they battle it back. I mean, I really thought when they got that kind of perfect opener with double Dragon's Breath, the double Ring of Frost, that was going to be enough for POGGITIES to overwhelm, but they just didn't have the damage.
Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna go in favor of Void GG after I saw that either, but Wealthy Man, he came in with the clutch, came in and trinketed at the last second, stopped the setup. Then Nick as well, crowd controlling payment like that, getting the ice block very early on because of it was really, really nice. And I felt like they took a bad situation and kind of turned it on its head. And this is that situation. The smoke bomb was dropped. Joxy was under fire, but instead it's going to be payment getting full kidneyed, getting Garrett, getting gouged here as well. And then we are going to get the cauterized ice block. And then at this point, you can still maintain your pressure. You still have a lot more damage where that came from. For Nick especially, he's going to have that Shadow Dance in about 30. So a lot of just clutch plays. I really like this as well. Going after the priest, getting the trinket paints up, and going for a blind hex on the mage. They don't have hex dispel. The only guy who can dispel the hex is the mage, and he obviously can't dispel it while he's hexed. So you hex the mage, you blind the mage. It's going to take him out for a long time, and then you can just go back on the mage. Now you have Shadow Dance, you have Cloak, you have Smoke Bomb, and you can start adding up that pressure back onto Majorden. Shadow Step kick comes out. Majorden gets gripped back. He doesn't have cauterized back up yet. The Shadow Dance comes out, and Void GG are able to take the game. But POGGITIES, I wonder what they're going to do here. They have some options, you know. They have not only map options, but potentially they could switch around their specs too.
Not gonna happen. I don't think I've seen Majorden play a single game of Frost. I mean, I would be incredibly surprised. Majorden has been holding it down on fire pretty much exclusively, so I would be very surprised to see him play Frost. I literally don't think he's played a single game of it, at least that I've seen. So maybe I'm wrong about that, but we'll have to wait and see. I feel like this is a matchup that they could win. I think Void, they played this one really well. Like, just their target swapping, their interrupts, their control, like overall Void just had a really good game. And I mean, you're talking about some phenomenal players, right? Like Joxy has been in the scene for such a long time, playing a ton of Classic, one of the most experienced healers in NA, there's no doubt about it. You have Nick, the rogue AWC competitor. I mean, this guy just plays every single, I think he's gotten rank 1 on every single spec in the game. So like, or every single class in the game he's rank 1 on, which is quite impressive. So he obviously knows World of Warcraft quite well, and then you have Wealthy Man. So, all right, you were right. Majorden is going to go Frost. What do I know? I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen, but here we go.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think Frost is that hard to play in of itself. I mean, to be fair, I don't think any of the mage specs are that hard to play right now in Cataclysm, but Frost requires
Arcane
a lot
is
more synergy. Well, I don't know, actually. I haven't played a lot of Arcane, so I'll have to get back to you.
Which is disappointing, I might add. I thought you would be the one to kind of carry the torch.
I've just been enjoying Frost Mage too much, man. It's fun. Critting Chaz for 35k Icelands. I mean, what can you do? It's hard to give that up. And Majorden, I believe in him. It's all about the synergy though when you play Frost. Like, if you need to set up well with your priest, especially with the priest, because the main thing about Frost Mage is that deep freeze. And when you deep freeze, you want to also use the priest fear, so there's no tremor totem. So you fear maybe Nick, you deep freeze the shaman, maybe you do a go on the shaman. It also lines up with Tricks of the Trade. So Tricks of the Trade, Psychic Scream, deep freeze. Every 30 seconds, you can use all 3 of those, and that's your basis basically for every setup. Everybody needs to figure out who their CC target is, you know, depending on the matchup. If you're against a Kitty Cleave, obviously the Feral is going to be the fear target because you can't fear the warrior. As an example, so if they have that coordination locked down, well, we've seen what Frostmage can do to DKs. POGGITIES bringing in some ice cream flavors here. Void GG on match point. Can they do it with the smoke bomb cleave?
All right, here we go. Majorden opening up, throwing out that Frostfire Orb, immediately getting the damage rolling here onto Wealthy Man, just playing this very aggressively, but there's no crowd control onto the Shaman just yet, so brute forcing this game, just putting out a ton of pressure. Joxy gets an interrupt there on the Polymorph. Still 0 crowd control. Wealthy Man will recover with this anti-magic shell. And here comes the Gargoyle. Joxy still has his trinket. He's got Spirit Link. Here comes a cheap shot from Naj. What is he going to do, though? He goes for the full blind, getting the trinket out of the way, and they're just continuing the pressure. Solo CC coming in here from Naj as both Payman and Majordan trying to get the damage rolling, but unfortunately for Majordan, he is forced into that first ice block.
Yeah, Majordan already having to trade one, and also the pain suppression on that, but this is the gargoyle, this is the big damage. There's a smoke bomb onto Wealthy Man. Big damage connecting here. He's going to trinket. He gets disarmed for 10 brutal seconds. Joxy tremors out of the fear, gets deep frozen. Are they swapping to it? It's a DR deep freeze actually from that Ring of Frost. It can be a little bit tricky with the timing. Majordan sitting through a full blind Shadow Step kick coming out onto Joxy by Naj. They have another smoke bomb here. They could actually send it onto Wealthy Man, and there it is. A cheap shot smoke bomb. I'm not sure if that's Naj's smoke bomb or Nick's, but somebody is definitely, I think it's 2 smoke bombs there actually, maybe on top of each other even. Either way, Wealthy Man is going to survive that. Next CC chain on Joxy could be brutal. If they can land a Nova CS Ring of Frost, I think that's all they need. Majordan moving in, Payman as well. They have no Tremor Totem for this. There's the deep freeze. Can they get the Ring of Frost out of the deep freeze? That's going to be a half ring. They don't get the Ring of Frost, but Nova CS connects. There's the full fear, no Tremor Totem, but is that going to be enough? Oh, I like that Nova onto Joxy to make sure he doesn't walk into the ring. That means he can sheep him. Can he get it? Majordan looking for the sheep. Not able to find it out of that fear, unfortunately. And I think Wealthy Man potentially will stay alive from that, but now they're swapping to Joxy, and Joxy could be taking a lot of damage. There's a full kidney shot. Majordan not able to connect with the damage, and Payman sitting down for just a quick sip there in the back line as they swap back to Wealthy Man on that DK.
Yeah, Shadow Dance coming up in about 20 seconds. Nick is completely fine. He's got the Cloak of Shadows, and Joxy has Spirit Link and Trinket rotating back up. I don't think this is looking good for Poggities. Payman was almost completely out of mana, was able to recover just a little bit, but things are not looking good. Naj could easily fall down to 10% health. There's just no healing here for Payman, and off gouge by Nick. Naj doing everything he can in desperation. Cheap shot into a kitty shot here on a Nick. Will he fall? Can they actually take him down? He's got no Cloak of Shadows, but Naj is still incredibly low. It is a race to the finish. Tremor Totem drops down on the fear, and it will be Void GG that pulls off the win and ties up this series, putting Poggities on match point.
Oh my goodness, Void GG are waking up here for the reverse sweep. The smoke bomb cleave is looking absolutely dirty from these guys. They're able to weather the storm and survive, but that was close. I feel like Poggities, they weren't 100% clean with it. If we can be honest, they had them in a really they were in a really commanding position, but they weren't able to quite get that last CC chain or that last swap that they needed to close things out. But Void GG also definitely came in with a game plan. They wanted to force an early ice block, get the Mage's Trinket early on, and then blind him to slow down the RMP pressure. So Void GG definitely playing it well, especially in the opener, getting an early ice block. But this is, of course, towards the end. Naj dropping very low. Payman basically no mana left. Naj trying to peel for himself. They go for a cheap shot there onto Nick to get the deep freeze, but they don't have enough damage. Payman moving in for a fear, but it's not going to be enough. Naj getting that last bit of penance. Payman moving in. There's the fear, gets tremored instantly, and Nick and Wealthy Man are able to ride that pressure and get the kill. The Spirit Link gets dropped as well for good measure there from Joxy as they take victory.
I feel like Majordan just brute force this game. Poggities played this one with just pure damage, pure pressure from start to finish. The crowd control on Joxy just wasn't there, and I do wonder if they should have just tried to play a little bit of a cleaner game, because they didn't get any CC on Joxy for the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds of the match, until it was Naj who moved over with a cheap shot blind gouge. But yeah, Joxy just was not crowd controlled this game basically whatsoever. And I wonder if that's why Poggities wasn't actually able to find a kill. Going into game number 5, I wonder if we see the exact same matchup. We can see Nagrand again as well, I do believe. So we might actually just see the exact same map, the exact same matchup, and we'll just see if Poggities makes any adaptations.
Well, I think the big question is here, do they want to stick with Frost Mage and clean up the coordination, or do they want to go with the Fire Mage? Well, I think the Frost Mage probably better in the matchup, but I don't think there's the adaptation that they need to make is that big. Honestly, just don't waste your Pet Nova. Just Pet Nova the healer, blanket him, press ring. They don't have, this is not a hunter comp, against hunters you can't do that because the master's call from the pet is gonna just make you waste your ring, so you have to deep ring. But they really don't have to deep ring here. Plus they also didn't land that one deep ring when there was no trinkets and there was no tremor. That's the setup that they wanted to kill on. Could have been a lot cleaner. So But at the same time, is that something? Wait, why are they picking Dalaran Sewers?
I don't know.
I think this is a Shaman angle by the looks of it. But yeah, they're going to lock it in again. Frostmage, I like that. I like that. Just clean it up a little bit. They weren't far off from winning that. They had all the trinkets out of the way. They almost had a kill opportunity as well early on in the smoke bomb. So Poggities, they didn't play a bad game. They just needed to execute that last go a little bit better. Going to the sewers, though, definitely a big surprise for me.
Yeah, Dalaran Sewers. All right. What does it all mean here? I think Payman may begin to be looking for triple fears. Maybe they try to just overwhelm Joxy, which definitely can be a thing. Like, go after the Shaman, and then very similar to how, like, Dragon's Breath is going to just sit on Nick and Wealthy Man. Maybe the Pet Novas and the Frost Novas and the Cone Roots from Mageddon are just going to sit on the DPS and allow you to get aggressive. But I'm not sure. I think this map could easily backfire because I think Void is capable of not only going after the mage for control and slowing down the game, but I think they can make those all-ins on Payman. So we're going to have to see. Poggities, I think if they want to win this game, they need a really good start. They need to make sure they're nailing that instant crowd control, like you said, landing the Pet Nova Silence into a ring. Joxy's not really going to be able to do too much about that if they do land that, and that's the kind of momentum they need, I think, to win this final game.
Yeah, but it's scary. I really am afraid for Payman in this matchup because I feel like there is a strong chance that Void GG might just send a healer here and just completely mix it up. I think that's, if I was on Void, that's what I would be at least planning. And the reason is simple. You have Joxy. If he makes it to the box here in the start without getting interrupted on his way over, you're going to have Payman in the best possible spot to go on him at that box. But we are already seeing Naj getting pulled out of stealth. They open up onto Naj. They're going after Mageddon. Payman's already at the box, pushing in for a fear. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is a perfect opportunity to just send Payman. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They go for the cheap shot. There's the Gargoyle. There's the pain suppression. And this is what I mean. This map is not ideal for him. How is he going to survive this? That Gargoyle is going to be doing so much damage. Wealthy Man, though, getting low. Full sheep onto Joxy. They get a full fear as well. Wealthy Man dangerously low here, actually. Can't really continue the chase unless they can drop a Spirit Link or something. There's a smoke bomb. Here comes the cake. Payman so low here. The defensive Ring of Frost gets dropped. Mageddon with a blind onto Wealthy Man, but it breaks or something. The Ring of Frost breaks as well. Payman is just dead on this map. So low. Another Ring of Frost. Double Cone of Cold Roots coming out. Joxy gets fully sheeped. Wealthy Man smells blood in the water. He wants to eliminate him, but he gets the flash heal. The fake cast is absolutely beautiful, and Payman survives.
Are you kidding me? Payman, in the face of defeat, gets the fake cast on the Mind Freeze, stays alive, and now can they reverse the pressure as a deep freeze on Joxy? Can Wealthy Man stay alive a little bit longer? Spirit Link Totem drops down. They grip Mageddon, so a bit of an abandoning of the Priest all in. They're just going after the Mage. They do get the Ice Block. It's a full fear right now onto Joxy. Wealthy Man has the anti-magic shell if he needs it. Icebound Fortitude if he needs it. There are cooldowns available here for the Death Knight. He goes for a penance. He steals this penance and actually throws a little heal on himself. Let's see what they decide to do. It looks like they're potentially making a swap here on Joxy. Garrote Silence comes in. Do they have the damage to close it out? He's getting low. We need a big fear here from Payman. He's got 3 seconds on that fear. If he can land it, there's no... Oh, there is a Tremor Totem available, so that Tremor Totem will come in clutch here for Joxy, but looks like they are turning their attention on a Payman once again.
Yeah, and Payman is just going to be kiting here. Actually, Mageddon has no ice blocks, by the way, because he used a double. He used a cold snap to save Payman earlier. So Mageddon has nothing at this point.
Oh,
but full deep sheep doesn't get stopped. Joxy in full 10-second sheep. Wealthy Man now running for the hills, but Wealthy Man is actually fine. He's got Earth Shield. He's got Riptide. There's a healing stream down as well, and he just used Icebound on that kidney. So I don't think he's going to be taking too much damage. And now he's turning his attention onto Payman. They could easily close out the game right here, right now. No trinket for this kidney shot. Big damage. Beautiful gouge there by Naj, slowing down Wealthy Man into a full kidney shot, but they need crowd control onto Joxy. There's the cheap shot. There's the shatter. They're swapping. Huge damage coming in. Here's the Mind Spikes coming in. There's the Ice Lance. Good night.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Poggities. Oh my god. These guys are 5% HP, 1 kick away from dying in the opener. And they turn it around. Mageddon sends the shatter. He pops the soul casket, and he takes Joxy down.
A Reaper of Souls. I mean, that was just absolutely insane. The double fear, triple fear coming in from Payman. I mean, let's just not forget the reason they're in this game, in this situation. What's going on? I don't think Wealthy Man's going to be able to win this, but unbelievable. Poggities pulls it off. That shatter combo. was 80% of Joxy's health. Like, it was actually insane. Like, we got to look at the details. Like, what were the biggest attacks that Majordan had there? Because that was a fat Frostbolt Ice Lance combo, and that was just such a clean swap coming in from Poggities. Payman playing absolutely out of his mind. Really, really impressive performance there by Poggities.
Yeah, that was absolutely just insane.
Oh, they're gonna replay it again.
Yeah, I mean, so here, this is the early moment where Payman is getting gripped, and then look at that beautiful 8 on the ground right there. Look at those rings doing some work for Major, and he gets a double Cone of Cold peel, and then here he gets wind sheared, and Wealthy Man comes in. He knows he's thinking about winning the whole tournament right now. He's just seeing the victory screen, and then there, the fake cast on the Mind Freeze. And here comes the big heal with the Inner Focus. And of course, it's going to crit because Inner Focus gives you crit. Boom. Actually, I don't think it did crit. Oh, no, it did. You can see the buff that he got. And then, yeah, he manages to stop himself. And then here's that shatter towards the end. So they do the setup here onto Wealthy Man. And then they swap to Joxy at the end of this. So let's see how they set that up. They get a sheep into another sheep. And then Wealthy Man runs back, and they're going all out here onto Payman. Counterspell comes out onto Joxy, and then what do? They sheep Nick, they re-sheep Nick, and then Payman comes out and fears Nick. They kidney shot Wealthy Man, and then here comes the fear, and look at that shatter. Boom! Headshot. And then here comes the Iceland. Look at the orb. It's zapping the pet, feeding his master procs. There it is. And here comes out. Shadow Word Death. Payman actually...
It's an FPS series all of a sudden. I think we're in the wrong genre right here on Twitch. Goodness gracious, just tapping heads right now in this series. Absolutely incredible way to finish it. Poggity is going to be moving on into that lower finals. And then I think you were going to say it a little bit earlier that it was VoidGG that put them there. Like you're saying, 3-0 was the last time was VoidGG's score when they actually sent them down to the lower bracket. So just a complete 180 from this team. And now they're going to live to fight another series up against Team Liquid. And based on that performance, Ven, how do you feel like they're going to do up against Team Liquid?
That's a really good question. I feel like Team Liquid, I could be wrong about this, but I feel like Team Liquid and their cleaves are a little bit more polished than Void, and that was a really, really close series. But it's hard to say because Liquid might just end up locking in the Rep Paladin instead. Like Troll playing Rep Paladin is just such an X factor for their team. We could see them lock in, the DK Rep Paladin with the Discipline Priest into Poggities. Maybe they do go for the Resto Shaman Rogue DK once again. I think both teams have options, and even if Poggities decides to lock in Frostmage against those cleaves, those games were not easy. Like they won, but they were very, very close. So I think this is going to be a really difficult series for them against Liquid.
Yeah, certainly could be. Here's a damage breakdown as well.
37. Look at that. 28k Lance, 37k Bolt.
We love to see those numbers. We love to see it.
Disgusting. My goodness. All right, well, maybe.
What's the total HP pool of players? Like 100k?
100, I don't know on the TR actually. Probably like 120, 125k maybe.
Yeah, so at least half his health.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was definitely
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he went from 90% to 34%, so yeah.
That's math.
Decent amount of damage, 56% of his HP bar. And then there was one more Ice Lance later on for... Oh, it didn't crit, actually. It was a 12.6k Baby Lance.
Unlucky.
Oh, there it is, 26k, yeah. Yeah, the Frostfire Orb, when you have that Frostfire Orb go and getting tricks of the trade like that as well, he's going to do so much damage. And honestly, it's a little bit underrated as well, but look at that. Little Payman coming in with Shadow Word Death there at the end, coming in with some...
Mind Spike. Respectable 8.9k.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Just another day in the life, Well, I mean, maybe they can make it happen again. They were kind of the underdogs for that one if you looked at the chat poll. So Poggity is looking to make another upset in this upcoming series. Before we do head to a break and then get to that series, though, we're going to do another spell guessing segment here. You guys know the drill. We're doing pretty good, I think. You guys have had a good streak on these ones.
Yeah, not too bad.
No cards, revoked too violently today.
Okay.
All right, here's this one. Blank
Okay.
target for 6154 and increase the blank chance of blank on the target by 25% for 6 seconds.
This seems hard. Okay, something that does something on a target for 6,154,
Such a specific number.
increasing the chance of something happening by 25% for 6 seconds.
Okay. I think the options will make it a little
Yeah, give us the options.
clearer.
I don't know. 40-yard range, like I was thinking, like initially Riptide, increasing the chain heal, but it says chance of, so it can't be that. I also think the cooldown is wrong. It feels like Riptide has no cooldown. And yeah. So. Oh, yeah, it's something like this. I think it
Unleash
could be,
life.
Yeah,
Holy
I think
word.
it could be
Right.
Unleash Life.
Yeah.
I think it's Holy Word.
you think it's
so?
Holy War?
Yeah,
Holy Word Serenity?
yeah.
I don't know much about Holy Priest in Kata. I feel like, is the cooldown 10 seconds on that though?
Maybe.
I know Swiftmend is 10 seconds. It could be 12 actually. I don't know. It's definitely okay. It's not regrowth. We can cross regrowth off the list. For me, I think we can cross Swiftmend off the list as well. For me, it's between Unleash Life and Holy Word Serenity. It's one of the two.
What's Unleash Life?
It's a shaman thing.
Okay.
It buffs like their next heal. I'm gonna go with
I feel like
Unleash Life.
Okay.
I actually
alright.
think that it might be Serenity.
You think so?
Yeah.
What does Serenity increase the chance of by 25%?
No one plays Holy Priest, so who knows?
40-yard
I haven't seen that spec be played one time. I'm going to go with Holy Word Serenity because I don't think it's any of the other three. I think the cooldown's too low for Unleash Life. I think Unleash Life is 15-second cooldown.
All right, I'm
wanna-
going with Holy Word
wanna
Serenity.
reveal
on
it?
that.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going it. I convinced you,
Alright.
huh?
Yeah,
Prediction?
it convinced me. That sounded good.
Oh, let's go.
A
Hey.
critical effect chance of your healing spells. That makes sense.
There it is.
That was close. That was close.
Alright.
I like that when we work as a team like that, you know?
That was
Yeah,
good.
that's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. Yes, that was
We're
good.
friends. We could do that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Sometimes.
Ah, this is cooked.
Whoa.
This is cooked.
Yeah.
Okay, it definitely doesn't look like the one on the right.
I think it's
Serenity.
C. I think it's C.
I think it's C too.
Yeah, I think it's C.
I think it's C. Like,
C looks the
let's
most
be in this
natty.
together.
You guys want
I
all
played some
hands
Holy
in?
Priest on. I played some Holy Priest on live, and I think that's what it looks like. Serenity looks
I'm
like.
just going
so-
off vibes on
Yes.
this one. That one, I'm vibing with that one.
I feel like the color is the right color, so I'm gonna go with that as well.
Oh,
Let's
please.
go!
Yeah, there we go.
We're insane. Wait,
Wow.
we're undefeated today, bro. We're actually
I know.
crazy.
We're looking good.
We're looking
Proud
extremely
of
good.
us. Ooh, got another
Oh,
one.
what?
Oh
Damage
no, they
taken
can't do
by
that.
Blank percent for 12.
Use-
Oh, I think it's Divine Protection.
What'd you? What is it?
I think it could be Barkskin as well.
Oh, it could be unusable
Is
or
Barkskin 12
reusable.
sec?
Can be Barkskin
yeah.
or Divine Protection. Oh no.
It's Barkskin, dude.
I swear
I don't know. Wait. Okay, reduces all damage taken. But so does Divine Protection, and we can't see the cooldown. It could even be. Is Survival Instinct 12 seconds? I don't think it is, right?
Is it Pain Suppression too?
No,
Or do you
Pain
think
Suppression
Flip
is
for it
not
to be?
12 seconds. We can cross Pain Suppression off the list, 100%. Pain Sup is like 6 seconds.
It's not Survival Instincts. I don't think you can use Survival Instincts in a stun. So it's either
Yeah,
Divine Protection or Barskin.
Okay. It's Divine Protection.
And I'm not even
or
sure.
Barkskin.
Can you Divine Protection in stuns in Kata? I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about that either, but I am sure that you can Barkskin in stuns. I think I just
Yeah.
sent Barkskin based on that.
Wait, but
Oh.
okay, I don't know about in Kata, but in retail, isn't the description like there's a little prerequisite, like your skin becomes there's like a sentence.
Oh, that's true, actually.
I think there's an extra
yeah,
sentence
there's some
that
RP,
says like
right?
your skin becomes bark. Yeah,
Yeah, no, she's right.
Oh, good call.
That's actually a good
Okay,
call.
that's
You
the
know,
old. I
before the
don't know
answers-
how I remember that, but I do.
Before the answers came out, I said Divine Protection, so I'm going with that one. I'm
think-
just going to trust my gut.
I'm going to trust Aya here and just go with Divine Protection as well, because I do think it says something like that. Your skin becomes thick as bark or something like
Yeah.
that.
Oh.
Oh,
What?
What?
Oh.
You can use that in
What? Only usable while in bear or cat form. Yo, we got baited hard.
Oh, usable while. Oh no!
I jinxed us. I jinxed us so hard.
Give us the icon. Redemption.
I said we were undefeated.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god, what did it do to the icon?
It's not D. It's not C or D.
These are
Yeah, it's definitely not
okay.
C.
Also,
am I
A and B look the
colorblind?
same.
I was gonna say they look the exact same.
Yeah,
A and B literally are identical to me.
Same.
Wait, oh, it's missing a tooth.
What?
They removed
Okay,
a
it's B.
tooth.
It's B. It's B.
They
it's B.
removed a tooth, bro.
I'm going with
so
B.
troll. Come on.
That was good, actually. What if it was the one with no tooth? Like,
Oh, that would have been so 5-head.
you know what they should have done is remove the tooth on all of them except the right one. You know, just to really throw us off.
Wow. Okay, they're getting sneaky with the icons here. It's like the Office meme, like spot the difference between these two pictures. All right. Okay. Good one, production. Team Liquid versus Poggity. We're going to get that second to last series of the day coming up next after this break. Winner of this one moving to the grand finals. The loser will be finishing off the day in third place. We'll head to a break and we'll see you in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are getting straight into the lower finals. Team Liquid versus Pocketies.
Ooh, the Ret Death Knight. Mez must be loving Cataclysm right now. The OG Lord Mez coming in here with Trill and Ret Paladin Sidu on Discipline Priest. And these Grip Fear setups are what we're going to be looking for from the side of Liquid when they set those up. Payment's already got the Fear Ward up, so they're going to need to strip that away before they go for that. Majin and Naj are sneaking in off to the side. They get AoE'd out, but they do get the double Nova, double ring, freedom from Trill. Bit surprised to not see him give that to Sidu to try and escape from the Ring of Frost, but he does at least dodge it himself with Sacrifice now up, but it's been stripped out. Now Icebound Fortitude forced from Mez in the opener into the Deep Freeze, out of the Ring of Frost, into the full blind. Payman in position. Psychic Scream onto the Paladin. Blessing Protection to remove the blind, but Mez is just dying. It's so much pressure incoming, but at the same time, Majordan forced into the Ice Block, and it is a close call on both fronts.
MD! Majordan gets MD'd. He might just die right now. Pace of pressure coming out from Payman. He's spamming out the heals. Mez is all over him. If they can connect here with the red damage, it might just be over. Trill sprinting his way over, trying to find, actually going after Payman right now, getting DR Sheep. Sidu is there though for the Dispel. Looks like they want to set up go maybe onto Payman. Deep Freeze coming out here onto Sidu. Do they land anything out of it? I can't see if he got the Ring of Frost. I don't think he went for it there. Majordan just trying to stall and survive right now. The red Paladin could be a juicy target to get a full fear on to the red Paladin, but it does get Dispel. Sidu in a blanket. Silence. Full Sheep coming in. Manages to get it. Trill not able to find the interrupt in time, and now here comes the damage onto Mez, but the World of Glories could be massive onto Mez. Trill is going to have an easy time helping out with the heals right now, but still Mez dropping very, very low. If the smoke bomb gets dropped, it could be lights out here for Lord Mez, but Sidu in the Deep Freeze finally coming out, getting the heals going here, but he gets sheeped on his Aura Mastery. Disaster. Payman moving in for the game-winning CC. Blanket Silence comes out. Payman tried to def the Repentance there, not able to find it. Sidu's on top of him with the Fear Ward, ready to fear him out of that, but actually gonna just decide against it as Majordan tries to stay alive here with this cleave all over him.
Not sure where his fear ended up going there. Surprisingly that he didn't land it, but a second Ice Block is now forced from Majordan, and Payman is against the ropes here. Goes for a fear, but Sidu had Fear Ward. I think he dodged it. He dispels Trill out. Mez is sitting pretty comfortable now with Trinket coming up, Anti-Magic Shield. He does get dismantled for a moment. Payman's trying to Hymn of Hope and get some mana. Try and give his team one more shot to win this as Majordan gets gripped away, but gripped right back in by Mez. Deep Freeze going to connect. Majordan blinks away. Can he get the sheep? He gets pet kicked by Mez and totally shut down. Sidu's got the huge mana lead at this point in the game. It's do or die for Poggities. Can they put Mez in the dirt as he's holding strong in that barrier from Sidu here, protected by its damage reduction, but a counter spell sneaks through, but Majordan dies. It doesn't matter. Trill finishes him, but Mez might die in a cross kill as he's forced to Trinket and trade up the pact. He will survive. Such a nail biter between these teams, but Payman's mana seems to be the main pain point for the Poggities.
Honestly, I think Poggities are going on the wrong target. Retribution Paladin is something you have to deal with, because Word of Glory is going to heal his teammates more than it's going to heal himself, and it also gives Trill damage if he gets to use it on his teammates instead of himself. So Trill's going to be doing more healing and more damage if you're going after Mez. And I mean, you can see it right now. Look at healing done. See, it was actually behind Trill. Trill is top healing right now if you look at the bottom, and that's because they're attacking Mez. So Trill is just able to get out these massive Words of Glory. And if you look at the healing done throughout the game here, you can see Sidu is at 400k, Trill is at 200k. So it's almost like they have like a half healer extra on the side of Liquid, which is contributing a lot to the fact that Sidu has a big mana lead in this matchup. So they really need to try to punish this Red Paladin by actually going on him to negate a lot of that healing, or by going on to Sidu and crowd controlling him and just trying to win in a quick burst. I feel like Mez, if you're going to try to take him down, you need perfect triple cross crowd control. And that's going to be really, really hard to find with how good Team Liquid is at rotating it, and how good Sidu is at kind of avoiding CC as well. Just always perfect positioning. But yeah, here in the end, Trill connects with the wings, gets the big dam, and Mez almost goes down there during that counterspell, but not enough damage with Majordan in the dirt. And yeah, Liquid is going to take game number 1 here against Poggities.
I feel like I'm going to regret asking this because you seem to be on propagating like a bunch of Frost hype, but you think Fire Mage in the Cleave setup? Like, why particularly would you not be Fire? I feel like they've been winning every game as Fire. And then I guess it's because they pulled off Frost against RLS. I just feel like the melee Cleaves that Fire can be really good.
Fire would definitely be good here. I mean, it's easier as well.
Were they expecting the same comp that Joxy's team played, maybe? Maybe they weren't.
Yeah, maybe they were expecting the DK Rogue. Yeah, it's possible. But I do think that Frost Mage can definitely win this as well. They just, we just didn't play as good as Liquid did. So Liquid ended up winning. But I do think that it's potential that we see a Fire Mage, and that they were expecting maybe the DK Rogue, which has been surprisingly effective in NA, actually.
In general. I feel like in Season 9, DK Rogue together was really gnarly. And now here on the TR, we're seeing it make a comeback with multiple teams looking to be running it. And I think we'll see how that plays out for this. Does Trill's team lock this in blind? Do they have something else in mind? They're going to keep using the Priest. You seem to think that Priest is not a good pick generally into Rogue Mage, but they're going to blind lock it. So now Poggities, do they go Fire? Do they stay Frost? Dalaran Sewers is a great map if they want to go Fire for stacking them up and going for some AoE.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're prepping the Fire RMP. And yeah, this is a good map to kind of get the triple kill on. I do think Priest is fine in this matchup because you have the Ret with you. But in some of the other matchups, maybe not. But yeah, Liquid, if they can win this one, they're going to be in a really, really good spot for the lower bracket final here. But at the same time, how are they going to win? That is the question. They have some options. They could go for a healer race. They could go after the mage again. But they have to keep in mind that no matter what they do, they can't triple stack. If it's a double stack, it's not ideal, but it's you can manage that. But a triple stack, if you start to get those triple DBs, you get the triple fears, that's when it's just almost impossible to recover from like all the AoE pressure that is going to come out of Majidin's Fire Mage. And I also like this just because I feel like Majidin, he definitely looks more comfortable on the Fire Mage. He looks like he's one of the shot callers, you know, on the Fire Mage. And he doesn't look as synergized with his team on the Frost Mage. So I like that for just comfort as well, that he gets to play that.
All right, let's see if they can do it. They totally stomped Vice's team with the Ret Warrior. Is Ret Death Knight going to be a lot different, though? Obviously, Anti-Magic Zone is really effective at stopping one of the initial attacks for Mez, and he's going to get guaranteed damage, unlike that of a Warrior. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult, I think, for Poggities if they want to take it. And they've been fighting so valiantly to try and make it this far in the tournament, having just beaten Void GG in a Game 5. So they don't want to go out without a fight. If they can keep it going here, Dalaran Sewers gates about to open, and they're going to be pumped out of these pipes and ready to dish tons of damage both ways.
Yeah, let's see it. The gates are open. Team Liquid versus Poggities. Game number 2 here in the lower bracket final. Winner advances to the grand final. Loser goes home in third. Who's going to take it? Trill charging in for Majin right now, looking for the opening. And they get a double Dragon's Breath, double Ring of Frost.
Double ring.
I think it's going to look good here. They can double Fear as well. Actually overlapping the Fear there. So Mez gets to trinket both of them. I really didn't like that too much, but they're getting good pressure here on to Sea-Doo. Already forced to trade out the Pain Suppression. They're triple stacking here behind the pillar, but this time around they don't have the Dragon's Breath for a couple of seconds. They don't have the Fear as well, so it's not too scary just yet. But Trill also getting cleaved quite a bit. There's a double Dragon's Breath coming out. Are they going to sheep Sea-Doo and go after Trill? Are they just going to cleave Mez? And actually Payman is going to be sitting through a Repentance in the midst of that, and now a Garroth into a stun back onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo taking a lot of damage in this kidney shot. He's not using his trinket. He's not using anything to get out of it. Combustion was already popped there as well for Majidin. Meanwhile, Majidin is taking tremendous amount of damage, manages to dispel the wings off of the Ret. The cauterized procs onto Majidin. Not feeling too safe here. Could just go down. He's going to have to use the Ice Block. Master Spell coming out from Chuck in the backline. Gets kicked by Naj, gets feared. Then Naj fear gets dispelled. There's the double Dragon's Breath onto Sea-Doo once again, but Majidin not out of the woods yet, taking tremendous amount of damage. There's the smoke moment to Sea-Doo. Garrett comes out. Naj pushing for the win, but Majidin's Pain Suppression is going to subside. They have nothing. Double Fear coming out from Payment in the backline. They need to find a kill right now onto Sea-Doo. Otherwise, I think Majidin is going to die, Sid.
There's no CDs left here in game number 2, and Mez and Trill are marching forward, looking to close this out, as Trill is spamming Dispels as well to remove the poison so that he can stay full speed on the mage at the pillar here. Triple Blood Elf Sauce, but now Trill is overextended. Kidney Shot, potentially a Master Spell if they could take out Trill. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled. They might have an opportunity. Anti-Magic Zone, though, comes down and blocks it from Mez. Nice defense with Trill actually just leaving the anti-magic zone. He wants to play to win here as the pet is charging forward. Dragon's Breath hits Trill, but Majidin is in dire straits at this point with no ice block. He drops the mirror images. He's trying to get back to Payman at the pillar, but Trill is just relentless in his pursuit. He may come to regret it. Massive damage incoming. He's so critically low. I can't believe he didn't use the Divine Shield here in exchange for that, but his Sacred Shield has proc. He's got a big absorb. He's trusting it, and he's going for the win. He rebukes Payman, and Majidin is in so much trouble. He gets a double Frost Nova. He jumps off the side in desperation, maybe baiting them for a life grip. Now Payman has to abandon the top side as well as Sea-Doo is moving in. Naj is trying to solo Sea-Doo. Can Naj actually solo Sea-Doo? He gets bopped to the cheap shot. It's not going to happen. They've removed the bop. Maybe they can take him out here, but it wasn't a spell steal. Majidin would have loved to get a Blessing of Protection right now. He's not going to have it. Payman is totally out of mana. He's in a Strangulate. This should be basically unrecoverable, but they refuse to give up, Zico.
Yeah, Trill dropping very low right now. No Sacred Shield available as well. It's going to be on cooldown, but Majorin could be in trouble. Pape, oh my goodness! What was that? Majorin with no cauterize yet for probably a couple of more seconds gets absolutely destroyed there. Team Liquid connects, and Team Liquid are now up 2-0 here against POGGITIES. Even with the Fire Mage locked in, even on Dalaran, going for those triple stacks. Mez and Trill and Sidu, they're just too powerful.
All right. Crazy little game here in this small map with Fire Mage, not going to be enough. So they tried the Frost, they lost on mana. They tried the Fire, they still lost on mana. They just can't keep up with the pace that the Refusion Paladin is able to offer. Now, is it because it's a targeting thing? You think that the Rep Paladin should be the main target. They haven't really, they kind of focused him at the end, and it was looking maybe better for them. But in the initial stage of this game, they were going after the healer.
Yeah, I think that you definitely got to go after Trill more. I don't mind actually going after the healer as well because it stacks them. I think that's the big reason why they want to do it. But after the opener, maybe they could have kind of abandoned that Sidu push and try to focus Trill more. I feel like in general, attacking Maz is not really the best line of play because he has a lot of self-heal. Trill's going to heal him more, and he has Sidu as well healing him. So it's like he's the target. He takes a lot of damage, but he also takes a lot of healing. And then here in the end, actually, I think Sidu connected with the Mind Blast Shadow with Death there. He hit him with the with the retail Prez Evoker combo. Actually, wonder if you can see how much damage
I think it was Trill. I'm pretty sure it was Trill. I'm pretty sure this is a Templar's verdict. He just cracked him.
No, I think I saw Sidu cast a Mind Blast, I swear. Wait, let's look at it again. We can see it actually on the details. Sidu has 18k damage. Okay, wait, 32k damage done. And they recover from this.
He's still at 32. Has he done any damage
Okay.
up to this point? Still at 32.
Yeah, this is when he got bopped, and now he gets CS'd. And I think this is at this point.
32 still.
Does he go for the Mind Blast here?
He gets a fear, he wills it.
Yeah.
And then he's still at 32. He penances Trill to heal.
Yeah, and then here, Mind Blast. I swear, he
mega
sends a
slow
Mind
mode.
Blast. No? Doesn't he
Yeah,
send a
we're
Mind
following
Blast?
Trill. You'll see the verdict come off of
There.
Trill. There's Mind Blast, and it hits for, he's at 32.
Yeah.
So it hits for
41k?
10K.
Yeah.
almost 10k Mind Blast with a verdict from Trill. Probably
I
like
think
30k.
I think he sent the Shadow with Death there as well, but maybe it like overkilled him or something. I guess it maybe didn't even hit because he died before. But you see, he's in there, bro. He doesn't care what expansion it is, bro. He's gonna be doing deeps on the healer. If he can find a moment where he can add in a little bit extra dam, he's definitely gonna do it. And you love to see that.
Okay, Sidu. He's getting cheeky here now in game number 2. We're going straight back to Dalaran. They want to clean this up, figure out what their targeting is going to be. I think the initial double ring missed, and that's why he had to fear. But then he just liched it. So the fact that double ring didn't land kind of made that opener a bit botched on the priest. I feel like you need like a clean isolation of the priest if you're going to do that type of strat, and they didn't get that. So maybe they will start priest again, but I think they need to almost immediately get back onto the Rep Paladin, because if they had been through the Sacred Shield sooner in the game, he wouldn't have had it at that moment. They would have forced bubble, maybe MD'd it and just killed him. So getting the Sacred Shield out of the way, I think is going to be like a main priority here for POGGITIES. Maybe you bait paint suppression on the priest at the start if you get a double DB, and then immediately try and get Sacred Shield forced from the Ret.
Yeah, I think committing on Trill early could definitely be a line to victory. I mean, we'll see. They locked in Dalaran Sewers again, which the reason why they want to go Trill, like I said, or Sidu, like I said, is because it forces everyone to stack, right? You want to hit Payman, you want to hit Majorin, well, they're on top of Sidu, so now you're stacked. But it feels like Liquid played around the stacking pretty well. I think that they didn't get triples like at Dragon's Breath. I don't think it happened at all. Last game they got a few doubles, but I think in general they try to avoid that as much as possible, and that's what it's going to take if POGGITIES goes for that strategy. If they go for more kind of classic Rogue Mage, trying to go after Trill, I think it could work, but I think Frost Mage is for sure better for that kind of gameplay, because if you don't get your crits as the Fire Mage, and also you have to cast as the Fire Mage if you're going for like isolation strats, it can be rough to get your damage out. Or you can just hit jackpot and instantly KO somebody. So it's you're leaving it up to RNG. Whereas with Frost Mage, it's a little bit more reliable. If you can secure the Shatter combo, you're going to get guaranteed damage. If you have an orb, you can just spam instants and you're going to have Ice Lance proc. So it's a little difference depending on the playstyle.
Yeah, let's see if they can get the perfect opener here. POGGITIES, they got a lot of work. They got a reverse sweep, and Liquid have multiple compositions. So even if POGGITIES maybe figure this out here, something completely different could be thrown their way for game number 4. So this is going to be an uphill battle, trying to reverse this. The underdogs, if they can make it through, though, they'll get into the grand finals to be able to compete to be North America's Cataclysm champion. Can they manage to do it, win 3 games in a row? They have to be so focused here. Make sure that they get the cleanest opener. Where are they going to go? Is it going to be C2 again? Is it going to be Trill, train the Paladin this time around? How are they going to play this out? A lot of unanswered questions that are about to be here as the gates open in 1 more second. Is Trill and Mez going to take immediately to the boxers? Charge in. Mez is charging in, trying to find the rogue. Death and Decay misses. They get the step. They get the sap. They're opening on the Death Knight, it looks like, with a Garrote at the moment from Naj into the kidney shot. Looking to try and get Icebound Fortitude or a Blessing of Protection, but they're getting neither. Now they get the double Dragon's Breath into the impact stun. They're committing to the Death Knight at this point. Full blind on C2. Does he bop it? He chooses to bop it immediately. It's always been this exchange. Mageddon can't spell steal it. C2 cancels it. Anti-magic shield comes up from Mez. He's got big damage rolling. Gargoyle is out, and Mageddon needs to be on the run at this point. He gets gripped back in line by the Gargoyle. He blinks away, but there's a Repentance onto Payman, and he's sitting it because he used pain suppression, but he's falling heavily behind. Strangulate comes through. They get swapped to the Priest. They're both just dead, and this is absolute devastation raining down from Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid got him by the ropes here on the box. Mageddon spell steals the wings, ducks down, goes for the evocation, trying to heal himself a little bit here, helping Paymon catch up on the heals. Naj going for the kidney shot onto C2, but it's a short kidney shot. It's not going to amount to too much. Dragon's Breath connects from the down below, but it's not going to stick because they break that as well. Full Fear connects here onto C2. Does he get feared into the Ring of Frost at the very last second? Oh my goodness, that is incredibly lucky for POGGITIES. And now Mageddon actually has a chance to pop his combustion. He's going to do it. Combustion is up and rolling. Do they have the dispel though? I can't see if they got it or not. I think they dispelled Trill. I don't know if C2 managed to dispel himself there as well, but the pain suppression is big. Huge damage coming out onto Trill now as he's forced to Divine Shield. Surely on 1% HP. MD gets gripped into the Hammer of Justice. That was so close that Trill just got mass dispelled and just died straight up. But now you can see the pressure from the RMP is really starting to sink in. The fear is there though onto Paymon. Into the full repentance. Trill is going for the key. He's hard casting an exorcism. He doesn't want to line of sight his healer. Actually just staying up top, letting Mez get down there. But Mageddon is going to survive. And now both teams one setup away from winning, Sid.
Shadow Dance is off cooldown. Naj needs to make a miracle happen with this. He's setting up on C2. Naj is soloing C2. It's massive damage incoming, but a Word of Glory comes out from Trill, and he gets a massive crit there, I think, on C2, but maybe he dies anyways. Double Dragon's Breath still connects. Naj is still all over C2. Can he finish him? He's so close to the kill. They need this. They get it. Even despite having nothing, even despite being in complete shambles, POGGITIES managed to pull it off in Game 3.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, man. Trill, was
maybe
he too careful? Over? Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I've learned today is it's over when the players leave or when they're dead. Like, there's been so many cross kills today, dude. Our first series today had 3 cross kills. So I'm even now, like, Mez could still win. No, I'm just kidding. Probably not. But yeah, I do like that that POGGITIES found more pressure here onto Trill. And it makes you wonder, right? Should Trill, in that one moment when Mageddon jumped down and he was like 20%, should he have just risked it and just full sent it, just W key? And yeah, if you get CC'd, unlucky. If you die, unlucky. But you might get the kill as well. Makes you second guess that decision to stay back.
Yeah, possibly. You hesitate, but honestly, it's like there's so many points in the lead as well. There's no need, I think, for hesitation. Maybe it's just worried the mage would keep kiting him, and Exorcism is just like guaranteed damage or something. Like, you can get an Exorcism into a Hammer of Wrath, right? I think at that point with how low he was. Maybe he already used Hammer of Wrath. Like, is this the point where he jumped? I think this is earlier. Oh, they blocked barrier overlapped also. They were just owning them. It felt like for like the first minute, they were just owning them. And then this one point where they stacked and they got busted on, it was just absolutely ripped the game wide open and gave them a huge opportunity. This is where if this Master Spell from Payman came through, it would have been over at this point. But he gets Death Gripped on it. He gets stunned on it. Cedar's just casting with Aura Mastery and gets some clutch heals out right when everybody was at 10% health and almost just died right there. And then is this the moment where Mageddon jumped? No, this is the kill. We didn't get to see the moment, I think, with Mageddon.
No, it was before this, yeah.
Naj is just going for the win by himself on C2, forces Word of Glory, kidney shots him, keeps following up. Mageddon double DBs, but gets gripped down. And does Mageddon even really do any damage to C2? He counterspells him. I think Naj probably mostly soloed him, though, it felt like at the end of the game.
Definitely. Rogue Shadow Dance, scary damage, especially if you're not topped off and you don't have Pain Sub, you don't have Trinket. Naj can definitely take the situation into his own hands. And I don't know. This was really close match, though. Liquid still with a 2-1 lead, and now we're probably going to go somewhere that's not as friendly for the triple stacking. They're going back to Nagrand Arena. Dude, Liquid has such an interesting strategy here because their strategy is essentially just dampen the priest, just live and payment. And the best map to do that is Nagrand. That's how they won in game number 1. Payment just went and they just survived, right? So I feel like it does give POGGITIES an opportunity to try to win the game before that, but it does put them on kind of like an enraged timer. They have to win the game before a certain minute, or they're just going to lose like the war of attrition.
All right, let's see. Can POGGITIES manage to close it out here and take it and possibly reverse sweep? Because by the skin of their teeth in that last one, they were getting just totally destroyed for the first minute. So surviving that initial wave against Ret Death Knight is easily the most difficult challenge. One of the most difficult challenges in the game, I think. You just got a Gargoyle and a Ret Paladin running at you, doing massive damage and massive spell, threatening lethal on your mage, on your ice block. So it is very scary. They navigated it. They survived it. They battled it out. They didn't give up. They won with absolutely nothing left, like absolute legends here for one game. And can they repeat it for 2 more in a row? Not on their map pick. And also, Liquid could possibly just change compositions if they really felt like they needed to after this next one.
Yeah, they could go back to the DK Rogue. I mean, we saw POGGITIES kind of struggle with that, so definitely an option for them on the table. But for now, they're going to try to play it out here with their DK Ret, their Liberty Cleave. And yeah, I think it's all about the early game, right? If POGGITIES gets good momentum, they get good pressure, and they go after Trill, I could see them being able to take a win. But if not, I think that Liquid definitely can kind of payment with just their overall kind of damage and sustained healing. But we're not going to have to guess anymore. Game number 4, Nagrand Arena, POGGITIES versus Team Liquid. Loser goes home 3rd place. Winner advances to face off against the old men who are waiting in the grand finals after this series.
Tick tock. POGGITIES now are on the clock as the alligator's jaw is about to close here, and potentially their time in this tournament will be run out. Can they stay alive as they've been pushed back into a corner? And they're going to have to figure it out, how they're going to navigate this, because the gates are about to open. There's no going back from this point. Liquid look to advance to the grand finals for a rematch against the old men as Mez charges in. Death and Decay comes down. Did he hit anyone? Doesn't look like it just yet, but no sap has been found, so they get combat at least. And no, they holy Nova Nausea to stealth. He's not going to get an opener. He goes for the gouge, trying to set up Majidin, getting him into position while Mez is crowd control. Double DB into the kidney shot, but he pre-barriers. No, it's a barrier from Payman. C2 has to use the pain suppression. Double fear on Mez and Trill. They managed to salvage that opener at least a bit here, getting the pain suppression from C2.
Yeah, not a bad opener here, and there goes the Pyro Crit. Here's the combustion. He gets the spread as well. Majidin can triple kill the whole team. C2 gets the dispel off immediately. Actually, dispelling it off of his whole team remarkably fast, using that power infusion there. And now they got Majidin's ice block on the side of Team Liquid. They've used the combustion, and they're not able to get too much done with it, but they blind C2 here on his barrier, going for the Samuel X special. Can he get the reset?
Oh, he got the sap!
Find it. Can they open as well? Here comes the damage onto C2. Cheap shot kidney. C2, what are you going to do? Gets counterspelled blanket here. He trinkets out of the blanket, and Trill is there with some Word of Glories, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The anti-magic zone comes down from Mez. It's big, but is it going to be big enough? C2
he's out of it.
He's looking to go back to the pillar. Here comes the Pyroblast. Here comes Majidin. Here comes the damage from POGGITIES. Are we going to a game number 5, Sid? They just need one more clean setup here with the kidney shot to do it. There's the Dragon's Breath, and here comes Payment potentially with the fear.
Naj is making miracles happen. This is the Shadow Dance triple fear from Payman. I think that's it. C2 gets popped. They perish off the bomb. Can Naj get there? He's dispelled into the Nova. C2 gets a big heal. Aura Master. He doesn't have a gouge for any of this. Impact stun on the pendants. Trying to delay his recovery. Majidin still with no block. He needs to stay aggressive even though they've got nothing left. I don't think there's any pulling away from this. Double DB. MCS preventing the dispel. Can Naj close this game out? Shadow Dance is 30 seconds away. They have to survive it. Think at least 30 seconds. He's trying to go for the kill anyways. Pyroblasts are coming in from downtown. He steps the grip and Naj Naj is doing it. He's one more backstab away. He survives the stun. Sea-Doo gets a power word shield, renew, refresh. Palm is bouncing somehow, someway. Sea-Doo is clinging on to life. Double fear from Payman once again, trying to close this game out and take it to a game 5. Ring of Frost comes down in defense. It hits Mez. Trill is going to have to walk around it. Sea-Doo gets kicked on his cast. Trill mind controlled into the Ring of Frost. He's mind controlled into the ring. Mind controlled out of line of sight. Another kidney shot. Shadow Dance is coming up in 4 seconds. Naj can Cloak of Shadows and close this, I think, with this. Cloak of Shadows, Shadow Dance. It's too much damage. They are all rotting down. Triple fear, potential triple kill from the Poggities in game 4. We're going to game 5.
Of course, we're going to game number 5. Have you been paying attention to this weekend? Team Liquid, though, they're going to go for it. Maybe for the 2v3. We cannot count anybody out. Payman's in a full strangulate Trill with the wings right now, trying to take him down, but I don't think he's got the damage. The combustion is just too big. Majin actually spell stealing those wings to buff his combustion there at the end, and Poggities have done it. They are taking us to a game number 5. And this was, once that pressure started rolling behind that pillar, it felt like it never stopped. And that's what Poggities wants to do. They want to get in there nice and early and get that big spread pressure.
Oh my god. A wild way to end game number 4. Poggities are not going down without a fight. And now the pressure's on for Liquid. If they lose this, they're the ones that are going to be out of this. And Poggities are going to be going into North America's Grand Finals. Unbelievable display in terms of pressure from this game. Majin just got huge damage out consistently throughout this entire moment. Couldn't believe that Sea-Doo survived this. Likely a word of glory or some big heal from Trill as he bubbled to make sure that he could save Sea-Doo during that setup. The fears from Paymans. This Ring of Frost and mind control right at the end of the game was absolutely crazy. It hits the pet while it's empowered. It hits Mez. And then Trill gets mind controlled away from it, isolating Sea-Doo. He's completely by himself with no CDs and a full kidney shot. Majin is line of sight, so he can't get potentially pet kicked from the pet when it comes out of the ring. Multiple scorches, MCS out of the stun. Flame orbs down, blast wave the whole team. He actually gets another word of glory, almost heals him back up to full. But it's your entire team is dead, dude, at this point. Mez Lichborn heals, but is not enough for him to survive the dance of Naj. And their aggression is working out for them.
Yeah, it's definitely working out for them. Once they turn up the pressure cooker, Fire Mage is definitely going to start to do some work. And we'll see here in the last matchup what we're going to see. Do you think Team Liquid is going to stick around here with this composition? Or do you think we're going to see maybe some DK Rogue come out? Because they beat the DK Rogue with the Frost Mage. And with the Fire Mage, I think they lost every single game. So it could be on the menu here for Liquid. They do have options. But yeah, this was definitely a well-needed victory here for Poggities, bringing them back kind of in the series. And if they can reverse sweep Liquid, I mean, that would be something for sure.
If they get the reverse sweep. I'm trying to think if anybody could have counted RMP in the grand finals for both regions. I feel like a lot of people expected Rogue Lock Shaman, these Lock Shaman compositions, maybe some Cleaves. But if
I thought Jungle
actually make it, and Jungle as well. A lot of the Feral Druid comps as well. I think a lot of people would have considered Feral the best spec maybe in Cataclysm. And we had one Feral Druid in Europe, but no Feral Druids in North America. We're going to Dalaran Sewers. This was the hard map, but they won on this too. So Poggities have the potential for this. Liquid could change their comp. They start questioning their plans for this. How are they prepared for this? Do they know this matchup, right? Because getting practice into a good RMP, it can be really tough. So switching comp, if you practice the Ret Death Knight a lot in this matchup and you don't have any games as Rogue Death Knight, it can be really risky to switch the comp here for game 5.
That's the thing. They haven't really had time to experiment with it. But they're locking in Dalaran Sewers. Yeah, I feel like that tells me they have to play it, right? DK Rogue. Why on earth would they lock in Dalaran Sewers?
Do they have anything else, like some just crazy comp that we're not even thinking about remotely that could just be is it possible they have triple DPS? This is me reaching a bit here. Is there is there some weird comp? Okay, they're keeping the Red DK even though they lost last time on Dalaran.
So wait, what? Why would they lock in? It makes no sense. This is the map that Poggities lock in, and now Liquid locks it in.
They might be throwing the series away on it potentially.
I mean, the thing is, I've learned over the years that Liquid, they are one of the smartest teams. If this doesn't make sense, there probably is a reason for why they're doing this, but I mean, if I'm majoring right now, like if I'm on Poggities, I'm thinking, oh, nice, sweet. This is, yeah, perfect. We didn't have to pick that. We just get the game 5 advantage then, you know, because this is playing into exactly what they want to do. But maybe Liquid has a different strategy in mind. I feel like they're probably going to go after Payman on this map. I think that zugging the Priest is definitely on the menu if they are locking in this map.
Okay. It's risky. It's picking the map that Poggities were locking as their map advantage in Game 5, facing elimination. You don't get to go to the grand finals in a matchup now that Poggities have been really finding their grip and their handle on and doing so much damage, just triple cleaving everybody. This map's really easy to stack people up for triple cleave. Are you actually going to turn this into a healer race? Try and run down the opposing priest faster than they can run down yours. In a world, I could see it work, depending on where Payman's positioned. If they can grip him and snare him and keep him away from stacking, it could be a way for them to not stack up so much against the Fire Mage. But I also think Mez has just been targeting mages like every single game so far in the tournament. So I think he's probably still going to go after Mageddon based off of that. So let's see how they decide to do it here. It's game number 5, lower semis. Who's making it to the grand finals against Old Men as Naj is in stealth? If he gets popped out, he gets a sap. This is going to be a great start here for Naj, Mageddon, and Paymon. Smoke bomb. They're going all in right here on Sea-Doo. And he magic zone and misses, I think. I think he's like 1 centimeter maybe outside of it. He gets into the zone now on the Garrote sauce. They fiended.
Pyro.
They danced on him. They just get zoned. That's all they're going to get. They need to get more. Can they get the crit? They get the bust into the DP. And Sea-Doo is melting like the Wicked Witch of the West right now.
Yeah, but I don't think he dispelled it, actually. He's trying to out-heal the combustion. He gets gouged on his aura mastery, so he could be in trouble. But meanwhile, Paymon has no cooldowns left. He's used his trinket. He's used his pain suppression. Here comes the damage, though. Nice impact stun onto Sea-Doo's trinket. He goes for the power word barrier, but remember, he still has the blessing of protection on Trill. So Sea-Doo still has that, and he still also has the pain suppression. So a lot of cooldowns left. Meanwhile, Paymon's got nothing. The Gargoyle is blasting. There's the Strangulate. Lord Mez looking for the grand finals. Can he do it? He goes around the corner. Paymon on 1% HP. Here comes Trill as well. He gets blinded. He's gonna trinket into a gouge. He gets disarmed, but he makes it to his target. And Team Liquid do it. They are going all the way to the grand final, Sid.
Oh, when in doubt, just zug it out here for Liquid. They see the priest target acquired priest, and run him into the dirt. They've secured it. They've got their rematch. Poggities, they put up a fight. They put up some very entertaining games throughout the tournament, so I hope that they don't hold this defeat too much against themselves. Liquid just knew exactly what they wanted to do here in Game 5. Run down the enemy healer in typical Death Knight fashion, and managed to be able to close it out with immense pressure. And Naj really threw everything that he had at the start of this game. Like, they smoke bombed the first stun, and then I think they smoke bombed literally the second stun DR of the game. It was just do or die. We need to kill Sea-Doo immediately. They Garrote the trinket, the impact stun, but it's not enough damage to take him down. Barrier is protecting him. Payman is just hiding behind the pillar, trying to use that Ring of Frost to hit the Gargoyle, but then he gets gripped when he peeks around the corner. And as soon as he got gripped, it just became overwhelming. Stun and Strangulate, no trinket, jumps off the side, tries to pull off a miracle. Does he even fake all the kicks? Because he got a flash heal at one point. He fakes the Mind Freeze with Penance, and he's out of range, and he's flash healing. And he almost, he's free casting there for a second, then Trill gets into the kidney. If he just got, anything off right at that moment, he might have been able to top himself there.
Yeah, but I like that though. When they locked in Dalaran, I was like, wait a second, are these guys actually going to go after the priest? And I really feel like that's probably the best way to kind of turn this map back in their favor. And just great execution, honestly, especially on the combustion of Mageddon. They didn't panic, even though it was doing a lot of damage. And then offensively, they got the PS trinket overlap, and that puts Payman in this position where he's going to tank a full Strangulate. Like, in general, against this, the cooldown that you want to trinket is the Strangulate. So if you're forced to trinket like a Repentance, or you're forced to trinket a Hammer of Justice, that Strangulate is going to be really, really deadly later on from the DK. So Team Liquid, it was close, but they are back for the rematch against the Old Men in the grand finals.
Been back-to-back games here for Sea-Doo, Mez, and Trill as they advance now into the grand finals for a rematch that came down to a 2 versus 2. So as close as it can come. A nail biter, to say the least. It was their former kryptonite, as this roster of Snuts, Chanimal, and Cubsy. This has historically been one of the most difficult rosters for their team through multiple spanning expansions. And now they get to really see, can they beat their kryptonite? And they beat the old men in the grand finals, best of 7.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a crazy series. I was having a little mic issue right now, so I'm going to be taking over as the host. Sid, you look dashing today. So does this scoreboard here with Team Liquid winning, and they're going to have a great series in the grand finals against the old men. And I believe Aya is back.
Am I?
I don't know.
Hello? Okay.
She's back.
Hey, you're doing great. You can keep going if you'd like.
I'm all talked out.
All right. Yeah, no, that's fair. That was a long series. I got this. All right. Yeah, we're taking a look here at the bracket for North America. Sorry about that. I had to refresh my browser, but I'm back, and so is Team Liquid in the grand finals up against Old Men. It's players that have played against each other many, many times in AWC, and now we're kicking it back to the days of Classic, and I am so excited to get to this final. So we're going to head to one more break before we get to that series, and before we do that, we're going to do our final spell guesser, and production has been teeing this one up all day. It's supposed to, crazy are the words that were used. I have no idea what's happening or what's to come, but here we go.
Okay,
Detonates
something that detonates, dealing, is that fire damage to all targets within? Okay, so it's something that explodes.
It literally looks like the same one we did yesterday for Wild
Mushroom. Yeah. Is this just Wild Mushroom again? Yeah, it's the same. Wild Mushroom detonate.
Unless it's a debate about explosive shot or something.
Nah, I'm going with Wild Mushroom detonate. I feel like what I think there's a glitch in the Matrix.
I swear we did this one already. It's got to be Wild Mushroom Detonate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. What?
All right.
Were they trying to get a double? Were they trying to get a 2-time debate or something?
I feel like that was fairly normal. I feel like that was. Oh. Well, we got a fun transit.
Find the right one.
What is this?
Find the right one. Okay, you know what's funny is I think I know what one it is, but I can't figure out how to tell you which one it is. Actually, there's duplicates.
Do like
A, right?
A on the x-axis, like A through B, A, B, C.
So like A5, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well.
And it's multiple times on this. It's like it's A5 and it's A7.
Wait, you're right.
It's B2 and it's C5 and it's C7 and it's what is that? E1 and it's also E5 and it's not on F, I don't think.
It is not on F.
Maybe.
It is on. Yeah, on E there is. Wait, is it E1? Yeah, it's E1 and E5.
Yeah, E1,
yeah, E1, E5, and D. Is there one on D? There isn't.
D, A, B, C, D.
There's none on D.
It's not on D and it's not on F.
Okay, so it's not on F, it's not on D. There's E1.
Is it which row has it the most or something?
Production says there's only one answer, but I don't.
There's only one answer. What?
Yeah, there's single
duplicates.
Correct
So many
answer.
duplicates.
Oh wait! Do you think? Oh my God! Do you think they're baiting us? Wait! We gotta look at these icons. I think they've like erased one of the little dots or something.
Is there like a
that would be
border on it?
so cruel.
What about the border?
Wait! Do you see this one? Do you see this one? You see this one on the first row in the middle? It has like a little black dot. Oh wait, no, they all have a little black dot.
They all.
I've been doing that. I've been trying to see if like one of the mushrooms has like one less dot or something. But we're gonna enhance. We're enhancing.
Okay.
They're just straight up zooming. They're just
I
zooming
need
in on the
more
graphic.
Zoom, though. Closer. What does that mean from the movie? Like enhance.
Enhance.
All
right, meow. That was a great movie.
Okay, pause. We're getting too close now.
Okay.
I can see the acne on the mushroom.
No, back. Go back.
There's no way there's only one. Okay, fine. There's only one correct answer. I'm saying A5.
Okay. I think that's good. That's the first one you saw. So
Right.
also maybe some of the wrong answers are duplicated, but the correct one is a singular. I don't know.
Wait, are we sure about the color on these that we're looking at, Sid?
It's none of them, you think?
Yeah, I think these are purposely set up as baits. I don't think I don't think it's pink. Is it a bit more purple?
Purple, yeah, but they're all
Yeah.
purple.
No,
I swear they're all the same color. Unless I'm colorblind.
They're not.
I'm diagnosing my color blindness right now. Like,
4, 5, 6. Look at E7. E7 is like purple-ish, and E5.
E7's not the same. E7's not. Oh wait, E7.
You see? I think it's
Oh, I
E7,
see what
bro.
you're saying. I see what you're saying.
E7
It is,
looks
it's a little
different to
purple.
E5.
Oh, wait, I see what
It's
you're
got a
saying.
little
Yeah.
sheen to it.
It's the
Okay.
only one that looks like that. I'm going with E7. Hard lock that in.
E7.
Yeah,
Nothing
it looks,
else looks like E7. Oh, maybe that's the goal of here, is find the one that doesn't look
Yeah.
the same as any other ones.
Well, that's the only one that
You wanna
looks like that and has a yellow background. So
Is
I'm
that
locking
the only
that in.
one that? Yeah, the only one that. I don't think any other one looks like that one, does it?
No, I don't. I mean, I can see it.
It's the
been
only
staring at
unique one.
Yep.
Because the
Has
other
to
ones
be
are
E7.
blue. Like. So yeah.
Oh, we got 10
seconds.
seconds. We gotta
10.
lock in.
Should we split our answers or?
8.
Yeah,
I think
no,
it's
E7,
do it,
E7's
send
the
it.
only one. E7's
Send it,
the
I'm
only
send
locking
one
in
that looks
E7.
unique.
E7 locked
It's
Production.
the only one that looks
Do it.
unique.
Do it.
Yep,
Do it.
yep.
Do it.
I'm locking
Do
that
it.
in. I'm locking that in.
Bottom right middle one.
Oh, maybe,
oh,
maybe.
oh,
Oh,
Let's go. Let's go.
This one was
We
like
are-
straight out of Mario Party or something like this.
Yeah.
Did I just get a druid card, like a backup druid card if I lose my bench card?
Super Tees, you're on
Did you
your
solve that
third
through
druid
a
card.
Did you solve that through a druid card or solve
Doesn't
that
matter.
through like this is the only one that doesn't look like any of the other
Doesn't matter.
ones?
A win is a win.
You know what? We take those, Sid. We worked well together. Okay, let's just leave
Wow.
it at that.
It's just
All right. Goodness. Whew. Well, we're going to need a break after that one. So I think we'll head to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to head to the grand finals of the North American Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We'll be right back. It's Old Men versus Team Liquid coming up next. We are in the grand finals for the North American region here in the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. It is Old Men versus Team Liquid. These players are very experienced in playing against each other. They already had a match earlier today as well, then where it was Old Men beating Team Liquid in a pretty back and forth series. And now here we are a second time around. Do you feel like Team Liquid's going to get the dub this time?
That's hard to say. I mean, I don't think you can count either one of these teams out. Old Men obviously going down, or actually beating Liquid, sending them down to the lower bracket earlier on. They've just been waiting in the wings to see if they will get the rematch, and it looks like they will. So we saw some interesting compositions coming in for Old Men. Like, we really expected them to be playing that Roguelock Shaman, but Snuts playing the Fire Mage opened up some options. Cubsy playing the Paladin. They've kind of come up with a anti-cleave comp, and that's all Liquid really has to run. So we'll see if Liquid can just play a little bit better, because all of their games were so incredibly close.
Yeah, they certainly have been. And, they're coming off of some momentum as well from that last series. So we'll see if they can carry that through. You know, they got a little bit of dad buff since it's Father's Day here in North America. So we'll see what they can do. Old Men, it looks like, are just a little bit closely behind. If I'm looking at the chat poll, Liquid is favored, but just by a thread, which just tells you how close these two teams are. And we're here in a rematch, and they're ready to go. It's Old Men versus Team Liquid. It's best of 7 here in the North American Grand Finals.
Cedar took a lot of gambles the last time they met, and he got away with it. Is he going to get away with these gambles, or he's dispelling UA at like 20% health and taking the hit and surviving with 3%, grounding soul swaps? Chanimal had insane pet management as well, calling in the succubuses for knockbacks and seduces at the last second to buy time for his teammates. So both teams are absolutely stacked for this grand final.
All right, gates open. Game number 1, the Grand Arena. Let's see what Chanimal, Snuts, and Cubs are going to be able to get done. Liquid, a lot of this comes down to how well Sea-Doo can navigate the game. It's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Seems like he is the main pressure point in this matchup. Trill just sitting in stealth right now, looking for a potential opener here. Who is he going to go after? Groat onto Chanimal. Might allocate his first stun here, a full kidney shot potentially. No, it's just going to be Groat into a gouge. Trill's just playing full control in the opening stage of this match.
Is he going to get this re-stealth? He gets the cheap shot. He got the re-stealth. Looking for a stun lock without using the kidney, but he actually uses the kidney anyways. No smoke bomb either. He's trying to bait something. He gets howled. He gets dispelled. It looks like there. No, did he trinket that? He must have got dispelled. He got out of that really quickly. Mez is still just going after Snuts. They get a blind on Cubsy. Now he's switching possibly to Chanimal. Now they're still split DPSing. Cedar gets caught in a Ring of Frost. Could be a massive shatter combo off of it as well. Now into the coil from Chan. Trill is going after Cubsy. Mez is still going after Snuts. Trying to keep up their split pressure. Cedar gets blanketed. He's fully dotted with Haunt. There's a lot of dots for him to deal with. Snuts is getting absolutely cranked, though, and Trill steps over to try and force the cauterized block. Snuts gets gripped in on his blink. He's so low. Ice block will be forced, and Cedar gambles it again with a UA dispel there, trying to keep his team offensive. And this is Dark Sim. I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to fish for there. Maybe a bubble or something during the bomb. I don't think he hit anything too major on his side. He's going to drop Anti-Magic Zone here. Gargoyle still out for a few more moments. Can they close this game? Kidney shot onto Chanimal. Nez is getting absolutely destroyed by the tail end of this combustion, but now that combustion is on cooldown, I think they survived the Dark Soul. Sea-Doo is blanketed behind the pillar with a full row of dots. As long as they can recover here, the damage will slow down a bit.
Yeah, Sea-Doo behind the pillar right now, just really avoiding all these damage over time effects, but Snuts finally gets there, gets the Blast Wave Snare. Dragon's Breath comes in. Can they soul swap the damage? Look at Cubsy in the backline, though, just getting soloed, and Trill forces out the Divine Shield, and this is just a stall strategy. Like, they're basically just stalling out the game long enough for Trill to get his Shadow Dance, and every single time Trill gets that Shadow Dance, he's able to basically just solo someone. This strategy from Liquid it's good so far. They're just really limiting the amount of damage that they're taking. Finally, Seedy's going to be pushing into the midfield, though, getting dotted. Snuts is trying to get there. Obviously, Trill wants to get backed up. Trill's in trouble, though. He's in a full Hammer of Justice. A full Polymorph lands. Trill could easily fall. Seedu has his Trinket. He's got Nature Swiftness if he needs it, but seems like Trill will be able to survive.
Into the coil now. I think he's on DR for most CCs at this point, but he can't really cast. There's so many interrupts possibly. Double Dragon's Breath, Fear on Trill. Massive triple pressure coming in from Chanimal right now. He's topping the meter right now, looking to parse. Seedu drops down the grounding. Stone forms for a little bit of DR, drops down the healing stream behind the pillar. He's got a Riptide rolling through, trying to cast himself back up into the fight. They force the Buster Protection. That's the last cooldown. They blind, but it's on DR. They have Shadow Dance. I think they were trying to bait his trinket with the blind. They're not getting it with the DR blind. Trill still doesn't have Cloak. Howl of Terror on Sea-Doo. He trinkets it. He might get refeared. The entire team is dying. Snuts is just melting the universe at this point, but he is going down himself at the same time. It's a bit of a race here towards the finale of game number 1. Trill gets feared into the corner. Mez is rotting down. He's MCS'd. He can't use anti-magic shield. Such a clutch play, but he gets dispelled by Sea-Doo into the anti-magic shield. Sea-Doo hits a UA at 20% health. Almost going down to that. His entire team is in shambles. Everyone on the old man is topped off. Snuts has combustion. One big shatter, and it's over for Liquid.
Yeah, this is a really tense moment. However, Trill does have Cloak of Shadow, so they've weathered the storm a little bit, but Mez could easily fall. There's no anti-magic shell. Sea-Doo is there. He's now in a full Hammer of Justice. Great crowd control. Snuts is there for the follow-up. Dragon's Breath. Big Dragon's Breath coming in. Huge damage on Trill, but he's got the Cloak. And if he has to trade, is he going to use it? Okay, going down really low. Looks like they are going after Sea-Doo. He's got the Nature Swiftness. Snuts could be in trouble. He's got no Cauterize and no Ice Block. Snuts could fall. He needs to be careful. Big Howl of Terror, though. It looks like Old Man might get first blood. Sea-Doo really trying to keep his team alive. He's so low on health. All of them are dead. Sea-Doo gets put in the cold, but somehow, some way, still keeping them alive. The Gargoyle comes out. Mez looking to reverse the pressure. There is no way. Can they take down Snuts? I can't believe it. Silence on Sea-Doo. Mez will fall. Snuts could easily fall as well. There's a Shadow Dance available, but no. The CC comes in. What a close game. Old Man really risking it in those final moments, but it paid off.
They still have Dance. I think they still want to play this out for one more Shadow Dance. One more dance. One more final dance from Trill.
Last dance.
Cubsy has no trinket. He's got no trinket, no
Save
bubble.
the last
He's got
dance.
If he doesn't get CC'd on his dance, he'll kill Cubsy, I think. He baited the wall. Sea-Doo's pushing in, but he gets howled. No tremor. Sheep on Trill. Oh, no. He's so sad right now. He's like, I got the dance, man. I could go for the win, but Sea-Doo's stuck in the middle of the map. Drops down the Stone Claw, grounding, healing stream. Trying to do what he can. Step over. Trill needs to win the game with the dance. If they actually pull off a 2v3, it'll be legendary for this moment. But now he's fully feared. He's waiting, though. He's getting put on DR. He's eventually going to be immune if they keep CCing him. Sea-Doo is spam dispelling, trying to keep him on his target. He's got blind. Cubsy is drinking. His mana doesn't matter. He has 100. Oh, he's got Cloak and 10. He's got Cloak and 10. He can Cloak Dance. I swear he can Cloak Dance and kill Cubsy. If he gets like the most insane crits ever, he can Cloak Dance and kill him right here. Dance Cloak. He can do it. Trill is actually doing it 2v3. He does it in the AWC. Is he going to do it here in the Cataclysm Classic? He doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have the damage, even despite forcing the wall earlier on. I can't believe he didn't have the damage there. I thought the stars were aligning. And surely, I think at that point, you got to tap out as Trill.
Yeah, you would think that, but okay, there it is. There's the tap out coming in from Trill and Sea-Doo, but a really close game. Old Man, they played it aggressive, but we've seen Sea-Doo constantly in these situations where his entire team is just 20% health. They play it calm, cool, collected. He doesn't panic. He doesn't underreact. He doesn't overreact, and he can keep them alive for a really long time. So even though Liquid's health is low, they're deceptively durable in this matchup. Here's a really close call on Mez once again. Sea-Doo does have the Nature Swiftness, so I think it's this Hammer of Justice into triple Dragon's Breath. This is where things start going really bad here for the side of Liquid. However, this is also where they almost take down Snuts. They almost reverse the pressure. Snuts, I think, gets a Blazing Speed proc. Oh, he gets a Blink and a Blazing Speed, which allows him to kind of kite and get away, get back in line of sight of Cubsy, and ultimately close out the game with that nice Howl of Terror coming in from Chan. But, I mean, this is just such an evenly matched series.
Oh my god, down to the wire here between these guys. I think this is probably going to be a Game 7 finals, to say the least. And every game is probably going to be as entertaining as the last between these teams going head-to-head in North America, looking for that Cataclysm title. Is Snuts going to be able to get it for himself, having lost it all the way back against Jungyup's team so many years ago? I think it was against Bring It, or maybe that was Snuts' team. I'm already forgetting the names between the teams from so long ago, but Snuts wants that Cata title. Is the king going to be reclaiming his throne here in this finale? A sick game number 1. After they recovered, they were looking impenetrable, but the Shadow Dance from Trill is always lethal. I love that Mez is keeping pressure on the mage and really disrupting what he's trying to do to Sea-Doo and forcing Cubsy to constantly have to engage in the fight, because Snuts might die to Mez so that he's in range of Trill whenever they want to make the swap during the setups. But ultimately, they couldn't get back on Cubsy at that point. They're just rotting down. He's playing in the middle. It's basically just a triple kill. I really can't. This was like a Missa Pandaria of finals vibes with Sea-Doo healing, where Azale was like, they're all still alive. Like, this is, I thought for sure they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I was in that game.
You were in that game too.
Yeah. I was in that game dead. But yeah, Really, really, really good game. You know, I kind of wonder, like, if there was more time between, like, when Kata was just released, Kata Classic, and, like, this tournament, I wonder if Trill could have, like, Hunter prepared as well, you know? I feel like Hunter
is
DK
Hunter
would
really
be really
that
good.
complicated? I feel like you could just...
I mean, I don't know.
I swear you could just pull a Hunter out right now and play PHDK. I swear Trill could do it. I actually have no doubt in my mind that Trill, if he made a Hunter, could literally log on at first game. I swear. He's been playing, like, every class in the game at the highest level. Like, I think another thing, too, is, like, I feel like there's a lot of debate, like, who are the best rogues in the game? I feel like Trill is making a really strong case. Like, I feel like if you can play Cataclysm Rogue, like, this is one of, like, the pinnacle levels of Rogue, like, in terms of how you set up your CC. You know, you've got a lot of things that are harder to manage in the older version of the game. Like, your Vanish gets broken, and, you know, lining up your dance, connecting things, redirecting. Like, I feel like this is one of the harder times to play rogues as far as, like, setting up for wins, and he's still doing it. I feel like Trill is a strong contender at the moment for, like, best rogue in North America, at least.
I think Trill is just a strong contender for one of the best players in the
best
game.
players of all
Like,
time.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's pretty much just well established at this point that Trill's probably going to be able to play anything better than most people. So we're in Dalaran Sewers. Let's see what Liquid's going to be able to do. They are locking in the DK Rogue once again. It's kind of like, I wonder how bad the Ret Paladin, because I feel like I've played Mage
really
Lock. Yeah, it's got to be really bad, the fact they're not playing it, huh? Unlucky.
I would think they must have some amount of war games, or just even ladder games that are telling them that they can't do that. The Rogue's got to be the better pick. I think the Rogue is more threatening. The Ret Paladin could probably give you more longevity, but I don't know if you're even going to outlast the Paladin. So I really like the Rogue DK split when they're doing this. DK on the Mage, Rogue going on Lock and Paladin and finding the best target there, and look all in, smoke bombs to bait trinkets, blinds to bait trinkets. I think that this is comp that can definitely win for Liquid, regardless of map too. Gate's about to open. We're in the grand finals. We're one game down. It came down to the wire. Liquid almost pulling off a reverse cross kill with Trill and C to 2v3. And this last time went down to a 2v2 on Dalaran Sewers in the upper semis. So this is going to be a wild ride.
All right, here we go. Mez already taking a little bit of damage here from Snuts.
Oh, that grip!
Game number 2, beautiful grip silence on Snuts. He's getting bursted down, but Cubsy's there and does manage to connect the Freedom. Snuts is going to be able to stay on target. He's just really just harassing. As a Fire Mage is exactly what you want to do. You just want to harass the enemy Shaman as much as possible, get all that raw pressure out, and if you ever can, connect a big Dragon's Breath with a Shatter Pyroblast, you can take them down. However, there's a lot of pressure against Old Ben right now. Cubsy getting low, going to be popping that Avenging Wrath that connects some big heals. C2 out of line of sight. Snuts still in hot pursuit, and both these teams getting aggressive early on.
Snuts is trying to snipe out this Healing Stream Totem of C2. Kill the Healing Stream Totems. He put the Shaman really far behind. Pyroblast connects. Is he going to bust it? Did it crit? I don't think he got a Shatter off of it, so he's holding the bust. Trill is just dying to dots from Chanimal. Getting shot on Shan. He's going to Trinket out immediately. Trill's getting low. Has Cloak. May need to trade, but he wants to use the Cloak offensively on his dance. So this is a risky gamble that Trill's making, but they forced the block with a sap onto Cubsy. He's out of the block early. He's trying to go for the win on C2. Hammer of Justice. He's got Trinket. He trinkets right away. Drops down the Tremor, drops down the ground. He's trying to cross. He doesn't want to stay stacked on his team, but now he gets swapped to Shadow Bolt. Connects from Chanimal. Another kidney shot into a smoke bomb. Trill is going for it. Can he finish him? Cubsy's rolling into the bomb. He gets the bomb. He turned his character around while moving into the bomb so he couldn't get gouged, so that he got the bop off. He would have had to bubble the gouge if he didn't do that. He was spinning his character while running into the bomb, so Trill couldn't gouge him as soon as he went into the bomb. That was insane from Cubsy right there.
Yeah, absolute veteran plays coming in from Cubsy. Trading out the sacrifice here on Chan, and does manage to totally recover his team in the meantime. Mez is taking some pressure. A silence on C2 once again as he dispels that UA, but a big haunt here on Trill. They want to force out that Cloak of Shadows. He's forced to trade out his Trinket. They're going all in, but Trill has to trade out the Cloak, and that is not what you want. He still has that Shadow Dance available, but now he can get crowd controlled on. He's out of line of sight. C2 just cannot connect the heals. Trill, what is he doing? He's going to go for the Garrote silence. He's got the dance, but his entire team is just melting. They have an all-in opportunity here on Snuts. There's no Blessing of Protection. He's got no Ice Block. Shadow Dance is available. Can they do it? Snuts is just going to fall. Cauterized procs. Can they keep him alive? I mean, look at Liquid. They are all in shambles. Everyone is dead. C2 could fall. Snuts died.
C2's alive.
C2 might actually survive.
They're tied. Cubsy's trying to finish him. He dispels you away. 5% health. He dispels you away. And it's actually the game-winning play because he might have died in the stun. He dispels you away at 5%. Risks the gamble on the damage taken. Stays alive. Survives the stun. Now they're on Chan. He's got no way out. I can't believe Liquid win this. They got nothing left. They're all melting. They're seconds away from defeat, and they still keep pushing. They get the kill on Snuts. They tie it up 1-1.
I mean, that is just absolutely wild. Maybe like, we need to get some confirmation. Like, how much damage does UA Dispel do? Because are we overhyping it? Like, C2 seems to not care whatsoever about dispelling it off himself. Like, maybe he's not afraid.
I swear that one time he's going to die from it. I swear there's going to be one time where he dies from Dispel UA at like 30%. Oh my god.
So there's that 180 from Cubsy to jump into the bomb and connect the Blessing of Protection. But, I mean, we just have to look at their health. Everyone on Liquid is dead. Like, Trill is just 1% health behind, out of line of sight. He gets the re-stealth. He goes for the Garrote Silence. I think this is where he shadow steps over and gets a Garrote Silence potentially here onto Snuts also. The full fear. This is the game-winning fear. I mean, look at what Mez was able to do. He gets the fear, which procs the Divine Shield. I feel like if Cubsy had just traded out the Divine Shield a little bit sooner, they would have won this game. I think he was a little bit hesitant. Like, oh, it's just so close. Look at this. Here comes a Dispel out of the spell lock.
15% health. He Stone Claw dispels, so the absorb, I think.
Oh, okay.
Gave him a bit of safety when he was that low, but it's super, super risky. Oh my god.
That's crazy. I actually think if Cubsy just immediately used Divine Shield on that fear, they would have won this game. I think it was just a little bit of a hesitation there. And like, sometimes it's like, when a DK steals CC and puts you in it feels like I don't know. I've had that feeling where it's like, I'm not trinketing that. Like, I'm not dealing, like, I don't care. I'm not going to trinket this Dark Simulacrum CC, but it ends up landing. And I think Cubsy just doesn't have the healing, doesn't have the
Is there anything else that could have hit him if he didn't bubble it? Is all I'm thinking. Like, he'd be immune for 12 seconds, just win. So there's nothing that would immediately hit him, but is there something else?
But like, look how long he sits the fear. Sitting. Oh no, Snuts is in trouble. Dead. Like.
I guess maybe he didn't see dance. Maybe he thought like Trill didn't dance, so he didn't need to bubble. That's the only thing I'm thinking of. Like, after playing threes with earpugs, if I'm like panicking because we go low, he's like, it's not dance, we're fine. So I'm wondering if like it's like a shadow dance thing.
How much is that UA spell doing? Is there any way to see
overall damage? It's 3 UA dispels and it did 70k. So
we're gonna find out.
70k divided by 3, or is it number? No, that's number 3, right? It's not 3 UA dispels. It's number.
Yeah, this is third on damage. Yeah. But yeah, the Stoneclaw. Maybe it was just a Stoneclaw UA dispel. He's not as afraid. But we are going to Blades Edge Arena. These two teams tied 1-1 right now. Is a best of 7. So we got a lot of good games ahead of us. And we'll see what is Liquid going to do, because every single one of these games is so incredibly close. I think Snuts is actually in Mage Armor too in that game, which is a little greedy. Like, if you're going to be the target, it's a little greedy. I know they were very far ahead with Divine Shield and stuff, but maybe having the Frost Armor on for the rogue damage might have ended up keeping him alive.
I mean, any little bit there towards the end of the game, any sort of stall, they probably win that. So Liquid are not out of this. We're tied 1-1. We're going Blades Edge Arena. This is where Chanimal got to really style as far as Warlock is concerned with this map and his pet management and his micro CC with the knockbacks and the seduces. So I'm very interested to see how Old Men are going to play this out here on Blades Edge Arena. Can Liquid beat their Kryptonite, the former roster of Cloud9 here in Cataclysm, and get that title for themselves, take it away from Snuts? I feel like both of these teams have like a little bit of blood in the game as far as Cataclysm is concerned. It's like one of the OG days of competition for WoW Arena.
All right, here we go. 5 seconds until we get into game number 3 between Old Men and Liquid. These titans of old doing head-to-head battle once again here in Cataclysm Arena. Trill is going to be going in stealth, moving forward right now. Can they find the sap? It seems like Trill really likes to just kind of start on Chanimal and deny those initial damage over time effects. And it's good because if they can get those denials on the dots, it's an all-in on Cubsy, I guess. Chanimal jumps down, and Snuts is on the bottom side of the map as well. Let's see how Cubsy handles this. He's taking a lot of pressure, gets kidney shot on the Ore Master, and that's going to be Divine Shield. A big victory there for Liquid in the opener.
All right, putting him on the back foot, switching now onto Chanimal, keeping out the pressure. Snuts is trying to go after Sea-Doo. There's a healing stream totem on the bottom that Snuts needs to snipe with an Ice Lance. The healing stream down there is getting big value, and if it stays there for the whole game, it can be really important for Sea-Doo in terms of recovering, and no one is noticing it. Cubsy's repositioning for a Succubus play here from Chanimal. He's staying on that top pillar so he can get knocked off the side. There's the Succubus call in. He gets the knock, but Trill, it's an AoE knock on the ground, so he moved his character. Can he grip him? He gets feared away. Trill dodged it. So he's maybe doesn't want to grip him away from Trill, but now Trill's into a full fear on top of Sea-Doo to get double Howl of Terror. That is really unlucky. Into a double cone, into a double DB, into a double everything. Oh my god, triple blast wave. Everyone's getting cleaved down. Is he going to bust this? He must not have hit a crit. He's not going for it just yet. Impact's done onto Sea-Doo. Into a cone. Did he get a pyro proc? He might be able to just finish Sea-Doo if he gets a good proc here. Full blind on Cubsy. No trinket, no bubble. Is he on forbearance? He's not bopping. Chanimal goes down, and Liquid take it on the swing match.
Wow. I mean, that was just really well played by Liquid. They just picked their moments to do those all-ins, and it ended up working out for them in this third game. They're up now 2-1 in the series, and I was just talking about at the beginning of the game, like, I really like how Trill is opening up on the Chanimal. It kind of slows down his ability to get dots out, and as long as Sea-Doo can stay ahead of the dispels, and he's dispelling off Living Bomb and the Novas, it becomes really difficult for Snuts to get his damage rolling. But here's that beautiful knockoff by Chanimal using that Succubus, but ultimately it is going to be Cubsy who's forced to trade his trinket on that kidney shot. Now, you could criticize the trinket maybe a little bit. He had the Divine Protection up. Mez wasn't there to really back him up, and that opens up this window where Trill is able to get the full blind, and they're able to just all-in Chanimal. Now, Chanimal does have a trinket as well, but he's got no portal, so we'll see exactly how this plays. Kidney shot comes down, he trinkets, bomb comes in, out of the bomb, it's a full blind, and Cubsy just is not able to connect anything. That was a beautiful play by Trill. He follows it up with a Garrote.
Knock doesn't hit.
Unfortunately, the knock just does not work in that position. Trill really setting that up nicely.
That knock, like, I think what it is it puts a circle, like Wild Mushroom on the ground or Blast Wave, and it knocks everything in a circle around it, so depending on where the circle is. Maybe he could have knocked Trill off the side, but I don't think it really mattered. Because Trill got feared into a Howl anyways. Yeah, and he can just step. So getting the Death Knight, getting the pet off are definitely going to be more important. It's just, I wish we could see Forbearance or not here for Cubsy. I imagine he has to be on Forbearance. It doesn't make any sense if he's not on Forbearance right now to not use a bop on the blind or the sap. The only thing that makes sense, but it feels like it's been a while, right? Like, I feel like it's... I wish we could follow him here at all. If we had any... I don't think we had a POV on him right there, but like... Sitting that, I don't think was going to work. There's no Strangulate to like instant strang him.
And a full sap too.
He's got to be on Forbearance. There's no way, right?
That's a long time.
Did he lay on hands maybe? Because I don't think we're tracking lay on hands.
Could be. I'm not sure, but close call either way. I think that was a really good game by Liquid, and I really like that they're going after Cubsy. Like, if Snuts is going to push that far in, if they can somehow get crowd control on Snuts and just give Sea-Doo a little bit more freedom in the game. I like that they're putting, stuns and Garrotes on Chanimal, like I said, not allowing him to get out those dots, and then just making that swap on Cubsy when Sea-Doo's already ahead of Dispels, and it's no longer like a real threat on him.
Yeah, no, he's doing an insane job in that regard. I really like the disruption. Mez, seeing Mez on Cataclysm DK is just such a treat. I feel like this is like one of the pinnacle moments for him. Like
Peak Mez.
His Dark Sims, like he's stealing blinks, and he's stealing fears that win the game. Like, Dark Sim needs to just be baseline on retail. I'm just saying, like, Dark Simulacrum needs to come back on a baseline.
Hey,
Death Knight. I need to. What, you don't want to be fighting it? I get it, but
I don't. No, I don't want that.
This is the coolest ability in the game for Death Knight. This needs to just be a baseline ability.
All right. Well, sure, there's going to be a lot of Death Knights that do agree with you, and that sentiment is really a cool ability. You can really make some plays. Mez stealing fears in some games, getting game-winning plays. I feel like right now they're really testing Cubsy on the Paladin. Like, Liquid, like, going after Cubsy, and then finding these really good, like, blind sap smoke bomb plays where he has no trinket to bubble. Let's see if they can pull it off again. Trill's going to be in stealth, moving forward. Let's see what they decide to do. I think it's going to be a very similar opener where they get sap on Chanimal. They're moving in. They're going after Cubsy immediately. So a little bit of a mix-up here. Snuts isn't going to overcommit, but he gets a double Dragon's Breath, double Howl, and it looks like Cubsy will be able to run. Look at the Ring of Frost. I mean, they really don't want Liquid to get any kind of opener, but they have no offense at this point. If Sea-Doo's not pressured, he's going to be able to just spam Dispel.
They're getting pushed back right now. Old men are playing afraid, but he drops the combustion. It hits two players, I think, as Trill is rotting down. Sea-Doo's trying to dispel it, I think, possibly, but Fear DB cover it with an IPCS. The entire team is getting crushed. Sea-Doo wind shears the Scorch there, but he's caught into a coil. Now he's out in the open. They're trying to bait him into the middle, chasing his teammates. And now he's in this weird position where he's got to keep playing here because Trill wants to get aggressive. Trill's on Fear DR. He's got Shadow Dance. He could solo force Bubble, I think, from Cubsy here. Cheap shot. Here comes the Shadow Dance. Here comes the bomb. It's big damage. And I'm not sure that Cubsy can afford to disrespect it. He's trying to sit through it. He's being so greedy. Strangulate over on
nice
the Warlock,
DB.
but he gets out of it. Double DB into a full fear. Insane peels between Snuts and Chan right there.
Yeah, that was a really nice play and very important that Cubsy did not trade out the Divine Shield there. That's going to keep old men in the game. Some beautiful peels from Snuts and Chanimal. That double Dragon's Breath looks like they are going to be going after Chan. Kidney Shot does land. Mez and Trill are all over him at this point, but Cubsy in the backline should be able to heal through it. If you look at Sea-Doo, he's just getting pressured down at the same time. Sea-Doo has his work cut out for him at this point in the game. Mez is low. Sea-Doo's low. Trill gets put into a full hammer of justice. Pressure fully in favor of old men at this point, but Mez is a bit deceptive with his low health. He still has that anti-magic shell, and I think he's going to be just okay.
All right, Snuts still getting pressured. Mez staying on target. Dark Sim coming up soon. Sea-Doo gets a counter spell onto him by Snuts, but he can't keep it going. The pet's in power. That pet is doing a lot of damage right now from Mez onto Snuts. He gets a DB. It's only onto Sea-Doo. They fear Mez to cover it. He's trying to get a shatter here with the Frost Nova. He needs a big crit. Fire Blast comes through, but Sea-Doo dispels. And here's the Pyro Blast. He doesn't have combustion, but Cubsy's forced into a Divine Shield regardless. Snuts is still just trying to solo Sea-Doo. Hammer of Justice from Cubsy forces Sea-Doo's Trinket. Snuts snipes out the ground. He totem looking for a polymorph. Gets wind sheared. Sea-Doo repositions. His healing stream's kind of a sitting duck right there. He's trying to replace it up top so that it won't get sniped off if he needs to. He's waiting until he gets killed. Chan ports back up. Mez is rotting down. Anti-magic shield available. They're chasing down Snuts, but I feel like Cubsy needs to be the kill target. There's no bubble. There's no bop. There's no trinket. They have to get to Cubsy as soon as possible before this game is over. It's spiraling out of control. Sea-Doo dispels a UA. Big damage coming up from Chan right now with the Dark Soul. Shadowbolt procs in onto Mez. He Lichborns. He's trying to heal himself up with some Death Coils, and here comes damage. Does he have a knockoff? Can he land it? It's so much pressure onto Cubsy. Trill is looking for the KO. Cubsy pops Avenging Wrath. It's huge healing coming up for Cubsy. He's trying to fake the wind shear of Sea-Doo. It's a lot of pressure. Catches out an instant. He was into a full blind, no way out. It's a full blind with no way out. Can Trill get a sap? I don't think he has a way to get a sap right now. Shadow Dance just came off cooldown. No, he can't get there. He gets feared. He can't get the sap. Mez
Might just kill him.
Is down. He grips him. Maybe he just kills him. Shadow Dance is off cooldown.
Here it is. All in on Cubsy. Is he going to survive? Cheap shot after the Garrode. It's an all-in play from Trill, and it pays off huge. He gets the blind to keep him low. Shadow Dance comes off cooldown. He has a Shadow Step to deny Chanimal his knock, and Liquid is up 3-1, and they are looking good. I almost feel like Old Men's going to have to make a change.
Yeah, it's looking more and more the case here. Cubsy is just struggling in these matches at the moment to be able to deal with the amount of threat that is thrown his way here from Liquid. The Rogue DK Shaman is just looking so strong. Snuts is not able to pressure Sea-Doo too much if Chan can't get UA on him. He's just spamming Dispel and chilling in the back line with a little healing stream totem down and having a pretty easy game here on Blades Edge Arena, seemingly. And during this final push, like, what happened to the knock? Because Chan, he fell down to Succubus here. And then I'm looking for like I think it's called like Whiplash ability or something. I'm looking for it. Did he cloak him in it? Because he still has a Succubus out right now. He just doesn't. He's trying to reposition the pet. He sends the pet in on Sea-Doo.
I think he steps it when he dances.
Did he just step it immediately?
Yeah.
I just didn't see it. Like he's insta stepped.
Well,
Owl gets trinketed.
right
He gets
now,
on
I
the
think.
pillar and he dances. And he sends a Garrode after the fear, I think. He gets
Yeah.
Garrodes. And does he insta step?
Yep.
Yeah, he insta step. He barely even got booped. His instant step back on target. Knockback's not going to work, and it's absolutely clocked by Trill here in this moment.
Beautiful plays from Trill, realizing exactly what was going to happen, and ends up getting the win. And now, I mean, this is some pretty convincing wins here from Liquid. Of course, there are close calls, but it seems like Liquid is getting more and more comfortable with the match, and even the Succubus technology coming in from Chanimal doesn't seem like it's working too well. As long as Trill doesn't commit his Shadow Step before his damage is available, he's always going to be able to just Shadow Step back up, kind of avoid that knock down entirely. And yeah, the pressure on Snuts is good. Like, it seems like Chanimal and Snuts are really having a difficult time connecting on Sea-Doo at the same time, which is what you need. Like, both Trill and Mez are incredibly tanky to magic damage. So if you cannot get on top of Sea-Doo and pressure Sea-Doo, I feel like Liquid is going to be really stable in this match.
I mean, I agree. It's just a problem of how do you stack them without losing your Paladin, because it seems like Trill can solo the Paladin faster than Snuts can solo Sea-Doo if they're not stacking. And it turns into a healer race. It seems like the Rogue DK is getting ahead. So they're actually opting for not Blades Edge Arena, going for a very neutral map, hopefully where it's going to be more difficult for Liquid to get to Cubsy and navigate around this. And to be fair, I think they won on the Grand as well. Wasn't it their first win? And they've lost on every other map, so kind of makes sense to go back to the map that actually at least worked for you so far in this series. Maybe they got a comp change, but like what? I don't think it's gonna be RLS. I feel like this type of comp, like Rogue and Death Knight together, has been really hard for RLS historically, or just shamans in general.
I think the Fire Mage, Affliction Warlock, Paladin is supposed to be like the hard counter to Cleaves. So like that's what Old Men came up with as like the biggest counter in the game that they could think of to beat Liquid. So I would be I wouldn't be that surprised if they mix it up at this point. I feel like it's probably a good idea. The problem is like if they win this game, I feel like they have to win this matchup, because even if they lock in RLS and win this particular match, then Liquid has the opportunity to just counter comp them. So I feel like they have to figure this out if they want to win the series. They could maybe pick up a round here by bringing in the RLS, but if they can't figure out how to win as Fire Mage Warlock, I think it's going to be a really tough series for them.
They're taking the full allotted time here to lock in their comp. They're going to go with the same thing, the Holy Paladin, the Affliction Warlock, the Fire Mage. Can they get on top of Sea-Doo? Can they get the dots rolling before Trill is able to hunt them down, before Mez is able to steal something? It feels like he's getting such insane steals throughout every game after game after game. And if he keeps getting these, it's definitely going to put Liquid in that championship title spot. They just need one game. Wait, they actually just need one game. We're actually 3-1 right now. It's literally just one game here. These games have been insane. Old Men need to win 3 in a row right now.
They have at least 3 chances. So 3 chances to beat Old Men in the finals. But yeah, I mean, I want to just say again, it's like such a treat to get to see all these. I tweeted it out. I was like, how unbelievable is it? You see Snuts and Chanimal, Mez, Sea-Doo, Trill, Cubsy. I feel like Cubsy and Trill are probably like the new ones, new kids on the block. And even they are like, they've been around for a while now. They're ancient too. It's great to see.
We're all old men now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. But like, yeah, Snuts, Mez, Sea-Doo, Chan, I mean, they're grandpas at this point, you know? I mean, I used to compete with these guys, so definitely grandpas.
Back in my day, wait, it's my day again. It's Cataclysm. It's
but I mean, Liquid just won, right? Like, they just won on the Dragonflight finals too for North America. So, I mean, it would be insane if they could get kind of the back-to-back championship.
Retail Andes and Classic Andes at the same time here for Liquid. Just Trill is trying to be a worldwide winner and like a time-traveling winner. You know, like he's the best player at everything in the current game and the past.
Yep.
He wants to make sure he's got his title, his name on everything related to World of Warcraft right now on the side of Liquid. And it's nuts they're battling back. Can they do it as Magelock Paladin this many years down the road in the finals? And it's nuts get that Cataclysm Championship title with his team, with Cubsy and Chan. This is it. It's do or die. If they lose any game now in this series, Liquid will be the champions of North America.
All right, here we go. Gates are open. Let's see if Old Men can battle it back. Snuts on the Mage, going to be moving forward with that invisibility once again. Trill looking for an opener. Gets the sap. Gets the sap here on Cubsy. What are they going to do? They might just try to all-in Cubsy. We do see a Strangulate on Snuts. They might mix it up. Just a triple sap on Cubsy into a Garrote, into a cheap shot. You know, like really try to slow him down and just allow Mez to build up that momentum on the Mage. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, but this opener is not great for Liquid.
I mean, they still have Garg and they still have Dance. They were trying to bait something, and they didn't get the bait. Now Siege is into a stun. Mez in a fear. Ring of Frost, I think he missed. Oh, it clipped him. That was a big shatter. If he combusts that, I'm pretty sure he combusted it. Zeno, he's going to explode. That was the biggest pyro crit I think you're going to get in this game. ENS's anti-magic zone might break to the damage. It broke. They broke the anti-magic zone. They MCS'd him, and he's still fully loaded on dots, but he at least survives. I can't believe he survived that. That was a wild pyro crit right there. Tremor on the Howl of Terror. Chan now into a kidney shot. Match point. Old Men don't get the kill, and I bet they can't believe they didn't get the kill. And it looks like Sea-Doo's recovering. That Lichborn, the Death Blow heals. Mez is back to full. Smoke Bomb comes down, trying to create some pressure, but Chan seems to be okay. As Snuts is getting back to the pillar, trying to get on top of Sea-Doo, but he's overextending. Cubsy's trying to keep up with him. It's so much pressure on match point. And Snuts going to go down. Kidney shot connects. He's facing the wall. He can't blink. Even if he had it, he's forced into the ice block. And now, I mean, I think Liquid might be able to do this. They still got Link. They got Anti-Magic Shield. They still got Cloak. Dance is coming up in 30. It's looking good for Liquid.
Yeah, they might be able to just completely eviscerate Snuts. However, there's no smoke bombs, and there is a Blessing of Protection, so Cubsy does have some answers here. He's got the Divine Shield. He's got the Blessing of Protection. Needs to make sure he does not hesitate. They're going after Sea-Doo, though, really trying to keep up that pressure. Snuts is all over him, but Mez is playing goalie. He's playing defense, trying to make it as difficult as possible for Snuts to just chase down his Shaman. He's the defender of Sea-Doo in this game, but they are going after Cubsy. They want the Divine Shield. Can they connect? However, they've left Sea-Doo open. He gets silenced. Huge damage on Sea-Doo. Snuts is trying to get there for a Dragon's Breath. Gets a Blast Wave. Kona Cold. Can he get a Pyro crit? I don't know if he's going to be able to. Doesn't look like it.
Scorch.
Maybe. Scorch is coming in. He still has no combustion, though. So the Pyro does a lot of damage, but without that combustion, I don't think Seed is going to go down.
First living bomb, they're pressuring Snuts, no block, blessing protection, last line of defense. Cubsy needs to get ready. They're going after Sea-Doo, no trinket. Can they finish it? Into the coil, insane setup. He's got Link. Can he get to it? He gets the Link down, but Trill can't get there. Trill is too far away, and they kill the Link before he can get inside. And now Sea-Doo has to heal with Mez and himself down at 20% health. Can they hold on long enough? Grounding totem available. Nature Swiftness comes up, but Snuts might just fall. It's match point. He's going for it. Triple Howl gets tremored, and Sea-Doo is making play after play, and Snuts is likely going to go down. Cubsy is struggling to heal through this. Both sides do not want to give up, but Snuts will fall first. And it is unlikely that Channibal turns this around. Liquid are your North American champions.
Oh my goodness gracious. Liquid with their cleave composition. These guys are the ultimate cleavers. I mean, you really can't take that title away from them. Mez has just been a shining star on the Death Knight, Sea-Doo on that Resto Shaman, of course Trill on the Rogue, like you said, making a case for one of the best rogues in the game, one of the best players in the game, and they do it time and time again, getting 4-1 over the Old Men.
Oh,
I can hear the chair being punched now.
Yeah, did we get a chair cam? Oh, he didn't cam.
Yeah, no chair cam this time.
Where's the chair cam for this one?
You can imagine it.
Would he beat up his own chair, or does he only beat up the Liquid chairs?
No, that's how it started, because he beat up his own chair for the first time.
I thought he was in like the Liquid facility, or
he was in his office when he first did it, and then he was in the Liquid facility when he did it the second and third time.
Yeah.
He's done it 3 times.
Am I losing? Sure. I swear I've only seen him do it once. Do we have like a montage of this?
No, this is like an
that's his signature
thing.
move. That's his signature move, though.
Can we get a compilation of Sea-Doo chair punches? Because I don't remember all of these.
I'm sure it's out there.
We need a compilation. I can't believe he didn't have the cam on for this one. They add another one to the list here for his team.
It's unfortunate.
Actually, I can't believe he lived here at the end when he only had a 2-player Link and Trill couldn't get there and they killed it. I thought for sure they were going to lose and that Link only hit 2 people. But he gets a shear on Cubsy. His whole team is dead and he still shears Cubsy. It's like, nah, you ain't getting that heal, bro. He lands a little wind shear on the Flash of Light, goes for a Flash of Light again, gets Stolen Fear. Oh my god, he gets sheared into a Stolen Fear. Mez is just, this is just Lord Mez. This is just Lord Mez, period. I mean, he dark sims so many fears that won the game.
This is why DKs can't have dark sim.
Mez is the reason. I was going to say is the reason they took dark sim away is just because of Mez.
Nope. I mean, it's insane to see these final moments. Sea-Doo just barely holding on time and time again. I feel like Sea-Doo's signature move is just holding on at 1% health, but I swear when you're in comms with him, he's just so calm. Like, it doesn't phase him to be in the situation. Like, a lot of players, a lot of people would just be panicking, screaming, but this is just another day in the office for Sea-Doo. Just everyone's 10% health. Yeah, you're fine. You got a Riptide. No worries. You get an Earth Shield, and this is where they inevitably just all in Snuts and are able to take him down in these final moments.
Probably helps them play, because a lot of that is also trusting your healer. So having a healer that calm and collected probably helps all around.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, everyone's at 50% health the entire game. Got to keep going, keep focused, steal the fear, win the game. They actually pull it off. Mez is top damage too, just to add to the mix here. So wild game here from Liquid in the grand finals.
All right, and with that, we're actually joined with Sea-Doo. Hello, Sea-Doo.
How's it going?
Good. How's your chair doing? Did you punch it this time?
Is it there?
Nah, we're gonna lay off a little bit, just a little bit.
All right, give the chair a break. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, now you're AWC champ. You're the champ in Cataclysm as well. It's got to feel pretty great.
Double champ.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of feels like just right where we left off. I mean, Kata Shaman was kind of my go-to, and unironically, I played one like NA tournament with Mez, and we also won that as well back in the day. So yeah, Mez on DK and Kata is a dangerous thing, and you know, Trill being able to pick up the Ret, but more importantly, the Rogue was really, really crucial. I don't think we would have won that series with Ret. So you know, big shout out to Trill, because his games in that last series was insane. He was just the shot caller, the shot maker. Every single kill target, every single CC, every bomb, like it was just, it literally just reminded me like playing with Waz, you know what I mean? Waz is just always talking, and I'm like, oh guys, we're kind of dead here, and it's like, no, Paladin, right now, like, and it just, it was, yeah, they just did an incredible job, Mez with all the steals, and I just kind of have to sit back and press healing stream and dispel, so I had a little bit of an easier job there, but yeah, it was. I
mean, it didn't
I don't know
seem
about that.
it didn't seem like that's one thing I was calling out in the game. It's like, I feel like your signature move, Sidu, is just your whole team. I know you don't intentionally do it, but your whole team's just 10% health. And one thing I always know about when I play with you is you don't really panic in those situations. Like, is that something that it took you a little while to like adapt to, or do you think it's just all the years of experience that puts you in that calm mindset, even those scary situations?
It's probably experience, and I mean, you know, there's definitely like the moments where I'm like in full CC where I'm saying like, yo, I'm gonna die here, like basically saying like I need help. But I mean, Shaman's just, the lower you get, the stronger you get. So it's like this really weird interaction with how their mastery works. You know, you're super low, and then all of a sudden you're healing for, you know, 50% more in the Riptides and the healing streams, and you know, you have guaranteed chance to proc Earth Living below 35. It was a really like scary series for me, from my POV. It was just being able to have like the first series to play against them was really, really good for us. I mean, if we would have went into the finals, you know, coming through the lower bracket, not having the opportunity to face them, we probably would have lost, because I had to make some gear changes, I had to make some spec changes, we had to make some strategy changes. So we were pretty, you know, happy to have the opportunity to have fought them earlier. Otherwise, we most likely would have lost, which is what, you know, inevitably was the first series.
Overall for this weekend, what was the prep like? I know I was talking with Vanguards, and he said he ran into you guys on ladder, I think last night. So what were you doing?
I mean, yeah, we just queue a lot of ladder. We didn't actually really necessarily do a single war game for this tournament specifically. It just felt like the variety on ladder was pretty good. And I mean, we've just done really well on ladder. You know, Chan's team, I think going into this tournament, you know, Chan Snuts Cubs, you got to give them all credit. They were probably our, you know, most worried matchup. I think there's maybe one mirror that does like pretty well into us, but I think other than that, they're the only team that actually really like has a winning record over us on ladder. But strangely enough, it was with the RLS. So we kind of went into this tournament saying like, listen, you know, they're kind of giving us a little beat down with their RLS. So we had DK Rogue in our back pocket. Now Wealthy Man and Nick kind of took that away from us a little bit and showed, you know, our cards, not intentionally, because they wanted to get the win, and so they gave them a scare in the upper bracket for the 3-2 series. So then, you know, Chan's team had to start cooking like, listen, you know, if we're almost going to lose to them, imagine a main Death Knight. And then they cooked up the Holy Pally Mage Lock. So it was a little bit of like a back and forth here, and you know, it was, like I said, it was a hard fought series, and you know, they did a really good job. It's pretty crazy to be in the finals with Chan right now, because we both like won our respective region for AWC, so we're top on retail. But it's also like kind of funny to be up against Snuts, because Snuts and I also played like my first tournament ever together. So I was 18, he was 16, and this is 15 years later, and we're still going at it, like, you know, not a day has passed. So it's pretty awesome to still be able to compete against those guys. And you know, Cubsy obviously an incredible multi-classer. You know, he's done all the healers, he's doing DPS, and it was just a really I want to say fun series today, but getting DB'd for 5 seconds every 20 seconds for full dots, not my favorite experience. But it was a pretty fun series. It was just a bloodbath, you know. Like after like game 2 of the finals, you know, Mez just kind of laughing like, dude, this is just out of control. it's just so back and forth.
Amazing. Say, do you got any questions?
I mean, what's next for the future? Like, what are your preparations? Is this time off now before the next expansion? Or are you just immediately getting back into maybe beta, or gonna keep chilling on Cataclysm?
I mean, you know, we wanted to do this tournament, and we're really happy to had a comp that was good. But you know, because Mez and I played in the TBC tourney and we just got smashed, bad comp. Played Wrath tourney, we got third playing Ret DK, which is kind of funny because it wasn't really that good in Wrath. And you know, kind of felt like we got smashed. So being able to be competitive in Kata has been pretty fun from us. But I mean, we wanted to play it more so for fun. Like I'm still very much enjoying Kata. I might do like a little like War Within beta and perhaps like a rank 1 push on retail or something. But you know, this isn't like we logged on Kata, we wanted to, you know, win this tourney and we're going to log off. I think Kata's been pretty fun for all of us, and you know, we'll probably still hopefully be able to, you know, do threes and, you know, raid together. We've been having a lot of fun together, so I think we're just going to kind of relax and, you know, just keep gaming, having a good time.
Amazing. All right, well, then you have one more.
Well, that's all.
Okay. Okay, well, I mean, also, happy Father's Day to you and Mez as well. I don't know if you guys are doing anything special, but do you have anything else you want to say before we let you head off?
You know, obviously, just big shout out to the teammates. Like, they're insane. This was like one of my favorite tournaments I played because it felt like we were always just so level-headed, and you know, there was no frustrations, and it was always like just such a good job, like adapting to strategies. And you know, it was a really fun standpoint from like how we had to adjust, because it feels like Kata is very, very about strategy, even though we're playing a cleave and it doesn't look like it. I think if you like heard our comms, it would sound a little bit different. And then, you know, shout out to Team Liquid. Obviously, you know, we don't have our 4th for this one, but Team Liquid, just amazing org. Just love them. Happy to be able to represent them. And then shout out to the family. You know, woke up early today, got my Father's Day gifts. Cass holding down the fort while I'm gaming, and you know, love the family, and love the team, love the fans. Appreciate you guys. Little love for the casters too, just a little bit.
Aw, thanks, bud.
Thank you, CD.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sidu, and we'll see you in the War Within.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, you too.
Hey.
Later.
Congratulations once again to Team Liquid. And that is going to wrap it up for now, which honestly, I'm a little bit sad. I mean, that was an exciting, I feel like I'm sad. That was such an exciting weekend, Super Tees. You know, it's always good to like shake things up a little bit, see some new teams, see some of the new, all of this is obviously, you know, it's Cataclysm. So maybe the word new isn't right, but it's just fun to sort of shake up the rhythm a little bit.
It's nice to see like having a time machine and like,
yeah,
you know, like would it have been differently if we had known what we know now, and getting that opportunity to play through the game a second time is always going to be super interesting for both sides. And having both regions with different compositions on both sides was very entertaining to see all the different strategies going head to head, all the turnarounds, the cross kills, the 1v1s that we had. It was a very exciting weekend.
Yeah. Ven, any final thoughts as well before we head out?
No, I just said, you know, the sentiment that Sea-Doo had is it's so fun for me to see, you know, a lot of these players that have been around for a long time kind of come back, compete, do well. We saw a lot of kind of new players on the scene in Europe and in NA. So just that mix of kind of new blood and old blood coming together, playing such a classic version of the game with Cataclysm. It was really a joy to watch. Yeah. Couldn't agree more. So we hope everybody enjoyed, and congrats again to the workshop as well as Team Liquid. So that is it for us. That is not the end of WoW Esports, though. We do have the Great Push coming up soon, so definitely keep in touch with that. You can follow us on the WoW Esports Twitter page for more information there. And with that, we are going to head out. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and we will see you next time. We'll see you on the Great Push July 5th, and we will see us in the War Within. Thank you so much. See you again.